Chapter 564. Now that Niu Yaohua had stated her conditions, things were much easier. She was still young after all. Her conditions were full of loopholes. They could swear, but not kill them. If they didn't kill them, they could let their subordinates do it. Or they could secretly communicate with other squads to kill them. It was all very simple. As long as they could obtain Niu Yaohua's body, they could do whatever they wanted. The four of them had been stuck at peak Divine General for a long time, unable to break through. The Blood Moon Day was approaching, but they still hadn't accumulated enough points. If they could obtain Niu Yaohua's Primordial Yin and break through to the Divine King Realm, even if they didn't have enough points, they would still have the ability to protect themselves after the Blood Moon Day, right? As a result, the three people who had an irreconcilable hatred with Yi Qinghan just a moment ago were the first to agree. Moreover, their faces were full of smiles. It was as if the person who killed their father just a moment ago had turned into a sworn brother. The one who called himself Old Gu looked at Yi Qinghan suspiciously. He said coldly, "Kid, why should we believe your words? What if you lie to us in the end?" At this time, a young and pleasant female voice came from the cave. "I can swear to the Divine Emperor that what he said is exactly what I mean. And I can tell you frankly that I am a direct descendant of the Leitang clan. Many of you know my true identity. If I can return to the clan, what kind of treatment will the clan give me? If one of you can bring me out of this place and bring me out of Baleful Yin Stream, not only will his strength increase greatly, I can also guarantee that his future will be limitless. The Leitang clan will give him a generous reward that he wouldn't even dare to refuse." As soon as Niu Yaohua's words fell, not only the four leaders, but even the countless peak divine generals in the group all had their eyes lit up. Niu Yaohua's price was too high. Many people knew that the Leitang clan was able to dominate Longyang Prefecture because they had several experts who had awakened the bloodline of the Thunder God. The descendants who had awakened the bloodline of the Thunder God were incomparably important to the Leitang clan. At this time, the experts all believed Niu Yaohua's words. "Good. As long as Miss, I swear that I, San, will risk my life to bring Miss out." "Nonsense, San, with your strength. Do you believe that I won't kill you in 10 moves? Miss, I, Fire Eagle, am willing to be at your beck and call until my death. Which one of you dares to use my ghostly shadow stab? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Ghost Eye, can your speed compare to mine? Miss, I and a dozen peak divine generals are willing to follow your orders." Niu Yaohua's words caused the four people's hearts to burn with passion. Let's not talk about whether or not he would be able to get the Thunder Clan's thanks if he brought Niu Yaohua out. Even if they could obtain Niu Haiyan's primordial yin, it would bring them endless benefits. The four of them spoke one after another. "My Leitang clan's 10,086th generation descendant, Lei Yanhua, swears to the Divine Emperor that as long as the person outside this cave, no matter who it is, can help me kill the enemy and take me away from this place, I will give you my life. He is also willing to take me out of the baleful Yin stream and help me gather 10,000 points. I am willing to be his wife and never betray him for the rest of my life. If I break this oath, I will be executed by the God Emperors." Niu Huayan spoke again. Her young voice was exceptionally firm, echoing in the ears of the thousands of people. This caused Yi Qinghan to be stunned. What the hell was this last doing? He wanted her to cooperate with him and put on a show. There were too many people here, and he was afraid that once he used the Slaughter God blade, someone might run away. He didn't expect her to really make an oath. Furthermore, it was the most solemn oath in the divine world, the Divine Emperor Blood Oath. Also, why did this oath sound like it was made for him? He fulfilled all the conditions that she mentioned. When the time comes, she wouldn't force him to marry into the Leitang clan, right? "All right, I San, am willing to swear to the Divine Emperor that I will help miskill the enemy and take you away from this place. I will also help you gather 10,000 points and leave the baleful Yin stream." When San saw that Niu Haiyan's oath was the same as what she said just now and that her tone was incomparably solemn, he couldn't help but be elated. He raised his hand to make the oath and rushed into the cave. However, before he could get close to the cave, a faint figure suddenly appeared in front of him with a white bone spur in his hand. It was faintly discernible in the air and carried a cold aura as it stabbed towards his face. At the same time, a fiery red figure on the right suddenly attacked, holding a giant fiery red rod. His target was also Shur-san. At the same time, the two teams started to attack Shur-san's team crazily. Shur-san, do you think that Ghost Eye, don't exist and want to take people away? Miss I Fire Eagle will help you kill the enemy first. Then, I will take you away. Old Goo, why aren't you making a move? After they kill me, you will be the one left. Let's join forces and kill the two of them first. We can talk about the rest later. Fire Eagle and Ghost Eye's sudden cooperation caught Shur-san off guard. He hurriedly blocked the attack and shouted to Old Goo, who was standing in the distance without moving. Kill. Old Goo's eyes flickered, but he didn't say much. He was very clear that he had to either bring people away now or temporarily join forces with Shur-san's team. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. That's right. Yi Qinghan smiled inwardly, but pretended to be extremely terrified. He flipped over and jumped off the huge rock, burrowing into the cave. The situation was better than he had imagined. This was the effect of Niu Huahua's firm oath. The Divine Emperor's blood oath was highly valued by the Divine Realm and the people. In Yi Qinghan's opinion, whether it was the four leaders or the peak Divine Generals, they all wanted to bring Niu Huahua away from this place. As long as one of them left with Niu Huahua, he would at least be able to obtain her body. Due to Old Goo's participation, an incomparably fierce chaotic battle broke out near the cave. There were close to 1,000 martial artists. There were no less than 300 to 400 divine generals and close to 100 peak divine generals. 7-colored sword chi and saber chi crisscrossed. Heaven-shaking explosions resounded incessantly. Countless limbs and blood flew everywhere. The battle was extremely tragic. On the other hand, the vicinity of the cave was incomparably safe. This was because as long as someone wanted to approach, countless energy waves would fly over and send them flying. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, anyone who approached the cave would be attacked by everyone. Big Brother Yi, you are so powerful. As soon as he entered the cave, he found Niu Huahua and Yi Yaorao sitting cross-legged in the cave, looking at him with smiles. Niu Huahua even gave him a thumbs up and transmitted her voice to him. She looked at him with admiration. Then, she seemed to recall something and lowered her head shyly. Qinghan, why are these people so easily fooled? Yi Yaorao also transmitted her voice. At the same time, she looked at Niu Huahua thoughtfully and smiled. At first, she was prepared to help Yi Qinghan get rid of the baleful aura. This time, there were so many people, so Yi Qinghan's baleful aura would be extremely heavy. He thought that he would be half dead from exhaustion again. He didn't expect to fight so easily. Hee. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Greed is human nature, and it is also a person's greatest weakness. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. Then, he suddenly smiled strangely and transmitted his voice to Niu Huahua. What? Huahua, your oath doesn't seem right. What if I take you to defeat the enemies and leave this place? Aren't you going to marry me? Chapter 565. Oh! Yi Qinghan's straightforwardness caused Niu Yaohua to feel uneasy. However, she was somewhat used to Yi Qinghan's sloppy and unrestrained nature. She knew that he was teasing her again. She pursed her lips and sent a somewhat bitter sound transmission. I actually want to marry Big Brother Yi, but I'm afraid that Big Brother Yi won't like me. Also, the family rules state that I cannot marry before I reach the age of 18. If I lose my chastity, the two of us will be hunted down. How about Big Brother Yi wait for me for 4 years? When I grow up, I'll marry you then. This Niu Yaohua's serious expression caused Yi Qinghan to be unable to bear it. Originally, when Yi Qinghan saw that Niu Yaohua was pretending to be a mature woman at such a young age, he had the intention to tease her. This did not mean that he was a gentleman. Rather, he felt that he was already in his 30s while Niu Yaohua was only 14 or 15 years old. She was almost a generation younger than him. If he had any evil thoughts towards Niu Yaohua, he would feel a sense of guilt. This was a matter of perception. In fact, in the divine realm, age did not matter when it came to finding a partner. This was because divine rank martial artists had a lifespan of tens or even millions of years. In terms of seniority, it was very difficult to calculate. It was very common for martial artists that were hundreds of thousands of years old to marry martial artists that were hundreds of years old. Now that Niu Yaohua had turned the tables on him, he was left speechless. He rubbed his nose and sent a somewhat embarrassed sound transmission. "Ha! Today's weather is pretty good. It's getting more and more chaotic outside. Is young Miss Yaohua really charming? That ghost eyes ghost shadow stab is very powerful. Is that a mid-level profound mystery of the laws of darkness?" Seeing that Yi Qinghan had been defeated, Niu Huahan's eyes flashed with pride. She raised her head proudly and began to explain to Yi Qinghan, "That's the law of darkness. It's a mid-ranked profound mystery that's fused with 3 profound mysteries. This is a very famous mid-ranked profound mystery in the divine realm. Its attack power is very high. If a divine general is hit by it, their soul will be corroded and they'll die instantly. Look, that Firehawk is also using a mid-grade profound mystery, the Netherworld Ghost Flame. This flame is very domineering. It can easily melt low-grade divine artifacts. Although I don't understand it, it seems very powerful." Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and said with a smile. He didn't know much about these things, but to Niu Haihua, there were many things that were common knowledge in the God realm. Anyone who had been in the God realm for hundreds of years would be able to understand. As for Niu Hua, she was born in a big family and had been instilled with a lot of theoretical knowledge from a young age. "Yao Rao, take a closer look. It might be useful for you to break through your bottleneck." Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the countless peak stage divine generals outside. It would be a waste if he didn't watch such a good opportunity to observe for free. However, after he finished speaking, he did not see any response from Yi Yaorao. He turned his head to look at her in surprise. He saw that Yi Yaorao's eyes were wide open as she looked outside in a daze. Her clear eyes were filled with confusion. "Don't talk, big brother Yi. Sister Alluring Rao is having an epiphany. She must have gained some enlightenment from watching this battle. Maybe she can break through the bottleneck?" Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows in confusion and was about to ask again. However, he received Niu Yanhua's voice transmission. Only then did he suddenly wake up. He couldn't help but look at Yi Yao Rao with incomparable joy. His body moved a little closer to the entrance of the cave. He was prepared to protect her at all costs. He knew very well that an epiphany was a rare opportunity. A single moment of epiphany was more useful than decades of cultivation. The reason why bottlenecks were called bottlenecks was that they could not be broken through by relying on cultivation or ordinary comprehension. They could only be broken through by relying on sudden inspiration and epiphany. The battle outside was still as intense as ever. The peak stage divine generals fought each other for a while. If they didn't use their ultimate moves, it would be very difficult to kill their opponents. Given how chaotic the situation was, who would dare to use their ultimate moves without hesitation? As a result, the situation fell into a stalemate. Instead, it was the low-level cultivators in the various teams who suffered. In such a chaotic situation, he was suddenly shot in the head by a black knife and a black spear, and died inexplicably. As more and more spatial rings and divine crystals floated in the air, more and more people died. Most of the people present went completely crazy. Under the double temptation of benefits and death, many cultivators began to use their ultimate moves with bloodshot eyes. As long as it wasn't someone they didn't know, they would kill them first. Originally, it was 2 teams against 2 teams. Then, it became a chaotic battle between 4 teams. Finally, it became a chaotic battle between everyone. A bunch of fools. This first-level divine general man is so vicious. He actually used such a despicable scheme. However, it's no wonder that this bunch of fools fell for it. They all thought that he was a first-level divine general trash cultivator that could be killed easily. Moreover, those 2 girls aren't very strong. When he takes out that terrifying saber, I'm sure everyone will be dumbfounded and regret it. A cold laugh suddenly rang out from a pile of rocks over 10 li south of the battlefield. It was a burly man with brown curly hair and a full beard. He sat cross-legged in the pile of rocks with his eyes closed. However, his divine sense constantly swept across the battlefield in the north. It was none other than Divine General Qingyao. Qingyao had fallen. He had escaped from the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range and completed his mission with great difficulty. He had originally planned to rest and reorganize himself. However, he had unexpectedly received a message from an important figure who had given him a mission. The reward was not bad. However, when he heard that the location of the mission was the third-class baleful stream, he did not hesitate and rushed in with his team excitedly. Everything had gone smoothly after he entered. He had earned divine stones rapidly, until this first-level divine general man walked towards them with a black saber. He had fallen for it completely. It wasn't that he had to pay double the reward for failing the mission. He could still afford it. It was just that he was the only one left of the Qingyao team that he had painstakingly managed for tens of thousands of years. Although he was the soul of the team and the strongest, everyone in the team had died. However, all the members of the team had died. If he wanted to form another team with such strength, it would probably take him tens of thousands of years. Moreover, half of the team members' divine gems were purchased by him, and he had yet to earn back his capital. Now all of it was gone. Therefore, he wanted to take revenge on Yi Qinghan. Therefore, he had been following Yi Qinghan ever since he had left the ancient castle. He believed that Yi Qinghan would make a move in the end. As long as he made a move, he would have the chance to take revenge. Most importantly, he would have the chance to obtain that terrifying demonic saber. Just to be safe, I'll release a memory god bug and sneak a peek at what that cultivator is doing. In order to avoid attracting Yi Qinghan's attention, Qingyao did not extend his divine sense into the cave. The cave was very small. No matter how careful he was, he would be easily discovered. After pondering for a moment, he decided to release an image god bug to investigate. This memory god bug was small and did not have any divine power. Could not attack and was just like an ordinary bug. It was not fast either. However, it had a special function that was well liked by the cultivators of the immortal realm. It could automatically memorize the images it saw. Moreover, cultivators only needed to use their divine sense to search its soul to see what it saw. It was a must-have item for bounty teams and cultivators who frequently went out to fight. He took out a green bottle from his spatial ring and opened it. A few grain-sized bugs flew out at lightning speed. Then, Qingyao used his divine sense to issue a few commands. The bugs burrowed into the ground and burrowed into the cave that Yi Qinghan was in. Chapter 566. It's about time, Yi Qinghan observed for a while. Although he was amazed by the attacks of peak divine generals and envious of their tyrannical and powerful attacks, he wanted to observe more of them. However, the battle outside was almost over. The craziest moment had passed, and there were hundreds of corpses on the ground. If he waited any longer, some of the martial artists would begin to awaken, and some of them would start to flee. If a few escaped, he wouldn't be able to chase after them, and it would be troublesome if he didn't. Most importantly, the martial artists in front of him were not martial artists in Yi Qinghan's eyes. They were a pile of glowing divine crystals and countless divine stones. If he had to actively hunt martial artists, he might feel that it was too cruel, and he would feel uneasy about it. However, he was more than happy to have more of these divine stones delivered to his doorstep. He needed a huge amount of divine stones to purchase the position of Flame Dragon Overlord. If he could gather all of them in this baleful stream, that would be for the best. As for whether or not he would be discovered by the divine kings in the castle after killing so many people, this was no longer within his consideration. If he didn't kill them, he would die. He was about to die, so why would he need to consider so much? Miss Yaohua, I'm going to make my move. Yi Qinghan retracted his divine sense and turned to look at Yi Yaorao, who was still cultivating, as he spoke to Niu Yaohua. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Niu Yaohua's face immediately flushed red. She averted her eyes and stood up, preparing to walk into the small cave. What are you going to do? I said I'm going to make my move. Why are you running? Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. He had seen that Yi Yaorao was still in the middle of her epiphany. He couldn't disturb her, so he could only helplessly decide to mutilate himself to temporarily alleviate his baleful aura. He had wanted to tell Niu Yaohua not to be surprised when she saw him mutilate himself, nor to stop him. This would prevent a situation like Yi Yaorao's from happening again. Such a young child, if he were to spoil his body like this, how could he have the face to do it? Moreover, she didn't have Yi Yaorao's cold aura. How could she endure it? He couldn't do this. Why should I run? If I don't go in, am I supposed to stay here? Big bro Yi, you're getting naughtier and naughtier. I told you, if you want to marry me, you have to wait 4 more years. You can't do that now. I can't tell you the exact reason, but Niu Haiyan's face, which was as perfect as a fairy's, suddenly turned as red as blood when she heard Yi Qinghan's question. Her limpid eyes were about to drip water. She wanted to explain, but she realized that it wasn't easy to do so. She was flustered and embarrassed. What and what? What are you thinking in that little head of yours? It's not what you think. I don't want to do anything to you. What I mean is, I will use some extreme methods to get rid of the murderous aura. Whatever I let you see and hear, don't be surprised, and don't stop me. He just needed to watch from the side. Understand? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was confused. Why was she involved in this again? He wasn't going to do anything bad. So why was he so nervous? He hurriedly explained. Big brother Yi, you're too bad. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I can't see anything, and I can't hear anything. I'm going in to cultivate. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, Niu Yanhua's head was so low that it was almost touching her slightly bulging breasts. Like a frightened rabbit, she ran into the stone cave and shut off her divine sense, hearing, and sight. Her face was boiling hot. Bad guy, too bad. She didn't realize that this Yi Qinghan was so bad. Extreme methods. It wasn't like she didn't know what kind of extreme methods he was using. He wanted her to watch from the side, not be surprised, and not stop him. He wanted her to watch them put on an erotic show. This kind of unreasonable request, how could he say it so easily? This is ridiculous. Forget about her. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. A young girl's mind is really like rain, fog, and wind. I can't guess. Yi Qinghan shook his head in confusion. What did he say? What did he do? How did it become bad? Seeing that the situation outside was getting out of control, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to call out Xiao He, who was cultivating. Then, he gave him a few instructions and asked him to watch over the situation. Then, he slowly walked out. Big brother is going to do something stupid again. But this is my original big brother. The big brother that I like and respect. Xiao He knew what Yi Qinghan was going to do, so he didn't stop him. Instead, he quietly crouched at the entrance of the stone cave and waited for his return. However, just as Little Black was looking outside, a few black bugs suddenly appeared on the ground and walls of the stone cave. These black bugs appeared on the walls and ground for a moment before disappearing. They actually turned into the same appearance as the ground and walls. Yi Yaorao was cultivating, and Niu Yanhua just happened to shut off her divine sense and hearing. When no one was paying attention, these bugs hid themselves. As more and more people died, Third Stone, Firehawk, and the others were secretly regretting their actions. But they couldn't stop now. The grudge between them had grown deeper and deeper, and their peak divine generals were all in a killing frenzy. One of Third Stone's subordinates had even tried to escape, but one of his peak divine generals had killed him. The 4 leaders realized that the peak divine generals under them were much more excited than they were. They were fighting with much more fervor. They really wanted to stop. They knew very well that if this went on, all 4 of them would suffer heavy losses. Moreover, after fighting for so long, other teams might have already noticed them. They might all end up empty-handed in the end. At the very least, they knew that the 4 of them couldn't do anything to each other. If this went on, it would become a war of attrition. In the end, all 4 of them would either become leaders without an army or die. Everyone, you're having a lot of fun. Everyone, stop. Quiet down. At this moment, a frivolous voice rang out. It wasn't loud. but the frivolous tone and the owner of the voice stunned everyone. In the end, the 4 leaders decisively shouted for everyone to stop. Stop what? Big brother, are you crazy? You think you can stop now? Fire Eagle, you killed my brother, and you still want to stop? Take this title, love. Damn it. I already told you to stop, but you still dare to sneak up on me? Brothers, get your weapons and kill him. Although the 4 leaders wanted to stop, the peak divine generals under them didn't. If they didn't continue fighting, their bosses would definitely reap the rewards in the end. They had worked themselves to the bone and climbed mountains of blades and seas of fire for nothing. Now that they finally had such a good opportunity, they naturally wouldn't stop. In an instant, the scene became chaotic again. When one person attacked, the others would also attack. In the end, it became a complete melee. Why does this person dare to speak to us like this? As the melee continued, countless people began to wonder why this first-layer divine general dared to speak to them like this. Did he think that he could speak to them like this just because he was relying on that little girl? It seemed like they would have to teach him a lesson later and let him know what it meant to be impudent. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. He also wanted them to continue fighting so that only a few people were left. However, he saw that some people had already started to sneak away. Furthermore, the battle had been going on for so long. If they continued fighting, they might attract the attention of others. It was better to end the battle quickly. Damn it! Are you done yet? Do you want to fight? I will play with you all. He hurriedly released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. He shouted angrily. With a wave of his hand, the black slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. As soon as the slaughter god blade appeared, everything in the arena strangely stopped. A few martial artists who were about to escape also felt something and stopped in their tracks. They looked over in fear. At this moment, everyone's eyes were locked on the blade in Yi Qinghan's hand. When they saw him charging towards them coldly, they were stunned. Chapter 567. What's going on? Why is he rushing towards us? Why is he going to fight with us? Why is he going to fight all of us? Isn't he a trash warrior? Why is his aura so terrifying? No, his saber is very strange, but why does he think that he can charge towards us with just a saber? Why is he yelling at us like this? However, when Yi Qinghan's body suddenly stopped moving forward and he brandished that terrifying blade, everyone knew what he was relying on. We've been tricked. Ghost Eye was the first to react. Despite the confusion in his mind, he rushed out. However, halfway through, he held his head and rolled in pain in the air. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No, it's not a cicada at all. We're actually hunting a tiger. Countless people now knew why he had dared to sit on the boulder without fear and wait for so many people to surround him without batting an eyelid. Why Yi Qinghan dared to talk to them like that. He didn't rely on the little girl, but on the saber in his hand. Let's do it. Dozens of miles away, Qing Yao suddenly opened his eyes. When the saber released that evil, cold aura, his soul consciousness felt a chill, and he hurriedly retracted it. Then he saw a black fog completely shrouding the north, and no one escaped. Thinking back to the scene near the teleportation array, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly at that time. Fortunately, he had the strength to barely escape. Otherwise, he might have turned into a pile of bones in the end. All of a sudden, he found another strange scene. The evil demons, who were affected by the battle in the north, were slowly moving towards that direction. But now, as if they had taken an aphrodisiac, their speed increased several times and they rushed towards the north. Good. It's best to demonize that kid, and then I can enjoy the benefits. Qing Yao blinked his eyes and suddenly thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he sneered faintly. This is a good opportunity. I'll lure a group of demons over and completely demonize him. At that time, I'll be able to easily obtain that demon saber. Yi Qinghan had a horrified expression on his face. He did not dare to rush forward alone and take the risk. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could he not seize it? He believed that if he could obtain this saber, his strength would definitely soar several times. At that time, not only would he be able to leave this place easily before the Blood Moon Day, but this saber could also allow a first-level Divine General to easily kill a group of peak Divine Generals. It was definitely a precious treasure that could make up for his huge losses. Laughing coldly, he leaped into the air and dashed away. Follow me, follow me. Let's see if you don't die this time. Divine General Qing Yao circled around and attracted dozens of evil demons. He quietly looked at the battlefield, only to find that the black fog had already dissipated. Instead, it had been enveloped by the roiling evil demon aura. However, the demon that he had lured over was no longer chasing after him. Instead, it was rushing towards the cave where Yi Qinghan was. He could not help but grin in excitement. It's not safe. I'll lure more of them over. Qing Yao waited nearby for a while and realized that the demons had not dispersed. Instead, the black fog was slowly decreasing. He sighed in his heart. This brat was really good at fighting. At the same time, he was looking forward to the Slaughter God Saber. It allowed a first-level Divine General to disperse so much of the evil demon aura so quickly. This saber was not simple. After looking at it for a while, he felt that it was not safe yet. He quickly dashed away and continued to lure the demons over. He planned to let the demons exhaust him to death. He did not believe that Yi Qinghan, who was only a first-level Divine General, would be able to last for so long. Along the way, Qing Yao saw that the demons were enraged. Then he led them and started to run. With his peak stage Divine General speed, although the demons were fast, they still could not catch up to him. The evil demon aura in front is so terrifying? No, damn it, it's the evil demon king. Qing Yao's footsteps suddenly changed, and his expression changed. The black fog in front of him was obviously darker than the evil demon aura, and the aura it gave off was even more terrifying. He easily recognized that it was the evil demon king. In the past, he was also sent to the third-grade Baleful Een stream, but at that time, his strength was not so high. That evil demon king easily demonized a group of Divine General martial artists, and ordinary Divine General martial artists were not its match. Only peak-stage Divine General martial artists could barely deal with it, but it was very difficult to kill it. This is not right? Am I so powerful now? Even if I can't defeat it, I can still escape? Instinctively, Qing Yao had the thought of escaping when he saw the evil demon king. However, after running a few steps, he suddenly woke up. He was no longer the cat or dog he was in the past. Now, his strength was half a step into the God King realm. Although this evil demon king was terrifying, as long as he was careful, he would be fine. Ha! You are still not dead? The beard on Qing Yao's face suddenly rose, his eyes sparkling with a sharp light. He turned around and rushed towards the evil demon king. While he was in midair, the circular saber in his hand spat out a red and black chi wave, smashing towards the evil demon king. SS. Qing Yao's chi wave only caused the evil demon king's black mist to tremble slightly. Then, a strange sound came from the black mist. At the same time, the black mist suddenly condensed into a huge black hand that was dozens of meters long. It moved as fast as lightning, and with a sinister aura, it smashed towards Qing Yao. This evil demon king was completely different from other demons. It could actually condense the black mist to attack. Moreover, its reaction and attack speed were so fast. Qing Yao snorted coldly. After shooting out the chi wave, his body did not stay in the air. Instead, he shot up into the sky. The circular saber in his hand flashed with a red and black light again. This time, it did not shoot out the chi wave. Instead, it smashed towards the huge hand in the sky. His body lit up with a blue light shield, and he quickly followed the circular saber towards the huge hand. Bang! The circular saber hit the huge hand, and the light on the saber became even more dazzling. At the same time, Qing Yao waved his hand again, and a chi wave heavily struck the circular saber. This circular saber actually started to spin, and it directly shattered the black mist around it. Then it broke through the air. Qing Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of satisfaction. His body followed the circular saber, and he quickly rushed out of the opening in the huge black hand. Boom! The huge hand hit the ground, and the surrounding area shook. Yellow sand and gravel flew everywhere, and a deep pit several meters deep appeared on the ground. The black mist condensed by the evil Demon King could actually produce the power of a material attack. It was really shocking. That was close. Qing Yao did not care about the deep pit on the ground. Instead, he sighed that he had not been touched by the huge hand. He knew very well that the most terrifying thing about the huge hand was not its power. He did not care about this little bit of power. The most terrifying thing about the huge hand was that many people thought that it was an energy attack. When faced with the huge hand, they would want to block it. But once they blocked it, it would be bad. If they were enveloped by the black mist, they would instantly be demonized. This was the aura of the evil Demon King. Go! Qing Yao's face revealed a trace of ferocity, and he rushed towards the stone cave where Yi Qinghan was. He actually killed half of the demons? This saber is indeed a rare treasure. Qing Yao did not hide anymore, and directly ran towards the stone cave as fast as he could. When he saw that more than half of the black mist outside the stone cave had dispersed, he could not help but be shocked. Then he looked at the evil Demon King behind him, and when he began to run towards the stone cave, he let out a long laugh and directly shouted in the air. Let's see if you will die this time. You killed my brother. Today I will let you die miserably. Even if you have demonized, I will still cut your body into hundreds of pieces. Otherwise, how can I vent my hatred? Chapter 568. Of course, Niu Yaohua didn't shut off her divine sense and hearing, but she didn't dare to spread out her divine sense to observe. She thought that Yi Qinghan had found out that she often eavesdropped and peeped, so he mocked her and asked her to observe in person. At this moment, who would dare to eavesdrop or peep? Big bad guy, I didn't mean to eavesdrop or peep. It's you guys who made too much noise. You actually dared to mock me like this. Humph! How could you say such shameful words? You scoundrel! Niu Yaohua was bored. She picked up the gravel on the ground and threw it around, cursing in her heart. However, its eyes would still glance towards the entrance of the cave from time to time, but it would turn back in an instant. He cursed himself for falling into depravity. It had been half a month since she had heard that strange sound and watched that explosive battle. She felt a little itchy in her heart, as if there was an invisible and inexplicable force urging her to secretly roar, roar. When she heard Yi Qinghan's hoarse roar, Niu Yanhua knew that the battle outside had ended, but the battle inside the cave was about to start again. Her face reddened and she sealed off her divine sense and hearing. Closing her eyes, Niu Yaohua told herself not to think about it. She could not fall any further. She was the pure little princess of the Thunder Clan, not a girl of fallen Red City. How could she be so shameful? However, the more he spoke, the more he thought about it. His mind was still filled with random thoughts. There are so many people this time. Big Brother Ye's killing intent must be very strong. The battle this time must be very intense. Bah, no matter how intense it is, what does it have to do with you? Could it be that you want to join? Bah. Fireworks. How could you be so shameless? Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. You can't overthink things. Niu Haihua's face turned purple. She clenched her pink fists tightly and bit her lips so hard that they turned white. However, after a moment, he opened his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and thought to himself in shock. Isn't elder sister alluring Rao in the middle of an epiphany? Oh no. It seemed like such a good opportunity was going to be destroyed by Big Brother Yi. If I hadn't interrupted her, Sister alluring Rao might have broken through to the divine general realm. Something wasn't right. Although Big Brother Yi is bad, he treats Sister alluring Rao very well, so he probably won't interrupt her. Then how will he get rid of the killing intent? Niu Haiyan thought for a moment, but in the end, she still couldn't help but feel puzzled. She turned on her hearing and decided to sense the situation outside. But when she heard this, she jumped in fright. Then she broke into a run and rushed out. In the cave outside, Yi Qinghan was lying on the ground. His body was covered in blood, and his muscles were trembling. His handsome face was twisted, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was howling in pain. Yi Yaorao, on the other hand, was still maintaining her original posture. It was clear that she was still in the midst of comprehension. His spirit beast, Xiao He, gazed at Yi Qinghan with a pained expression on its face, but it didn't do anything. Brother Yi. Niu Huihua's limpid eyes were suddenly filled with tears. She understood that she had wrongly accused Yi Qinghan. The special method Yi Qinghan spoke of was actually not doing that with Yi Yaorao, but turning him into this miserable state. He hurriedly rushed towards Yi Qinghan with great distress and anxiety. Stand there and don't move. If you go over, you'll make boss feel even worse. Niu Huihua's body was suddenly blocked by a black figure in front of her. Xiao He looked at Niu Haiyan coldly and said, he didn't have a good impression of this woman who had caused Yi Qinghan and himself to fall into the baleful Yin stream. What's going on? How did Big Brother Yi become like this? Is he in danger? What can I help him with? I still have spirit medicine. I have a lot of spirit medicine. Niu Huihua stopped and looked at Xiao He. She thought of something and hurriedly took out countless bottles from her spatial ring. Her petite body trembled slightly. Boss will be fine. Boss ate healing medicine and will recover on his own. Without Boss's instructions, I don't dare to use your spirit medicine. Let's wait for Boss to wake up first. When Xiao He saw that Niu Huihua was genuinely worried about Yi Qinghan, his tone became slightly better. He originally didn't want to explain too much, but in the end, he still said, Boss has been invaded by the baleful aura, and his mind is filled with killing intent and evil fire. Right now, he can't vent the evil fire. He can only use self-harm to vent some of his killing intent. Then wasn't the first time he left us to self-harm? When Xiao He said this, Niu Huihua suddenly recalled the first time Yi Qinghan used the Slaughter God blade and released the black fog to kill the dwarf. That battle saved everyone but left arrogantly. In the end, he probably laid alone in an unknown cave and mutilated himself. When she thought of this, her heart ached even more. Tears flowed down her face. Yi Qinghan always looked like a playboy on the surface, but she didn't expect him to suffer so much pain behind the scenes. Furthermore, when the group left alone, he still came to save her. He didn't even blame or say a single word. Instead, he comforted her. What kind of breadth of mind was this? What kind of man was this? Big Brother had suffered a lot. He was always so stupid and always liked to suffer silently by himself. He only knows how to share wealth with us, but he isn't willing to go through thick and thin with us. He is the boss that I respect the most. He will always be the boss. Xiao He's small eyes were also shining with tears. He thought about how Yi Qinghan always used his thin and weak shoulders to hold up the sky for everyone. He wasn't a person who liked to fight, but he was forced to fight time and time again. He actually liked to live a comfortable life, but pain and disaster continued to befall him. And he is a good person, a fool. Niu Yaohua thought back to the times when Yi Qinghan had risked his life and rushed out at the most dangerous time to save everyone from the fire and water, but he had never made any requests. Under his unruly appearance, there was an incomparably kind and pure heart. She found it very strange that a fool like him could survive for so long in the dangerous and cruel divine world. Let's see if you will die this time. The human and beast looked at Yi Qinghan, who was howling on the ground in a daze. However, they were awakened by a loud roar from outside. Niu Huihua was stunned for a moment before she suddenly woke up. She had an impression of this voice. It was the voice of the peak stage god general team leader. Then, she hurriedly sent her divine sense out, and her face suddenly turned green. Devil King, Xiao He, can this slaughter god blade withstand the Devil King? Feeling the extremely strong aura outside, Niu Huihua looked at Xiao He anxiously and shouted, What, Devil King? Xiao He was also shocked, and all the hair on his body stood up. His eyes were filled with anxiety as he looked at Yi Qinghan on the ground. He shook his head and said in fear, I don't know. We have never encountered a Devil King before. I also don't know if I can withstand it. We are in trouble this time. Niu Huihua's face was extremely solemn. In the face of absolute danger, she calmed down. With a wave of her hand, A long phoenix staff appeared in her hand. Her eyes shone brightly as she shouted, "I hope this slaughter god blade can withstand it. I can still withstand the peak stage god general for a while. However, if this slaughter god blade cannot withstand the devil king, we will not be able to escape." Chapter 569. Buzz! Just as Xiao He was pacing around anxiously and Niu Haohua was extremely nervous, a red light lit up inside the cave, almost snapping their nerves. Xiao He bared his teeth and was about to go berserk, while Niu Haohua almost activated Thunder God's protection. The two of them turned their heads at the same time, a cold glint in their eyes as they locked onto the source of the light. "What are you doing?" Yi Qingrao opened her eyes and was shocked to see Xiao He and Niu Haohua in such a state. Her originally good mood was now somewhat baffled. Then she heard a low roar beside her, and her expression changed. She looked over and saw Yi Qinghan's mangled body. She was so frightened that her face paled, especially when she saw that his limbs were completely crippled just like before. She knew that he was doing this so that she could meditate and not disturb him. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head and cried, "Qinghan, Qinghan, how are you? Why are you so stupid? You big idiot." "Phew, Sister Qingrao, calm down. Big brother Yi won't die yet. Take him to the cave inside and see if there's any way to help him recover faster. Hurry, the situation is dire." Although Niu Haohua looked calm on the outside, her heart was a mess. At such a crucial moment, Yi Qinghan had temporarily lost his martial strength. She wasn't even confident that she could hold out against that peak divine general for long, let alone the demon king that was getting closer. Although Yi Qingrao had broken through to the divine general realm at such a crucial moment, it wasn't very useful. As for Xiao He, she completely ignored him. She had always thought that Xiao He was Yi Qinghan's spiritual pet. Although this spiritual pet was a divine beast, it didn't change anything. Thus, she believed that she was the only one who could hold out for a while. Now that Yi Qingrao had finished her epiphany, this was undoubtedly good news for her. At the very least, she could try to wake Yi Qinghan up as soon as possible. Right now, she already saw Yi Qinghan as her greatest pillar of support. This Yi Yao Rao hesitated. Although she didn't understand what Niu Hua meant when she said the situation was critical, when she saw Yi Qinghan in such pain, she blushed, clenched her teeth, and rushed into the cave with him in her arms. Then, she released her god's domain and enveloped the entire cave. Niu Haiyan curled her lips. Yi Yao Rao's god's domain was actually not activated at all. Anyone with a stronger divine sense than her could easily probe her. Of course, she wasn't in the mood to peep and eavesdrop at the moment. Xiao He and Niu Yanhua were alarmed for a moment. They spread out their divine senses again to observe the situation outside. Hiss! Hiss! The demon king outside had already rushed over, and his berserk aura caused the demons at the cave entrance to tremble even more violently. Seeing the demon king charging at him, he wanted to dodge, but he was unable to move his body. He could only look at the devil king in fear and then at the slaughter god blade in fear. Supreme slaughter god blade? Hiss, this holy object, how could it appear in the god realm? Ha! Suddenly, a low voice came from the black fog, shocking Niu Haiyan and Xiao He. Xiao He was shocked that the demon king could actually speak. Niu Haiyan knew that the demon king had intelligence that was not lower than a human's. Not only could it speak, but it also had a special attack method. This was also why the demon king was so terrifying. She was shocked by the demon king's words. The demon king actually called this blade a holy object? She thought about how the demons were attracted to the slaughter god blade but did not dare to go near it. She thought about the two words slaughter god on the blade and how this blade could actually absorb the demon's aura. Niu Haiyan seemed to understand something, and a trace of despair appeared in her eyes. Supreme slaughter god blade. This blade is indeed not an ordinary object. Haha, fortune and misfortune come together. I, Lord Qingyao, am going to be rich today. After Qingyao lured the demon king over, he felt that Yi Qinghan was definitely going to die. Thus, he roared without any fear. Although he was 10 miles away, His spiritual sense was locked onto the stone cave without any scruples. When he saw Yi Qinghan lying on the ground in a bloody mess, he saw that the slaughter god blade was absorbing the demon's aura. He knew that he was going to be lucky today. So what if everyone in the team died? Looking at the situation now, not only would he be able to complete his mission, but he would also be able to obtain a treasured blade with a powerful background. Supreme Slaughter God Blade. What kind of blade was worthy of the word supreme? How can I obtain that blade from the Demon King? Qing Yao's eyes lit up. He did not even consider whether the three of them could survive the Demon King's attack. Instead, he was thinking about how to safely snatch the Slaughter God Blade from the Demon King. As for obtaining the lightning horn on Niu Haiyan's head after completing the mission, that was even simpler. After Niu Haiyan demonized, the horn would still be there, right? The Demon King is making his move. Qing Yao's divine sense shone brightly as his divine sense locked onto the Demon King. He was looking for a suitable opportunity to obtain the Slaughter God Blade first. The holy artifact actually belongs to me, Lord Demon Blood. Haha, with this holy artifact, I will become a powerful existence like the Azura King sooner or later. The Demon King let out an excited cry as the demon aura around his body started to spin rapidly, sending countless corpses and demons flying. Finally, it transformed into a huge black hand that grabbed at the Slaughter God Blade. It's over. I should have known that this Slaughter God Blade can deter demons. If it's not a holy artifact from the divine world, it must be a holy artifact from the demon world. The Demon King was not like the demons. How could it be deterred? I can only fight it out. Thunder God's protection. Niu Haiyan used her divine sense to check on the Demon King outside. He was not deterred by the Slaughter God Blade at all. Instead, he was extremely excited as he transformed a huge hand to snatch the blade. She laughed bitterly and had no choice but to use her origin ability to release the Thunder God's protection. She had to hold on for now. Bang! The white barrier that had just lit up shook violently as the demon's huge hand slammed into it. Niu Haiyan's body also shook as her face turned pale. Human martial artist. How dare you stop me, Lord Demon Blood, from retrieving the holy artifact? Do you think that human martial artists like you can have our holy artifact? This blade can only belong to the demon world. Break for me. Welcome to the demon world. I will bestow upon you the symbol of the demon world, the demon aura. The bone-chilling sound continued to ring out, and as it rang out, more and more large hands smashed down. Every time a hand smashed down, the white barrier became lighter and lighter. Niu Haiyan's face turned paler and paler as blood started to seep out from the corner of her mouth. Boss, wake up. Niu Haiyan can't hold on any longer. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao He watched as more blood flowed out from the corner of Niu Haiyan's mouth. Her body trembled even more violently as if she was going to collapse at any moment. Xiao He was extremely anxious as he continuously used his soul spirit to send voice transmissions to Yi Qinghan. However, his voice transmissions were like mud flowing into the sea. There was no response at all. Bang! The Thunder God's protection finally couldn't hold on any longer. It crumbled and turned into white fog. Niu Haiyan's body also went soft as she fell to the ground and fainted. As the Thunder God's protection crumbled, the Demon King's huge hand was no longer obstructed. It directly smashed down on the stone cave. Everywhere the huge hand passed, the huge rocks turned into dust as it smashed down on the few of them. Chapter 570. Buzz! All of a sudden, the Slaughter God Blade emitted a gentle white light that enveloped the surrounding few meters of the cave. The moment the Devil King's huge hand came into contact with the white light, it dissipated and was absorbed by the white light. It was as though the huge hand was made of water and had smashed into a piece of burning iron. No matter how much water there was, it evaporated the moment it touched the hand. How is this possible? The holy relic has an owner? How can a holy relic recognize a human as its owner? How is this possible? Is it not a holy relic? Why is it exactly the same as the holy relic? The Devil King roared and continued to use his demonic aura to attack the Slaughter God blade. However, it was easily dissolved by the Slaughter God blade's gentle light, and the demonic aura in his body became lesser and lesser. This blade is so scary. Xiaohei was stunned. He did not expect the Slaughter God blade to be able to withstand his attack. What was the origin of this blade? Could it be a holy relic from the demon world? If not, why was it so strange and scary? He glanced at the unconscious Niu Huahua and sighed helplessly. It seemed like he had used the Thunder God's protection too early. Boss, wake up! Although Blackie's divine sense was not very powerful, he could still vaguely sense Qing Yao, who was watching them from afar. The Slaughter God blade might be able to withstand the Devil King, but it definitely could not withstand the Peak Stage God General. Once the Devil King's demonic aura was depleted, the God General would definitely make a move. SS, that's right. If I kill the owner of the holy relic, it will become an ownerless object. It will definitely not protect its owner. I, Lord Demon Blood, am too smart. After attacking for a while, the Devil King realized that not only were his attacks ineffective, but his accumulated demonic aura would also be completely devoured. He quickly stopped attacking. Then, he suddenly thought of something and retracted his demonic aura, revealing a tall man with greenish-black scales all over his body. Even his eyes were greenish-black. His cold eyes flickered. Then, he made a grabbing motion in the air, grabbing a giant axe from the ground in the distance and throwing it into the cave with all his might. Humph! Xiaohei's body flashed and he appeared outside the cave. His sharp claws grabbed at the oncoming giant axe and sent it flying. Then, he returned to the cave like a bolt of lightning. Little bastard, you're courting death. Demon Blood opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of blue fangs. However, he didn't retreat, instead madly fleeing into the distance. Under Xiaohei's astonished gaze, he carried the two demons and rushed towards the cave. What are they doing? Xiaohei's body suddenly enlarged, and he carried the unconscious Niu Huahua on his back. He retreated and stood guard outside the small stone cave, looking at the Demon King's actions in confusion. At the same time, he quietly sent a sound transmission into the cave. This time, he did not send it to Yi Qinghan, but to Yi Yaorao. He told her to get ready to escape with Yi Qinghan if anything went wrong. Bang! The Demon King directly threw the two demons towards the huge stone. The two demons watched as the Slaughter God saber got closer and closer. Their bodies trembled even more violently as they screamed in fear. However, the Slaughter God saber had already absorbed most of their demon aura. They were like two tigers that had lost their fangs and claws. They could only look scary, but they didn't have any attack power. Bang! Something that made Xiaohei even more astonished happened. The two demons actually landed at the entrance of the stone cave. Although there was still a trace of black fog around their bodies, it was quickly absorbed by the Slaughter God saber's radiance. However, nothing happened to them at all. They only looked at the Slaughter God saber in fear. Their bodies curled up and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Not good. Yaorao, bring boss away. Xiaohei finally understood why the Demon King was doing this. His eyes shone coldly as he sent a sound transmission to Yi Yaorao. At the same time, the god power in his body surged. SS. As expected, the Demon King, Mo Shui, raised his head to the sky and laughed maniacally. His body rushed straight towards the stone cave. When he touched the light of the Slaughter God saber, his body shrank slightly. The black fog that was dissipating on the surface of his body was absorbed, but he did not feel any discomfort. He laughed out loud as he stretched out his green claws and slashed at the huge stone. Boom! The huge stone was instantly sent flying and shattered into pieces. Stone fragments flew everywhere, revealing four figures. The Slaughter God saber was also sent flying. It landed on the ground at a slanted angle, but it still emitted a gentle radiance. Run! Xiaohei let out a furious roar as he carried Niu Huihua on his back and charged forward. Yi Yaorao, on the other hand, was in a disheveled state. She was carrying Yi Qinghan, whose eyes were still bloodshot. Xiaohei and Yi Yaorao didn't even look at the Slaughter God saber on the ground. At this moment, Their lives were more important. How could they care about the slaughter god saber? Furthermore, Xiao Hei's original intention was to let the Demon King and the God General snatch the slaughter god saber so that they would have a chance to escape. Why isn't the God General making a move? And luckily, the Demon King is attracted by the slaughter god saber. There is still a chance. Run, run, run. After running for a few thousand meters, Xiao Hei used his divine sense to lock onto the Demon King. When he realized that the Demon King wasn't chasing after them but was circling around the slaughter god saber, he was elated. However, his running figure suddenly stopped. He realized that Yi Yaorao wasn't going in the same direction as him. Instead, she was carrying Yi Qinghan and running in another direction. He couldn't help but be puzzled as he shouted, "Yi Yaorao, where are you bringing my boss?" "Xiao Hei, don't follow us. Go." At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in Xiao Hei's mind, causing him to jolt. This was Yi Qinghan's voice. However, when he heard the words clearly, he was even more puzzled. It seemed like it wasn't Yi Yaorao's idea but Yi Qinghan's. However, why didn't Yi Qinghan let him follow him? Could it be that he didn't want him anymore? Hurry up and go. If not, I will not forgive you even if I die. Tell Qingyu and the rest that I have let them down. Yi Qinghan's hoarse voice rang out in Xiao Hei's mind again. He saw the green figure in the distance circling around the slaughter god saber a few times before abandoning it and rushing towards Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. Xiao Hei finally understood why Yi Qinghan wanted him to leave. He roared furiously and threw Niu Huahua away. Then, he rushed towards Yi Qinghan without any hesitation. "I'm not going. I'm not going. Boss, if I die, let's die together." Niu Huahua's petite body was suddenly thrown to the ground. She rolled a few times before regaining consciousness. When she saw Xiao Hei rushing towards Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao, she heard Xiao Hei's shout. The Demon King in the distance spat out a demonic aura again. At the same time, the demonic aura on his body surged rapidly and turned into a huge black hand that slapped towards the two people and the beast at lightning speed. Niu Huahua's mouth was bleeding again. However, she suddenly grinned. Her pair of watery eyes were devoid of life. She just stared blankly in that direction and muttered absent-mindedly, "Idiot! Idiot, the master is an idiot, and the spirit pet is even more of an idiot. He like master like pet. Go to hell, go to hell. All of you should die. Everything will be over once you die. You won't know anything after you die. Once you die, you will be free." Chapter 571. Good chance. In the distance, Qing Yao's eyes shone with a fiery light. When she saw the Devil King abandoning the slaughter god saber to chase after Yi Qinghan, she felt her heart pounding. Sighing at this heaven-sent opportunity, Qing Yao's body shone with divine power as he rushed towards the slaughter god saber. Boom! The huge hand in the distance finally slammed down, causing the ground to shake violently. Dust and gravel flew into the air. However, Qing Yao was not in the mood to watch this spectacular scene. He did not care about the life and death of the two humans and the beast. He did not even have the mood to look at Niu Yaohua. His eyes were tightly shut, and tears were dripping down the corners of his eyes. "Ha ha! I got it!" Qing Yao looked at the slaughter god saber that was emitting a holy light. The fire in his eyes grew stronger. At this moment, he only had eyes for the saber. He did not care about anything else. An excited smile appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand to grab the saber hilt. Buzz! However, Qing Yao suddenly realized something that terrified him. Just as his hand was about an inch away from the slaughter god saber, he saw a white light. After that, his body suddenly froze, and he could not move at all. Niu Yaohua, who was lying not far away, suddenly woke up. She also felt a white light flash past her closed eyes. Furthermore, the tears at the corners of her eyes stopped flowing. When she wanted to open her eyes to check, she realized that she could not even open her eyes. The Devil King was also shocked. At this moment, his green eyes were tightly shut, and the sinister smile on his face was still there. The black fog around his body seemed to have solidified and was no longer surging. Just now, when his demonic aura turned into a huge hand and slammed towards the two humans and the beast. He suddenly saw a blinding white light in front of him. He instinctively closed his eyes, but he realized that he could not open them anymore. Abruptly, Qing Yao, Niu Yaohua, and the Devil King felt their bodies turn cold. An extremely powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. Under this aura, time and space seemed to have stopped. The sandstorm stopped blowing, and at this moment, the world became quiet. This aura, Qing Yao's heart was filled with anxiety and fear, but his face didn't change at all. It wasn't that he was calm, but the muscles on his face couldn't move. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a look of shock. He had felt this aura once before. Last time in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range, his team and the countless teams of demon hunters in the mountain range had encountered a grade 7 demonic beast. Just as countless people were prepared to die in despair, a powerhouse suddenly descended. He also brought with him an aura that made people feel fear from the depths of their souls. At that time, tens of thousands of martial artists were also unable to move. In the end, the expert killed the 7th-level demonic beast in one move and left quietly. Only then were the people able to move. After that, he found out that this person was a top-notch expert of the Longyang Manor, a manor lord who happened to be passing by and saved their lives. This person was the 7th-grade war god, the master of the Golden Horn Mansion, the crippled emperor. Although Niu Yaohua couldn't open her eyes, her heart was burning with passion. She clearly understood the strength of this aura. It was definitely the strength of a 7th-grade war god. And the only one in the evil spirit stream who had such strength was Lord God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao. Recalling how Lord God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao had spared her life for no reason, and then Xiao He had disappeared mysteriously, she couldn't help but feel excited. This aura, although Yi Qinghan was overwhelmed by murderous aura, after the self-mutilation and Yi Yaorao's temporary treatment, he had regained a bit of consciousness. When he was in despair, he saw a white light flash, and then this aura descended. Moreover, under this aura, the murderous aura in his head and the wounds on his body were recovering at 100-fold speed. When he sensed this aura, he was ecstatic and calmed down. He was absolutely sure that they would be out of danger this time, because he was familiar with this aura. He had felt this aura once before. It was outside Song City when Jin Lin was killed. This was Lord Devour's aura. At this moment, he finally understood why Lord Devour didn't worry and let Xiao He follow him to the divine world. He finally understood Lord Devour's arrangement. This necklace. Xiao He blinked, looking at the archaic necklace on his neck in fright. He knew this necklace. Before Lord Devour left the Fire Dragon continent, he had asked Lord Jiu to give him this necklace. At that time, he had blamed Lord Devour for giving him a useless and ugly necklace. After he had put it on, the necklace had disappeared into his body. It had been a long time and he had almost forgotten about it. He had never thought that the necklace would emerge at this moment. Moreover, it glowed dazzlingly. Then, it released Lord Devour's aura, covering the entire area. This aura, around them there were several teams of warriors lingering. They were attracted by the battle between the 4 teams. However, after sensing the Demon King's aura, no one dared to come close. They turned around and left. However, after a while, many people felt a dazzling light from the center of the battlefield. Then, an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. They could feel it from such a far distance. Although the warriors of those teams were curious about what had happened there, no one dared to linger. They all ran away in fright, trying to get away from this troublesome place. The love of the dancing butterfly? Xiao He has activated the love of the dancing butterfly? What's going on? In an old castle 100 miles away, in a room in the middle of the courtyard, a green figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened her eyes. As she opened her eyes, everything around her seemed to lose its color. Only those beautiful eyes remained in the room. A hint of surprise flashed in this pair of enchanting eyes. She blinked and then quietly spread out her divine sense. After that, a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. She murmured softly and closed her eyes again. So it's a demon king. Humph. Courting death. Haha, Lord Devour is too good to Xiao He. She even gave her strongest divine weapon to Xiao He. What happened? Although the teleportation formation outside the castle was far from the battlefield, Divine King Wood Cauldron, who had come to welcome the newcomers, still felt a trace of it. After all, that light was too dazzling. Pondering for a while, he waved his hand and told his subordinates, "You guys take them to the castle. I'm going to check." Then he flew toward the light. Xiao He has used the love of the dancing butterfly? Seems like I have to go to the divine realm. Inside the dark castle on the Fire Dragon continent, Lord Devour put down the book in his hand and stood up. He lifted his head to look at the sky for a while. Eventually, he sighed weakly and turned to Miss Zhou, talking faintly. "Pack up. We're going to the divine realm." "This, Lord, I can also go to the divine realm? And, if you leave, what if something bad happens to the Fire Dragon continent?" Hearing Lord Devour, Miss Zhou couldn't keep her elegant smile anymore. She asked hoarsely, "I'll take you there. You can go there." Lord Devour had a gleam of arrogance in his eyes. He glanced at Miss Zhou and said faintly, "I have my own arrangement for the Fire Dragon continent. No one can mess around the place that I, Jiawu, am guarding." Chapter 572. Boss, we are saved. The necklace that my aunt gave me is so powerful. They can't even move. Hee. Little Black looked at the simple necklace around his neck. At this moment, it was emitting a faint yellow light. Because of this faint yellow light, the black hand above everyone's heads rapidly disappeared. Even the demonic aura around the Demon King's body was illuminated by this light. It was like mist being illuminated by the sun, disappearing without a trace. The Devil King and Qing Yao, who was far away, were both frozen. The Devil King's sinister smile was very obvious. While Qing Yao was still holding onto the Slaughter God blade, Xiao He said to Yi Qinghan happily. However, he saw that Yi Qinghan was also being carried by Yi Qinghan. They were still in the running position, and the despair on Yi Qinghan's face was very obvious. He flew in front of Yi Qinghan and asked, Boss, why can't you guys move? It seems like I'm the only one who can move." As Xiao He came closer, Yi Qinghan felt the murderous aura in his mind disappear faster. His soul ring also seemed to circulate more quickly. White energy flowed continuously in his body, helping him recover quickly. Yi Qinghan enjoyed this feeling very much, and he almost wanted to fall asleep just like that. However, he knew that they were not out of danger yet. Thus, he quickly communicated with Xiao He through soul telepathy. After a while, Yi Qinghan finally understood what Lord Devour's trick was. This necklace would automatically appear when Xiao He's body was injured and then emit this pale yellow light. Within the range of the light, everyone except for Xiao He was forcefully locked down. All the evil aura would be automatically eliminated. With only a necklace, Lord Devour could lock everybody here, including the peak of Divine General Expert and the Devil King. His means were truly incredible. Xiao He, hurry up and kill the Devil King. Remember to attack the space between the two corners as well. If the light isn't extinguished by then, kill the Divine General as well. Hurry! Yi Qinghan didn't have the time to wonder why this necklace was so powerful. His mind was spinning rapidly as he quickly sent a sound transmission to Xiao He through their soul connection. Although he couldn't move his body, his soul could still move. All right, Lord Xiao He will slay the demon. When Xiao He heard this, his black eyes lit up with excitement. His body turned into a black lightning bolt and directly charged towards the Devil King. His two little claws glowed with a cold light as he clawed at the Devil King's head. Chi! The devilish grin on the Devilish King's face didn't change, but his green head began to erode. Even after his entire body had been eroded, he still didn't move. His body, which had turned into cyan particles, was also floating in the air. His two cyan demon horns were also floating in the air. Haha! It's so easy to kill enemies like this, Humph. You want to snatch my boss's slaughter god saber? Go and die. Xiao He blinked his eyes in disbelief. He could not believe that he had easily killed this terrifying demon. Following which, he raised his head and looked at Qing Yao in the distance. With a cold snort, His small body turned into a black shadow once again as he charged towards Qingyao. It's over, it's over. This little bastard clearly has such a strong backer, but he was also sent to the stream of Yin spirits. Isn't he just toying with us? I can't die in peace. If Qingyao could move his face, he would definitely look worse than if his own father had died. This was too much. This man and beast. One had such a magical saber while the other had an even more perverted necklace. It was obvious that they were the descendants of strong martial artists. Such people actually came to the stream of Yin spirits to play. Wasn't he just toying with them? If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have thought of attacking these two. Pa! When a clear sound like a watermelon breaking rang out, Qingyao felt the soul in his mind start to dissipate involuntarily, after which he completely lost consciousness. No matter how strong a martial artist was, he would be easily killed if he was attacked like a live target. Boss, the Devil King and the Peak God General have been killed, but the necklace is still glowing. You guys can't move it. What should we do? Xiao He grabbed Qingyao's interspatial ring and divine crystal. When he turned around, he realized that Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao still couldn't move. He couldn't help but panic and send a voice transmission to Xiao He. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. The biggest danger had been resolved. This time, it was only because of Xiao He that the three of them had managed to escape this calamity. However, this necklace was too amazing. Could actually freeze for such a long time? With such a huge commotion, it would definitely attract the attention of some people. It was better to leave as soon as possible. However, from the looks of it, Xiao He didn't seem to know that he was using the necklace. When Lord Devour had given him the necklace, he had been in seclusion. Later on, he had heard Xiao He mention that the necklace was useless and ugly. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to it. After pondering for a while, he remembered someone and quickly sent a voice transmission to Xiao He. Wait, don't rush. Let me ask Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu didn't seem to know anything. This time, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to worry. If the light continued to shine, wouldn't they be frozen like this forever? However, after a while, he suddenly realized that the faint yellow light in front of him had disappeared. The sandstorm started to blow again, and Yi Yaorao suddenly hugged him and rushed forward. She staggered and almost fell. What's going on? Yi Qinghan rolled away from Yi Yaorao's embrace and stood on the ground. When he saw Xiao He flying towards him, he jumped onto Xiao He's shoulder and pointed at his mouth with his claw. A trace of pride flashed in his eyes as he sent a voice transmission. Hee. Boss, I will take off this necklace and place it in my mouth. Once the light disappears, you can move. I am smart, right? Ha, smart. Yaorao, carry Niu Hahua. I will go and get the blade. Yi Qinghan turned his head and reached out to touch Xiao He's head. He said to Yi Yaorao, who still had a look of fear on her face, and rushed towards the slaughter god blade. At this moment, the Demon King, which had turned into green particles, started to float along with the sandstorm. Yi Qinghan kept the two green demon horns and the slaughter god blade into his spatial ring. Then he saw that Yi Yaorao had already carried Niu Hahua. Yi Qinghan didn't say much and immediately ran away with his men. Swish! Not long after Yi Qinghan and the rest left, a black figure flew over from the north. It was God King Wood Cauldron who had rushed over. Looking at the messy battlefield and the corpses on the ground, God King Wood Cauldron frowned. When he felt the remaining green particles in the sky, he frowned even more. As the manager of the ancient castle, he felt that everything in the baleful Yin stream should be under their control. But now, something out of his control had happened. Close to 1,000 people had been killed, including dozens of peak stage god generals. Most importantly, there was a demon king. He knew that he had the ability to do so, but none of the martial artists in the ancient castle had the ability to do so. The only team that had the ability, their leader's corpse, was lying there. There is actually a memory worm that hasn't been killed? God King Xiao Yi's divine sense swept around, and in the end, he discovered that there was actually a memory worm on a piece of shattered rock, and it was knocked unconscious. He hurriedly reached out with one hand and grabbed the stone. After scanning it with his divine sense, his expression changed. Supreme Slaughter God Blade? Should I report this to Lord Mo? God King Wood Cauldron's eyes flickered. After that, his face turned gloomy. He took out a black box from his spatial ring and placed the memory worm inside. Then, he turned and flew towards the ancient castle. Chapter 573. Wow, boss, we're rich. In a cave in the desert, Xiao He shouted excitedly. The huge cave was filled with colorful divine gems and spatial rings. Just now, after Yi Qinghan had killed those cultivators, he hadn't had the time to investigate. He had only hurriedly put away the floating divine crystals and space rings, then returned to the cave and began to mutilate himself. Now that they had been walking for a day, the necklace in Xiao He's mouth no longer emitted a pale yellow light after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. When he took it out and put it on again, it disappeared from Xiao He's neck. Niu Yaohua's body had also recovered a little. Yi Qinghan found a random place and began to investigate the harvest. These divine gems are small gains. The wealth in the spatial rings is the real harvest. Come, misenchanting fireworks. Let's investigate together and separate the divine stones, divine gems, and demon horns. The accumulation of 4 teams over several years is definitely not a small number. Yi Qinghan looked at the spatial rings that littered the ground. He felt both happy and troubled. There were spatial rings within these spatial rings. This time, there were nearly 1,000 spatial rings from the 4 teams. If he were to search through all of them by himself, it would definitely take him a very long time. After collecting all the divine gems on the ground, Yi Qinghan called for Yi Qinghao and Niu Yaohua to investigate together. Ha, me too. I love treasure hunting. Xiao He's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed a spatial ring on the ground and began to investigate. When the owner of a spatial ring died, it became an ownerless item. Anyone could investigate it. However, as soon as he did, Xiao He curled his lips and threw the spatial ring away. He said angrily, "Tui, this spatial ring must belong to a nobody. There is only a heavenly god divine crystal and a few thousand divine stones. So poor. If we're unlucky, let's go again." This must be the spatial ring of a team leader. It's so rich. Yi Qinghao suddenly exclaimed, her face full of surprise. She said hoarsely, "There are more than 9 million divine stones and many divine gems, but their grades are not high. Most importantly, there are more than 2,300 demon tokens." Hua. The moment Yi Yao Rao finished speaking, Yi Qinghan, Niu Hua, and Xiao He all revealed expressions of disbelief. 9 million godstones was not important. What was important was the 2,300 demonic tokens. This? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion, then looked at Niu Yaohua and asked, "Miss Yaohua, what's going on? Didn't every team have 1,000 points to leave Baleful In Stream? Why aren't they leaving even though they have more than 2,000 points?" Not only him, even Xiao He and Yi Yaorao were confused. Niu Haiyan had just heard that there were more than 2,000 points, and her pale face was flushed with excitement. Now that she was asked by Yi Qinghan, she rolled her eyes and explained, "Who told you that every team has 1,000 points? The points required for the In Fiend stream were calculated according to the strength of the team. When our team first entered, there were more than 2,000 people, but the strongest was Uncle Patian, a 3rd-level divine general. That's why his points were so low. As long as there's a peak divine general in the team, regardless of whether the team has 10 or 100 people, they'll have at least 3,000 points. I estimate that team of peak divine generals has at least 100,000 points. If they also had 1,000 points, they'd be able to leave in a few days. Do you understand?" "Oh, that's true. It's very easy for divine generals to kill demons. If they have 1,000 points, they can kill them in a few days. It's not difficult for them at all. It looks like 10,000 points for the 3 of them isn't that much." Yi Qinghan nodded inwardly. Then he thought of something else and asked, "Then if an expert joins a team of martial artists with low points, will the team's points increase? Also, if more than half of the team dies, will the points decrease?" "Of course there will. The rules of the In Fiend stream are very strict. Every time they return to the castle, they'll secretly count the number of people. If there are more people, the points will increase. If there are fewer people, the points won't change. That's why very few martial artists join teams. Those who enter this place have either violated the iron rules of the divine realm or offended some big shot. If they're not strong enough or if they're unlucky, it's basically a narrow escape, Niu Yaohua explained. As expected, Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly and shook his head. He didn't pursue the matter further and ordered the others to continue searching the spatial rings. Sigh, why is my luck so bad this time? Even after looking through a few spatial rings, they were all penniless. Boss, look at this. It's only 400 or so divine stones. What kind of person is this? Xiao Hei's luck seemed to be a little bad today. After searching 6 or 7 spatial rings, he didn't have much to show for it. Xiao Hei, don't be discouraged. Don't we still have a lot of spatial rings? Here, this is for you. Before Yi Qinghan could speak, Niu Yaohua blinked her big eyes and comforted Xiao Hei. She had always thought that Xiao Hei was just Yi Qinghan's spiritual pet. But today, she suddenly discovered that Xiao Hei was very unusual. How could a divine beast that could possess such a powerful treasure be ordinary? She began to look at Xiao Hei in a new light, because she knew that even if he returned to the clan and obtained the clan's approval, it would still be impossible for the clan to bestow such a powerful treasure. What did this mean? It meant that Xiao Hei's identity was more precious than hers. How could she not look at Xiao Hei in a different light? Right, Xiao Hei, continue looking. Yi Qinghan rubbed Xiao Hei's head and smiled slightly. But when he saw Niu Yaohua's big watery eyes shining with ecstasy, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Haha, Big Brother Yi, we've really struck it rich this time. I found a ring with more than 1,000 points. This is Ghost Eye's spatial ring. There are many darkness-type items in it. After a round of investigation, the last item was worth it. He had actually obtained treasures. Divine crystals and spiritual consciousness stones were worth more than 200 million divine stones. The most important was the demonic tokens. This time, he had obtained more than 7,600 points. In addition to the original 1,300 points, he was infinitely close to 10,000 points. More than 500 million divine stones, almost 9,000 points. Should I go on a killing spree? Should I gather 1 billion divine stones and 10,000 points? Yi Qinghan felt his heart start to beat faster. He could obtain a large number of divine stones and points by killing easily. In the face of such a great temptation, he could not maintain his original heart. But when he thought of the thrilling experience yesterday, he suddenly sobered up. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Why did those people die yesterday? Was it not because of greed? If he continued to kill innocents, he was afraid that he would eventually walk the same path as them. This is not fun, not fun. All the rings you see have treasures. I'm too unlucky. The most valuable ring I found only had more than 100,000 divine stones. Xiao Hei sprawled lazily on the ground. His grumbling made the other 3 laugh. Xiao Hei's luck seemed to have run out. He had checked hundreds of rings today and had not found much. Suddenly, Xiao Hei stood up and grinned. I forgot. I took the divine crystal and ring of that peak godly general martial artist. There must be something good. Xiao Hei rubbed the spatial ring on his claw. A green spatial ring and black divine crystal appeared out of thin air. He threw the divine crystal to Yi Qinghan and started to check the spatial ring. This check gave him a shock. His little mouth opened wide, but he only managed to speak after a long time. Boss, the divine stones in my ring are equivalent to the total of 1,000 of your rings. There are treasures worth at least 200 million divine stones and more than 3,000 demonic tokens. The 3 of them gasped at the same time. Then, they looked at each other with wild joy. More than 3,000 points. They could finally leave this godforsaken place. Chapter 574. All of a sudden, they had enough points. The 3 of them were stunned. In the past, the team had been extremely worried for 1,000 points. 2,000 people had been reduced to 3 people, and the points had increased from 1,000 to 10,000. But now, in the blink of an eye, 10,000 points were in their hands. The 3 of them were in disbelief. Zhang Jie had been in danger many times and struggled between life and death several times. Now they could finally leave this place alive. More than 700 million God stones. In less than a year, I have already obtained 700 million God stones. I'm getting closer to my goal. Once I earn 1 billion God stones, I can return to the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan was excited. Lord Devour probably didn't expect that he could obtain 700 million God stones in less than a year. 500 years in the divine world. Now it was less than a year. With less than 300 million God stones left, he could relax. Once he obtained the Fire Dragon Overlord position, he would return. He had no regrets in the divine world. Now that they had enough points, the three of them no longer had any intention of hunting demons. They just stayed in the cave. When demons came, Niu Yanhua and Yi Yaorao killed them. Yi Qinghan didn't do anything. From Xiao He, the Devil King saw the Slaughter God Blade's performance and the Devil King's words. Yi Qinghan realized how terrifying the Slaughter God Blade was. He thought about how Qing Yao had also come to snatch it. Yi Qinghan knew that this Slaughter God Blade definitely had a great background. If it was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would probably cause a commotion like the Divine Sword in the Carefree Pavilion. It seemed like he shouldn't use it so easily in the future. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan had nothing to do. Xiao He returned to the beast battle space to cultivate his soul. Yi Yaorao didn't like to talk, and with Niu Yanhua beside her, she couldn't be too intimate. Bored, Yi Qinghan started to wander around the cave to practice so close, yet worlds apart, and continue to comprehend the formless wind. The wind is formless and unpredictable. It floats with the wind silently. In the desert, a figure suddenly condensed in the air, and then quietly turned into a green gust of wind. In the next second, it condensed hundreds of meters away. One moment, it shot straight into the clouds, and the next moment, it fell into a pile of rubble and floated out. He was truly like a cool breeze, drifting about 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The laws of wind are truly miraculous. My speed has increased by at least 2 times. I'm afraid my speed is comparable to a second-level divine general. Finally, the figure solidified on top of a boulder. It was Yi Qinghan, dressed in a green robe. The profound mystery of the formless wind had reached minor mastery. He believed that if he could master this profound mystery, his speed would be infinitely close to that of a third-level god general. Someone is coming? It was a cow firework. What is she doing here? Yi Qinghan sensed movement nearby and looked over coldly. When he saw a pink figure running towards him from afar, Yi Qinghan relaxed. A smile appeared on his face again, but he used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he pointed to the side, indicating for Niu Yanhua to sit down. Big Brother Yi is so diligent in his cultivation. No wonder you are so powerful. Niu Yanhua's eyes curved into crescent moons. She didn't have any reservations as she sat down beside Yi Qinghan and tilted her head with a smile. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "Haha, I was just practicing. Miss Yanhua, what's the matter?" "It's nothing. Can't I talk to you? Does Big Brother Yi only have eyes for Sister Yao Rao?" Niu Yanhua's eyes flashed with a hint of bitterness. Her exquisite face was slightly raised, and it made one's heart ache. Niu Yanhua was clearly young, but she was pretending to be a mature woman. This made Yi Qinghan feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but tease her. "Why? Do you want to talk to me about marrying me again?" "If I wanted to marry you, would you marry me?" Niu Yanhua smiled coquettishly. Despite her young age, she revealed a hint of a mature woman's charm. This made Yi Qinghan's heart tremble slightly. He subconsciously replied, "Marry? Only a bastard wouldn't marry." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Qinghan suddenly sobered up. He was too much of a beast. He actually had improper thoughts about such a young girl. This wasn't right, this wasn't good. He hurriedly explained, What? Actually, I didn't mean that. Yanhua, you are still too young. Don't you think it's funny for us to talk about this topic? You are still a girl, not a woman. If I say it like this, can you understand?" I understand, big brother Yi. Remember what you said. Alright, let's not talk about this topic anymore. Niu Yanhua's face was as red as an apple. She lowered her head and said, "We will return to the castle tomorrow. According to the rules of the castle, we can leave tomorrow. You and Sister Yao Rao can also receive the badge from the castle and become official citizens of the God Realm." "Well, can I receive the badge in the castle?" Yi Qinghan was delighted. He could finally become a citizen of the God Realm and could freely travel to the God Realm. He no longer had to worry about being in the firework tribe. "Yes, the castle has the right to give out the badge," Niu Yanhua said with certainty. Then, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan. She bit her lips and said, "Big brother Yi, I will be temporarily separated from you tomorrow. Will you forget about Yanhua?" "Temporarily separated? Where are you going?" Yi Qinghan turned to look at Niu Yanhua in surprise. He saw that her limpid eyes contained a deep reluctance to part with him. His heart softened and he couldn't bear to ask, "You are alone now. How about, you come with me?" Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Niu Yanhua's eyes suddenly became misty. She smiled and said, "Haha, Yanhua is an unlucky person. Those who are with Yanhua will suffer and eventually die. Big brother Yi, aren't you afraid that I will bring trouble to you?" "What nonsense are you talking about? Am I not alive and well right now?" Yi Qinghan snorted coldly and pretended to be angry. He looked to the sky and said, "I don't believe in fate. There was once a giant hand of fate that wanted to control the life and death of me and everyone on my continent. But I crushed it in the end. In this world, as long as you are strong, you can escape fate. As long as you are strong enough, you can pierce through even the heavens of the divine realm." "Well said, big brother Yi. I believe you will become a peerless powerhouse in the future. You will be able to dominate the divine realm." Niu Yanhua was encouraged by Yi Qinghan's words. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and revealed a determined expression. She looked to the sky and said, "Yanhua must learn from big brother Yi. There are some things that must be resisted when it is necessary. This time I won't give in. I will fight against fate to the end. It is time for Uncle Patian and the others to be avenged." "Yanhua, I don't understand your family. Of course, I may not be of much help with my strength." Yi Qinghan knew that Niu Yanhua had a complicated story behind her. Her family must be very powerful. But Niu Yanhua didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't pursue the matter. After a moment's thought, he said, "But please believe me, if you really have nowhere else to go, come find me. I can take you to a very safe place. Even ordinary god emperors can't hurt you. Big brother Yi, I won't say thank you to you, but I will definitely come find you. Definitely." Niu Yanhua nodded heavily. A bright smile bloomed on her face. Chapter 575. We're back. The trio's eyes lit up when they saw Azure Dragon Castle again. There was an endless stream of cultivator teams rushing towards the castle as well. Their faces were filled with relief after surviving a disaster. "Sir." The trio didn't return to Courtyard 88. Instead, they walked towards Divine King Wood Cauldron, who was standing in a row of official army guards next to the castle gate. "What's the matter?" The trio's sudden arrival attracted the official army's attention. Divine King Wood Cauldron's eyes swept across the trio's faces without leaving a trace. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Niu Haohua. His pupils constricted slightly as he spoke with a cold expression. "I want a hand in my points," Niu Haohua replied politely. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao didn't dare to say anything else. Yi Qinghan had a deep impression of Divine King Wood Cauldron as he had almost been killed by the latter half a month ago. "Oh!" Divine King Wood Cauldron's eyes flickered meaningfully, but he didn't say much. He nodded indifferently and walked towards a nearby courtyard. "Follow me." "Hand in your points?" The official army was stunned when they heard Niu Haohua's words. Two official army soldiers exchanged glances and quietly followed Divine King Wood Cauldron into the courtyard. The teams passing by heard the conversation between the trio and Divine King Wood Cauldron and all revealed envious gazes. "Hand in points?" That meant they could leave baleful in stream. Those who knew the three of them revealed shocked and puzzled expressions. Team 88 was worth 10,000 points. How did the trio manage to get enough points? How did the three of them, who were only at the first level of the Divine General Realm, obtain 10,000 points? The trio ignored the gazes and exchanged glances. They rejoiced inwardly and followed Divine King Wood Cauldron into the dynasty. The courtyard was well decorated. It was several times more luxurious than the courtyard 88 that Yi Qinghan's team stayed in. Divine King Wood Cauldron walked in and sat on the main seat. The two divine generals that followed him hurriedly served tea. Divine King Wood Cauldron took a sip and picked up a booklet on the side. He glanced through it and was even more certain of his thoughts. He said indifferently, "You're Team 88, right? Hand over the 10,000 points as a token." Niu Yaohua touched her spatial ring and took out a brown spatial ring. She handed it to a divine general beside her respectfully. This was the 10,000 pairs of demonic tokens that Yi Qinghan had prepared earlier. Niu Yanhua was the captain, so of course he had to give them to her. "That's right. Here are 10,000 tokens. You have completed the mission of the baleful stream. Come and find me 3 days later. I will send you out of the baleful stream." Divine King Wood Cauldron glanced at the interspatial ring, then put it away and said coldly, "My lord, why do we have to wait 3 days?" Niu Hua hesitated for a moment before finally cupping her hands and asking. The token was handed over to him, but it would have to wait for 3 days. It would be bad if something happened. Divine King Wood Cauldron's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of cold light. The air in the room suddenly became cold, and his tone became even colder. "I said 3 days later, 3 days later. Are you questioning my words?" "I wouldn't dare." Niu Hua Yen quickly clasped her hands and revealed a terrified expression. She then said, "My lord, my 2 subordinates don't have God Realm badges yet. Please bestow them to me." "Even divine generals don't have God Realm badges? This God Realm badge can't be randomly claimed. Once the God Realm's law enforcement team finds out, it's a capital offense." Divine King Wood Cauldron revealed a trace of surprise. The 2 divine generals beside him were also slightly shocked. Niu Hua Yen said with certainty, "My lord, don't worry. I am very familiar with the iron rules of the God Realm. Of course I won't claim it randomly. Also, after they leave, they will go to Dancing Phoenix City to file it. If they don't file it, it won't take effect, right?" "Oh, take it and bind it with blood. Once you leave Dancing Phoenix City, go to the City Lord's office to register it. If you don't activate it, it will lose its effect in half a year." Divine King Xiu Yi no longer doubted. He casually took out 2 white badges, threw them over and said no more. "The 3 of us will take our leave first. We will come visit my lord in 3 days." Seeing this, Niu Hua Yen sighed helplessly and led Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao out to courtyard 88. "My lord, why did you—" As soon as Yi Qinghan's group left, a divine general beside him immediately asked in a low voice. But before he could finish, Divine King Wood Cauldron flicked his sleeve and released an invisible wave of air that sent him flying. He flew through the air and spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily onto the ground. Idiot! After Divine King Wood Cauldron released his god's domain, he angrily looked at his subordinate who was struggling to get up and scolded coldly. The other divine general was very smart and directly transmitted his voice. "My lord, calm down. Black Dog is confused because he is concerned. We took the money, but this girl suddenly got enough points and wants to leave. It'll be hard to explain to young Master Lei." "What's hard to explain?" Divine King Wood Cauldron glanced at the divine general indifferently and transmitted his voice. "I only agreed to let Qin Yao and the others in. He sent a bunch of trash in. Not only did they fail to kill, they were also killed. Who can he blame? They have enough points and can naturally leave. So, you 2 want to copy that idiot Xiu Yi and break my lord's rules? Are you looking for death? Letting people in from outside and us not reporting them is a small matter. My lord won't blame us like this. If we break her rules, What? Lord Qin Yao and the others were killed? No wonder this girl's points came so quickly? I'm afraid that the few teams that mysteriously disappeared this time were also killed by this girl. How is this girl so strong? Even if she awakened the Thunder God's bloodline, she can't be this strong, right? The Divine General's eyes flashed, and then his expression changed drastically. He said absent-mindedly, "Oh no, young Master Lei is in trouble this time." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that something was wrong. He secretly glanced at the indifferent Divine King Wood Cauldron and hurriedly explained, my lord, I'm related to young Master Lei, so, he. I don't care what relationship you have with young Master Lei. This has nothing to do with me. I'm already giving young Master Lei face by delaying it for 3 days. Also, pass a message to young Master Lei that I have a broken video with me. Can explain why this little girl was able to accumulate 10,000 points. Also, I think young Master Lei will be very interested in watching this video. Contains a big secret. But I want 10 billion God stones. If you are not willing to pay this price, then forget it. I think I will sell this video to the Battle God Pavilion for the same price. Divine King Wood Cauldron's mouth flashed with a trace of mockery. Then he started to talk about another matter. The video in the Memory God Bug was very short. It only showed the moment when Yi Qinghan mutilated himself and when the Devil King sent the cave flying. However, it completely recorded the strangeness of the Slaughter God Blade. There was also the surprise of the Devil King when he saw the Slaughter God Blade. All the Devil King's words were also recorded clearly. Although Divine King Wood Cauldron wasn't sure who this blade belonged to, it didn't stop him from knowing the importance of this blade. God Emperor Mo Xiao Xiao mysteriously protected Yi Qinghan's life, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, he had the idea of selling this video. 10 billion God stones? My lord, this... The Divine General's mouth opened wide. This Mu Cauldron really dared to ask for such a price. Humph! To a piece of trash like you, 100 million God stones is an astronomical number. To young Master Lei, this is just a drizzle. You just need to send the message. I know you have a special way to send messages. Also, young Master Lei will definitely pay this price. Mu Cauldron laughed coldly and didn't say anything else. He withdrew his god domain and walked out. Chapter 576. 3 days later, the ancient castle's shield opened again. Divine King Mu Cauldron brought Yi Qinghan and the other two to the teleportation formation under the envious gazes of everyone in the ancient castle. Big Brother Yi, Big Sister Yao Rao, when you get out, go to the City Lord's mansion in Fengwu City to activate your badges. Remember, Big Brother Yi has divine stones now. You can buy a house in Fengwu City and slowly increase your strength. Of course, you can also go to the War God Pavilion to take the War God test. I will definitely come to find you in 5 years. Niu Yaohua turned to look at Yi Qinghan and Yi Yao Rao as she ran. Her eyes were filled with reluctance and inexplicable feelings. 5 years, I can't be sure that I will still be in Fengwu City in 5 years. Yi Qinghan smiled. He remembered that when he was in Firework Tribe, Fengwu City's envoy came to look for people from the Fire Dragon Plane. It's fine. As long as you are still in the Misty Continent, I will be able to find you. Niu Yaohua smiled, but a trace of sadness flashed across her heart. She still had something she didn't say, provided that she was still alive. All right then. Yi Qinghan nodded. Since Niu Yaohua said that with such certainty, she must be confident. There were many things that she didn't want to say, and he didn't want to ask too much. Plus, he had so many troubles to deal with. If he got involved, not only would he not be of any help, he might even harm Niu Yaohua. So he didn't say anything more. At this moment, Yi Qinghan thought of something else. After resting in the ancient castle for 3 days, God Emperor Mo Xiao Xiao didn't do anything. He couldn't help but doubt his original judgment. But when he thought about the thoughts and actions of Big Shots, he didn't think too much about it. Lord Divine King, please try to teleport me out and then teleport them out. If Yao Hua makes a name for herself in the future, I won't forget your kindness. An hour later, they arrived at the teleportation formation. Niu Yaohua cupped her hands at Divine King Mu Cauldron. Although her tone was respectful and seemed like she was begging, there was a trace of arrogance and confidence in her tone. Hmm. Divine King Wood Cauldron's face turned cold when he heard the first half of Niu Hua's sentence. However, after hearing it, he smiled and nodded. All right, this? Yi Qinghan looked at Niu Yaohua in astonishment. Yi Yaorao also frowned in confusion. Niu Yanhua turned around and smiled at them. She saw Divine King Mu Cauldron activate the teleportation formation and walked straight in. She then transmitted her voice to them. Big Brother Yi, Sister Yao Rao, I'll go first. Remember, after you go, pretend you don't know me. I, Divine King, you. If fireworks don't come looking for you within 5 years, then forget about fireworks. Mu Cauldron on Yi 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 Yi. And Yi. Yi Mu Cauldron. Mu Cauldron. Mu Cauldron. It. Mu Cauldron. Yi 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 Yi. Yi Mu Cauldron. It. After Mu Cauldron Yi. Yi Yi Mu Cauldron. Let's go. Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Yaorao and walked into the teleportation array. Then, he looked at the yellow sand that filled the sky with a complicated expression. A white light lit up, and the two of them closed their eyes at the same time. When the two of them opened their eyes again, Yi Qinghan discovered that they had already returned to the dancing Phoenix City. He looked at the vast plaza in front of him, at the majestic buildings in the surroundings, and at the numerous God Realm experts walking around the plaza. The two felt like they were in a dream. The two of them subconsciously touched the badges of the Divine Realm on their chests. Things are different with this Divine World badge. Yi Qinghan saw the guard in red armor standing next to the teleportation formation, only glanced at them. Then he ignored them and looked to the right. He sighed. From now on, he was finally a citizen of the Divine World. He could travel to the Divine World freely. Qinghan, look over there. Suddenly, Yi Yaorao tugged at the corner of his clothes, but her eyes were looking to the right. Which way? Ah, Niu Huahua? Yi Qinghan was stunned. He followed Yi Yaorao's gaze and saw a group of guards in red armor surrounding a young girl in red robes. There were also many martial artists watching from the side. Who else could it be but Niu Huahua? Yi Qinghan wanted to run in that direction. However, he realized that he was holding Yi Yaorao's hand. He hesitated, thinking about how Niu Huahua had instructed them to pretend not to know her. Yi Qinghan had a bad feeling. Why are you two still standing in the teleportation formation? Do you want to die? The guard in red armor standing next to the teleportation formation turned his head and said coldly to the two of them. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He quickly pulled Yi Yaorao out of the teleportation formation. Then, he pretended to be curious and moved closer to Niu Huahua. What are you doing? Why are you surrounding me? Do you want to die? Niu Huahua held the phoenix wood staff in her hand. She raised her head slightly. Her delicate face was cold as she shouted loudly. Miss, we have no ill intentions. It's just that a lord wants to see you. These guards in red armor were obviously from Phoenix City. They didn't dare to make a sound in the face of Niu Huahua's angry rebuke. Then, one of the guards whispered politely. What bullsh *T Lord? Don't see him. If he wants to see me, let him see me. Niu Huahua seemed to have changed into a completely different person. She spoke rudely and arrogantly. Young miss, this lord is our city lord. The guard lowered his head and leaned over, saying in a low voice, Your city lord? Humph. Divine Monarch Phoenix Dance. What an honor. Ha. Niu Huahua sneered. The disdain in her eyes was obvious. She said arrogantly, Don't you know who I am? Let me tell you. My father is War God Leijin. Divine Monarch Phoenix Dance isn't qualified to see me. Get lost. Oh, Miss Huahua is back to being a little tyrant. Yi Yaorao saw Niu Huahua's expression and couldn't help but recall her time in the fireworks tribe. She chuckled and said to Yi Qinghan, Wah. As soon as Niu Huahua's words fell, the surrounding martial artists seemed to explode. They all looked at Niu Huahua with fanatical and shocked eyes and discussed incessantly. Yi Qinghan listened carefully and realized that many people were talking about War God Leijin. It seemed that Niu Huahua did have a great background. Her father, War God Leijin, was very famous. Niu Huahua's words attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. At the same time, the martial artists surrounding her were stunned. They all looked embarrassed and at a loss of what to do. Niu Huahua had actually announced her identity in front of everyone. Now, even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to make a move. Humph! Miss Huahua has a great reputation. Although war god Lei Zhan's reputation is great, can it be greater than the iron law of the divine realm? At this time, a fiery figure suddenly rose from the northern sky. An extremely cold and arrogant voice rang out. Lei Huahua, this city lord suspects that you have violated the 16th iron law of the divine realm. Guards, arrest me. I will take responsibility for everything. Chapter 577. Hua! Greetings, City Lord Fengwu. As soon as the fiery figure rose into the air, countless people knelt down on one knee in fear. At the same time, they kowtowed towards the north. Kneel. Yi Yaorao saw that everyone had knelt down, so she quickly pulled Yi Qinghan and said in a low voice. Yi Qinghan looked at Niu Yaohua, who was standing proudly, but found that she didn't even look at him. It was as if she had become a stranger. Helpless, he could only kneel down with Yi Yaorao. Take her down. City Lord Fengwu wore a fiery red battle armor and a phoenix crown on her head. Her body emitted a faint fiery aura, like a human-shaped phoenix. She looked at Niu Yaohua coldly and waved her hand, pointing at her face. She shouted angrily, "Who dares to make a move?" Niu Hua shouted coldly. She waved the phoenix with staff in her hand in all directions, and finally pointed it at City Lord Fengwu. She shouted without the slightest fear, "Fengwu, you're too bold. Do you really think that Lei Fengxue can cover the sky with one hand in Longyang manner? If you dare to make a move, I guarantee that no one can protect you. You will die." Wang. As soon as Niu Yaohua finished speaking, her body suddenly lit up with a blinding light. Then her body was swallowed by the white fog. A white light shield suddenly formed. It was the thunder god's protection. City Lord Fengwu sneered. A cold look flashed in her eyes. She shouted at the guards around her, "Lady Yaohua, I don't understand what you are saying, but I know that you have violated the iron law of the immortal realm. You should be judged. Take her down. Kill." Seeing this, the dozen guards beside her also had a crazy look in their eyes. They took out their weapons and attacked the white shield. Bang! Multicolored divine powers shot through the air and smashed into the white barrier. The warriors on the plaza saw this and quickly moved to the side. Whether it was right or wrong, regardless of right or wrong, this was not something they could get involved in. "Let's go," Yi Yaorao shouted coldly. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand tightly and walked to the left. The cold air that was being released from her body was visible to the naked eye. Yi Qinghan looked at the Phoenix Dance's city lord who was releasing a berserk aura in the sky, then looked at the familiar white barrier, gritted his teeth, and slowly retreated. He could clearly sense that there were many powerful auras in the vicinity. This Fengwu city lord was definitely a high-level god king. To be able to become the lord of a city, he must have some special means. With his current strength, he might be able to deal with ordinary guards, but if City Lord Fengwu were to make a move, she would definitely be able to kill him instantly. What should we do? What should we do? Yi Qinghan's eyes began to redden. After spending so much time with Niu Haiyan, it was impossible for him to not have feelings for her. He had saved her a few times, and now that he had finally gotten out, he had to watch her fall into danger? Just save? What could he use to save her? Yi Qinghan might be a little silly at times, but he wasn't a real fool. This was obviously an internal conflict within Niu Haiyan's family. Even his famous father couldn't stop this Phoenix Dance's city lord. If he went up, he would definitely be sending himself to his death. If Haiyan doesn't come looking for you in 5 years, forget about Haiyan. Yi Qinghan suddenly recalled Niu Haiyan's words. He recalled that Niu Haiyan had specifically instructed them to pretend not to know her and even teleport out in advance. From the looks of it, Niu Haiyan knew that she was in a dangerous situation and didn't want to implicate Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan. Swish! Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from the white shield and into the sky. It scattered in the sky like a bolt of lightning and lit up the entire sky above Phoenix Dance's city. Everyone in the city was alarmed. It also shocked everyone in the plaza and the surrounding martial artists. Light of thunder. She's summoning her accomplices. Get out of the way, I'll do it. When Phoenix Dance's city lord saw the lightning in the sky, her face turned ashen. Raging flames appeared in her hands. These raging flames constantly spat out, forming a huge fireball in front of her. This fireball was constantly expanding, sometimes big and sometimes small. As the fireball expanded, the temperature of the plaza rose infinitely. The ground let out a sizzling sound and began to turn black. When the martial artists surrounding Niu Haiyan saw this fireball, their expressions changed. Then they ran away in fear. Fury of the Phoenix, break for me. City Lord Feng Wu's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of madness, and she pushed out with both hands, causing the fireball to suddenly explode. Flames danced in the air above the plaza before flying towards Niu Yaohua's white barrier. The flames flew in the air and condensed into a fire phoenix. This fire phoenix carried an aura that could burn everything as it fiercely collided with the white shield. Bang! Under the impact of the fire phoenix, the thunder god's protection turned into white mist and completely dissipated. This fire phoenix turned into sparks and dissipated at the same time. Phoenix Dance's attack was so powerful that the thunder god's protection, which could last for an hour under the attacks of a group of peak god generals, was broken by one attack from her. The white mist dissipated, revealing a petite figure. Niu Haiyan's body was trembling slightly. She no longer raised her phoenix with staff, but propped it on the ground. Her face was extremely pale, and the blood at the corner of her mouth was very eye-catching in contrast to her pale face. However, her eyes revealed a cold smirk. She looked at the sky in the west, then turned her head and grinned at Phoenix Dance's city lord. Hee, I told you that you would regret it. Huh? Phoenix Dance's city lord also noticed the abnormality in the sky in the west. Her expression changed instantly, and she shot towards Niu Haiyan. Flames appeared in her hands, and her eyes were incomparably crazy. Her pretty face was contorted as she shouted angrily, Niu Haiyan, you've violated the Iron Law and refused to cooperate with the investigation. I will kill first and report later. Qinghan, don't do anything stupid. Even if you don't think for me, you have to think for your 3 wives. Seeing the blood in Yi Qinghan's eyes and the faint trembling of his body, Yi Yaorao dragged Yi Qinghan with all her might and kept sending him voice transmissions. Strength, powerful strength. He looked at Niu Haiyan, who was grinning at Phoenix Dance's city lord's fierce attack. At that moment, Yi Qinghan felt an unprecedented grievance in his heart. At that moment, he really wanted to be powerful. He had to watch the people he cared about being killed with his own eyes, but he didn't even dare to move. How aggrieved was this? Buzz. All of a sudden, a cool breeze came from the west, and wherever it blew, space froze. The entire square suddenly fell silent. A domineering aura descended on the square, and a tall, demon-like man walked over in the sky. He stared coldly at Phoenix Dance's city lord, who was frozen in midair, and said, Phoenix Dances, who gave you the courage? How dare you kill the possessor of the Thunder God's bloodline of my Thunder Clan? If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Chapter 578. Lei Yun Martial God. Please calm down. City Lord Feng Wu's eyes showed a trace of helplessness and anger, but then she became terrified. Her body shone with a red light, but her body still couldn't move. She maintained the posture of charging at Niu Yanhua. Her mouth squirmed a few times, but in the end, she struggled to say a few words. Humph! A cold snort rang out. It wasn't loud, but everyone present felt their hearts clench, as if they were about to jump out of their chests. This tall man had a head of purple hair that fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were also purple, and he also had 2 horns on his head that were similar to Niuhua's, but they were purple. The man snorted coldly in the air, but he did not look at the city lord anymore. Instead, he looked at Niuhua with an unusually happy expression. He took a step towards Niu Yanhua. With just one step, he crossed thousands of meters and arrived in front of Niu Yanhua. He held Niu Yanhua's hand excitedly, and transmitted a trace of pure divine power to her. He then said, "Who are you? Why didn't you go to Longyang City after awakening the bloodline of the Thunder God? Why does Feng Wu want to kill you?" Whose clan am I from? Grand Elder Lei Yun. 10 years ago, I was called Lei Huihua. Now I am called Niu Huihua. Which family do you think I belong to? Niu Yanhua smiled warmly, but the blood at the corner of her mouth made her smile look a little sad. After receiving Lei Yun's divine power, Niu Yanhua felt a little better. She turned her head and looked at the city governor of Fangwu City, who was right in front of her but couldn't move at all. She sneered, "As for why I don't return to Longyang City, and why the city governor of Fangwu City wants to kill me, I think Grand Elder Lei Yun should be able to understand. Niu Huahua? Thunder fireworks? You are Lei Jin's daughter?" The purple eyes of Lei Yun War God seemed to recall something, and his eyes became colder. With a heavy wave of his hand, Fangwu City Governor was thrown away like a kite with a broken string. In the air, her fiery red armor broke into pieces, and her body curled up sharply. She rolled on the ground for hundreds of meters, and finally hit the steps on the side of the square. Then, she bounced back and lay on the ground. She didn't seem to be hurt, but she couldn't move at all. Chi. It was only at this moment that the tens of thousands of martial artists and the thousands of guards in the square finally felt that they could move. Everyone's faces and backs were drenched in cold sweat, and they all knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. What grade is this war god Lei Yun? This aura was so terrifying. With just a casual strike, City Lord Fangwu was heavily injured. From the looks of it, Niu Fireworks was temporarily out of danger. Also, his footwork is so strange. It's a little similar to So Close Yet Worlds Apart, but it doesn't feel like the law of wind. Although Yi Qinghan's head was lowered, his eyes swept back and forth between Lei Yun and Niu Yanhua as he sighed inwardly. What was an expert? This was an expert. Although the city lord of the Dancing Phoenix City wasn't very powerful, she was still a city lord under the Misty Monarch. This Lei Yun martial god did as he pleased, treating the iron laws of the god world as nothing. This kind of life was truly free and unfettered. I don't care what happened before, but right now, I can guarantee that as long as I don't die, no one will be able to touch you. The bloodline of the Thunder God is the foundation of my Thunder clan. Little Firework, are you willing to follow me back to the clan? Lei Yun martial god didn't even look at City Lord Fangwu on the ground. Instead, he looked at Niu Yanhua with a fiery gaze and spoke in an extremely serious tone. Niu Yanhua bowed slightly to Lei Yun martial god, but she wasn't too excited. She then raised her head to look at the western sky and said calmly, "Thank you, Elder Lei Yun. I am preparing to return to Longyang City. Although many people don't like it, as the successor of the Thunder God, I don't think I should be afraid of any challenge. Good. Like father, like daughter. This is the true disciple of the Thunder God." Lei Yun martial god smiled for the first time since he appeared, and it was an incomparably brilliant smile. He looked at Niu Yanhua with satisfaction. Then, he turned to City Lord Fangwu on the ground and shouted, "Where is the Deputy City Lord of the Dancing Phoenix City? Come out now." Whoosh! As Lei Yun martial god shouted, a figure rapidly flew over from the north. It was a white-haired elder with 2 thunder horns on his head. It was obvious that he was either from the Thunder Clan or the Niu Clan. Niu Posh greets Lei Yun martial god. The white-haired elder knelt on the ground in fear, his body trembling slightly. It was obvious that he was very afraid of Lei Yun martial god. Send Fangwu to the City Lord's mansion of Longyang City. Seal off Phoenix City and wait for orders from the City Lord's mansion. Lei Yun martial god threw out a black token, then nodded at Niu Yanhua and brought her to the teleportation portal. He quickly threw out a few Xiao Hei stones and started the teleportation without the need for the guards to activate the teleportation portal. Yi Qinghan straightened his body slightly and looked at Niu Yanhua's petite figure with a smile on his face. Niu Yanhua suddenly glanced over unintentionally and paused on Yi Qinghan's face for a second. Her eyes revealed a trace of inexplicable meaning. Then she suddenly grinned. "She's gone." "Qinghan." Yi Yaorao heaved a sigh of relief. She watched as the teleportation portal flashed with a rainbow light and Niu Yanhua and Lei Yun martial god disappeared into the teleportation portal. She tugged at the corner of Yi Qinghan's clothes and transmitted her voice. I hope she has a smooth journey. Seeing that Niu Yanhua had left safely, Yi Qinghan felt much more relaxed. He was happy for Niu Yanhua, but at the same time he felt a trace of disappointment. He held Yi Yaorao's hand and remained silent. All guards of Dancing Phoenix City, listen up. Seal the teleportation portal and the 4 city gates. Activate the shield. Someone, take Fengwu City Lord to the Divine Prison. No one is allowed to leave Longyang City before the order is given. No curfew is allowed after nightfall. Anyone who lingers on the streets of the city will be locked up in the Divine Prison. While Yi Qinghan was slightly confused, Niu Posh, who had been kneeling in the middle of the square, suddenly turned cold. His figure flashed and appeared in the sky above the square. He raised the Lei Yun martial god's token and shouted, Longyang token? This subordinate obeys. As soon as Niu Potion's words fell, groups of martial artists wearing fiery red armor rose into the sky. When they saw the black token in Niu Posh's hand, their expressions changed and they all knelt on one knee in the sky. Then these martial artists flew away. Soon, the sky above Dancing Phoenix City lit up with a fiery red shield. It was dazzling and confusing. The 3 huge teleportation portals were also surrounded by groups of guards. Fengwu City Lord was coldly carried away by 2 groups of guards. Fengwu City Lord's face was ashen. She still couldn't move and she couldn't even speak. No curfew after nightfall? When the countless martial artists in the square heard this, they hurriedly rushed in all directions. After a while, the huge square, which had been filled with tens of thousands of martial artists, was now empty. Apart from the guards, there were only a few dozen people left, looking at the martial artists who were rushing in all directions. Qinghan, why are they in such a hurry? It's still early. Yi Yaorao noticed that something was wrong and nervously asked Yi Qinghan. Not sure? Forget it. Let's find a place to stay first. Then go to the city lord's mansion to activate the badge. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and looked around. Then, he pulled Yi Yaorao and walked in the direction that the martial artists were rushing in. Chapter 579. Full. When Yi Qinghan took Yi Qinghao to a few streets near the plaza, he finally understood why the warriors in the plaza were in such a hurry. They were all looking for hotels to stay in. There were many martial artists in the divine world, but there were only so many cities. Every city was surrounded by demon beasts. Apart from the cities, there were only a few safe places. Most of the martial artists in the divine world were low-level martial artists. Once these martial artists left the cities, they would definitely die. There were constantly heavenly god realm warriors ascending from the material planes. These warriors would stay in the tribes for decades, and after 100 years, they would gather in a small city. In the city, they would cultivate and improve their strength. At the same time, they would accept missions to obtain divine stones. Sometimes, they would go out to hunt demonic beasts and exchange their materials for divine stones. From there, they would buy elixirs and secret skills to improve their strength. It was just that cultivation and comprehension were not something that could be done in a short period of time. Moreover, there were too many material planes, and the speed at which cultivators ascended was too fast. Therefore, the situation of countless low-level divine-level cultivators gathering and staying in the city continued. The city was only so big, but there were more and more warriors. Hence, the price of housing in the city was sky-high. Although the inns and hotels in the city had very good service and enjoyment, it was definitely not something that an ordinary martial artist could afford. It was fine when they were not allowed to stay overnight. At night, they could meditate and rest in the plaza. Although they were down and out, they were absolutely safe in the city. Now that the Dancing Phoenix City had undergone an unexpected change and even the city lord had become a prisoner, who would dare to go to the Dancing Phoenix City? They gritted their teeth and took out divine stones to stay in the hotels. Yi Qinghan felt slightly bitter. It was not easy to get out of the baleful Yin stream. If he was thrown into the divine prison and sent back to the baleful Yin stream, he would be playing with his eggs. He pulled Yi Qinghao and started running through the streets and alleys. After running for an hour, they passed by hundreds of hotels, but they were all full. Dancing Phoenix Hotel. Finally, Yi Qinghan arrived at the opposite side of the city lord's mansion. However, he discovered that there were countless cultivators gathered at the entrance of a very luxurious hotel. However, the entrance was blocked by 7 or 8 cultivators. Yi Qinghan hurriedly pulled Yi Yao Rao over. "Why are you squeezing? Are you courting death? A first-layer divine general is here to join in the fun? Get lost." However, there were 7 or 8 cultivators blocking the entrance. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to drag Yi Yao Rao inside. This caused the other cultivators to glare at him coldly, and 2 of them even cursed at him. "Humph! Why are you guys blocking the road?" Originally, Yi Qinghan did not want to say much. However, when he saw those cultivators staring at Yi Yao Rao unscrupulously, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. "Haha, you're just a first-layer divine general trash, and you think you're strong? You want to go in? Do you think a piece of trash like you can live in the dance of wind? Get lost. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's discuss it and pool the money together. There are only 2 heavenly rooms left. If a big shot or a rich young master comes later, he can stay in these 2 rooms. Let's prepare to stay in the divine prison tonight. Damn it! This Dance of Wind is the most expensive hotel in Dancing Phoenix City. We can't even afford an ordinary earth room, and now we have to stay in a heavenly room? Also, who knows how long this Dancing Phoenix City will be sealed off for?" That's right. A heavenly room costs 1,000,000 divine stones a night. This is daylight robbery. No one would need more than 100,000 divine stones a day. Where would I get so many divine stones? And what are you looking at, trash? Can you afford it? Whoosh! When the cultivators in the vicinity heard that it cost 1,000,000 divine stones for one night, they all revealed shocked expressions. Some people even left quickly, wanting to try their luck elsewhere. The 8 cultivators inside were obviously from the same group. They were blocking the road to discuss their accommodation. This group of martial artists were all 3rd-level god generals, and only 2 of them were peak-level god generals. This was not surprising. A night would cost 1,000,000 divine stones, and 10 days would cost 10,000,000 divine stones. A peak divine general divine crystal was only worth a few million divine stones. When Yi Qinghan hunted 2nd-grade demonic beasts in the Firework tribe, a 2nd-grade demonic beast was worth a few hundred divine stones. It was difficult for ordinary cultivators to obtain divine stones. 1,000,000? But Yi Qinghan hesitated when he heard that. 1,000,000 divine stones was not a large sum to him. But 1,000,000 a day, 100 days would be 100,000,000 divine stones. Who knew how long this Dancing Phoenix City would be sealed off for? His 700,000,000 divine stones were only enough for 700 days. Furthermore, his divine stones had great uses and could not be squandered. Hence, he naturally hesitated. Humph! If you can't afford it, get lost. Yi Qinghan's hesitation incurred a burst of mockery from the martial artists at the side. The few of them started to discuss in whispers again. Except, clearly, there were people in the group who were unwilling to release their divine sense. They could not be sure from the start. Make way. At this time, in the distant sky, a figure tore through the air and arrived. The tyrannical aura and arrogant attitude made people feel that this was a powerhouse at a glance. Yi Qinghan turned his head to look and hurriedly pulled Yi Yao Rao to the side. This person's divine power was released on the surface of his body, and it emitted a faint orange glow. It was easy to determine that this was a divine king powerhouse. Swish! The martial artists at the door didn't dare to block the way anymore and hurriedly moved to the side. This divine king powerhouse swaggered in with his head held high. Then he shouted, "Are there any more rooms? There are 2 more heaven-class rooms. 1,000,000 per day." Yi Qinghan finally saw the situation inside. It was very spacious inside, and there were countless powerhouses seated inside. These people were looking at the door with mocking eyes. From time to time, they would laugh and discuss in low voices. It was obvious that they were watching the commotion at the door. 1,000,000? Isn't it usually 100,000? Are you guys robbing me of divine stones? This divine king was startled. His expression turned slightly cold. He lowered his head and purposely lowered his voice as he spoke to a yellow-clothed woman behind the counter. The yellow-clothed woman behind the counter lowered her head and sat there coldly. She didn't even lift her head as she replied, "It's usually. You can choose not to stay. No one is forcing you." "You!" This divine king's expression changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a card from his interspatial ring. He handed it over and said in a deep voice, "I'll stay for 3 days. Heaven class room number 10. Milord, it's on the 3rd floor. Someone lead the milord up." The woman raised her head and smiled. She took the crystal card and slid it across her interspatial ring. Then, she respectfully handed it over to this divine king with both hands. Yi Qinghan was startled when he saw the 180-degree change in attitude. 2 beautiful women immediately led him into the divine dynasty. The last heaven classroom now costs 1,200,000 divine stones a day. The yellow-clothed woman lowered her head again and said indifferently, "Intentionally or unintentionally." The woman's words stunned the 7 or 8 martial artists at the door. The price had risen too quickly. They all gathered at the door and began to discuss again. "I'll stay. Get out of the way." Yi Qinghan exchanged glances with Yi Yaorao. Then he gritted his teeth and pulled her inside. He looked coldly at the people beside him and shouted. Chapter 580. "You're staying here? Have you lost your mind from the fever? This first-tier god general must be crazy. 2 million divine stones. That's not the currency of your plane. Are you sure you have 2 million divine stones?" Yi Qinghan's bellow elicited doubtful and mocking looks from the other martial artists. From the looks of Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghao, they could tell that they had ascended from a material plane. It was already impressive for a regular god general to have more than 100,000 divine stones. Their team leader, a peak god general, probably had at most 10 million. Otherwise, he would have checked in a long time ago. Wow! The martial artists behind Yi Qinghan looked at the duo in disbelief. They didn't expect these 2 country bumpkins to dare to check in at Fengwu. The experts inside also revealed doubtful expressions. This Dance of Wind Inn was the largest and most luxurious inn in the Dancing Phoenix City. Usually, god generals and martial artists could stay there for a few nights. However, at this time, only god kings or young masters of powerful families could afford to stay there. "Is your inn not open for business?" Yi Qinghan made up his mind. He ignored the strange looks around him and spoke loudly. He had just left baleful Een Stream and hadn't activated his divine world badge yet. He didn't want to be banished again. He had no choice but to bleed. Wasn't it just a few million divine stones? Swish! Suddenly, several air-piercing sounds came from the inn. Several white lights lit up and shot at the faces of the martial artists. They weren't very fast, but the aura contained within them was very frightening. The martial artists' expressions changed as they hurriedly retreated. These white lights forced the martial artists to retreat before flying into the inn. Finally, they landed on the counter. Unexpectedly, they were countless white chopsticks. "Esteemed guest, please enter. The Wind Dance Inn is open for business. As long as you have divine stones, the Wind Dance Inn can satisfy all your requests." The one who spoke was the yellow-robed lady sitting behind the counter. She lifted her head and smiled at Yi Qinghan. However, her body didn't move at all. It was unknown how she controlled the chopsticks to attack. There are so many experts in this Phoenix Dance City. Even the manager of this inn is a God King expert. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. He pulled Yi Yaorao inside and walked to the counter. He said to the yellow-robed woman, "I want to stay for 2 days. How do you give me the god stones? Just throw them out." "Sure. You can take out your 100,000 god stones," the yellow-robed woman said with a nod. Without any hesitation, Yi Qinghan tossed out a large pile of divine stones from his space ring. Before the divine stones could land on the counter, the woman in yellow collected them with a wave of her hand. He is indeed a country bumpkin. He didn't even go to the Battle God Pavilion or the City Lord Manor to apply for a divine stone crystal card. "I bet this bumpkin can only stay here for 2 days at most. If others can stay in the heavenly room, they must be really awesome. Why don't you go and stay there? Yi Qinghan's actions caused a burst of ridicule from the experts in the hotel. As for the martial artists outside the door, they watched as Yi Qinghan waved his hand and tossed out a large pile of divine stones. They all looked at him with envy and jealousy. There are enough divine stones. 2 esteemed guests. You are staying in heavenly room number 6. On the 4th floor. Someone, bring these 2 esteemed guests to their rooms. The yellow-robed woman scanned the hall. Everyone fell silent as her gaze swept past them. The woman said to Yi Qinghan respectfully, let's go. Yi Qinghan ignored the gazes of the crowd and led Yi Yaorao upstairs. As they walked, they saw that the Phoenix dance room was decorated very luxuriously. Of course, it was still a little lacking compared to the decorations in the Carefree Pavilion. Yi Qinghan didn't mind, but Yi Yaorao looked around curiously. 2 esteemed guests. This is heavenly room number 6. This room is equipped with a study, a bedroom, a training room, a hot spring bath, a training field, and so on. Esteemed guests, you can enjoy whatever you want inside. This room is absolutely safe. No one under the level of a 5th grade war god can break the protective shield inside. Of course, if you have any special requests, you can summon us. As long as you have divine stones, we can even ask a god emperor expert to explain his cultivation experience to you. 2 beautiful green-robed women respectfully led the 2 to the 4th floor and explained to them as they walked. Finally, they arrived in front of a stone door. One of the women quickly pressed a button on the stone door. The stone door opened silently and revealed a luxurious hall inside. A god emperor expert explaining his cultivation experience? Did this god emperor expert become a god by comprehending the laws? Yi Qinghan looked inside and was attracted by the woman's words. He turned his head and asked in surprise. Of course, he became a god independently. God emperors who refined divine crystals don't count. However, a single charge costs 10 billion divine stones. Esteemed guests, do you need this service? The green-robed woman smiled. However, she did not seem to be mocking them. Instead, she gave off a refreshing feeling. 10 billion divine stones. Forget it then. All right, I will call you if I need anything. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and waved his hand. The realm of gods was indeed crazy. However, why would a god emperor lecture someone who could take out 10 billion divine stones? Yi Qinghan walked in with Yi Yaorao and the stone door closed silently. After walking around, he realized that although the interior was luxurious and spacious, it paled in comparison to the Carefree Pavilion. It was a far cry from the Carefree Pavilion. He could not help but feel a little bored. Many of the mechanisms here were the same as those in the Carefree Pavilion. Yi Qinghan sat in the main hall and rested. Yi Yaorao, on the other hand, had never seen such a luxurious and celestial pavilion. She looked around with curiosity and excitement. Qinghan, the hot spring here seems to have other uses. I feel that the divine aura inside is very strong. Will my cultivation speed increase if I soak in it and cultivate? Yi Yaorao had gone around once and suddenly discovered something strange. She ran over and said to Yi Qinghan, her beautiful eyes wide with excitement. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and let Yi Yaorao sit on his lap. He then picked up a cup of tea and handed it to her, saying, a room worth over 1 million divine stones. How could it not be special? Don't mention the hot spring. Come and drink this tea. This tea is spirit tea. After drinking it, your mind will be empty and your cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. Yi Yaorao took a sip and felt extremely comfortable. She couldn't help but sigh. Those with strength in the realm of gods enjoy life in a different way. If there is a chance in the future, I will take you to an even more magical place. Yi Qinghan sighed and thought that he would activate the Realm of Gods badge tomorrow and find a place where he could live for a long time. It was time to go back to the Fire Dragon continent. It had been almost a year in the Realm of Gods, but almost 2 years had passed in the Fire Dragon Plain. He didn't know what the continent had become. He missed the 3 little flowers with different flavors. Yi Yaorao felt that Yi Qinghan's mood had become a little sad. She gently stroked Yi Qinghan's face, jumped up and jogged. Then she turned her head and smiled. She blinked and said, "I am going to soak in the hot spring. Do you want to come?" "That's a good idea." Yi Qinghan grinned and rushed over. Chapter 581. Elder Lu. I have left the stream of evil spirits and am staying in a hotel in Fangwu City. Is this place absolutely safe? In the study, Yi Qinghan asked Yi Yaorao to rest while he activated the protective barrier around the room. Then he transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. A breeze wafted out of the freedom ring. It was Elder Lu's divine sense. After scanning the surroundings, Elder Lu's voice sounded, "Heavenly room. Little Han, you're really generous. Open the transfer gate of the free and unfettered pavilion." The divine sense of anyone below the God Emperor tier definitely won't be able to enter this kind of room. Those who have reached the God Emperor tier definitely won't do such a disgraceful thing. Moreover, there are very few God Thearchs in Fangwu City. Okay, Yi Qinghan thought. It seemed like the 1,000,000 celestial stones had paid off. He controlled the freedom ring, and a large golden door appeared in the study. A familiar figure flashed out of the door. He had small eyes and a goat-like face. There was a faint smile on his face. His eyes were small to begin with, but when he smiled, they became slits. "Elder Lu, long time no see." Yi Qinghan stood up and cupped his hands. He respected Elder Lu very much. "Haha, little Han." Elder Lu's smile widened when he saw Yi Qinghan's respectful expression. He looked around. After that, he sat down without any politeness, picked up the tea on the table and took a deep sip. He nodded and sighed. "Good tea. 10,000 years of jadeite peak. Refreshing and calming the mind. I've only drunk this tea a few times. Little Han, the heavenly room costs at least 100,000 celestial stones a night." Yi Qinghan touched his nose in embarrassment. After a long while, he said, This room costs 1,200,000 celestial stones a night." "What?" Elder Lu was so shocked that he almost spat out the tea in his mouth. He looked around in disbelief. Then, he said seriously, "What's wrong? This room is usually expensive, but it shouldn't be this expensive, right? Also, tell me in detail about the stream of evil spirits. You know Niu Hua Hua, right?" Yi Qinghan did not hide anything and told Elder Lu everything that had happened in detail. After that, he asked Elder Lu all the questions that he had in mind. After listening carefully to Yi Qinghan's narration, Elder Lu's small eyes widened and his face became very solemn. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "I'm not sure. This Niu Hua Hua should be called Lei Hua Hua. She's definitely from the overlord of Longyang Prefecture, the Thunder Clan. She did the right thing by not bringing you out of baleful In Stream. Otherwise, you will be in trouble if you get involved in her affairs. I've never heard of Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao. I'm afraid I have to ask Master Devourer about this. What you need to do now is to stay in the Dancing Phoenix Pavilion until the Dancing Phoenix City is unsealed. Then, leave the city immediately. After you leave Longyang Manor, aside from activating your badge and going to the Battle God Pavilion to exchange most of your wealth for Divine Stones and permanent Divine Stone crystal cards, don't do anything else. Just stay in this room and cultivate. Stay here forever? More than 1,000,000 Divine Stones a day. Who knows how long the city will be sealed for? What if the city is sealed for a year?" Yi Qinghan frowned in confusion as he looked at Elder Lu's grave expression. Elder Lu waved his hand and said, "Even if you have to spend 100,000,000 Divine Stones, you have to stay here. Of course, the Dancing Phoenix City will not be sealed for long. Don't worry. If you run out of Divine Stones, you can earn more. If you are targeted by someone, you will be in trouble." "Is it because of the Slaughter God Blade?" Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and asked. Seeing Elder Lu nod his head, he felt bitter in his heart. If he didn't use the Slaughter God Blade, he wouldn't be able to escape. He might even lose his life now. If he used it, he would be in trouble. Then, he raised his head and asked, "Leave this place? Where are we going?" "Soul-devouring manor." Elder Lu's eyes lit up. After hesitating for a while, he said, Actually, when you ascended to the divine world, Lord Devour instructed me to bring you to the soul-devouring manor. If you go there, you will be much safer. The soul-devouring manor is Master's territory. Although Master is no longer around, he still has many subordinates. As long as you go there, not only will your safety be guaranteed, but it will also be easier for you to obtain divine stones. Soul-devouring manor? Soul-devouring beast? The Soul Emperor was the master of the soul-devouring manor in the past? Yi Qinghan's eyes widened, and his body heated up. He was unfamiliar with the divine world and felt as though he was in a foreign land. Now that he suddenly heard that a prefecture was related to him, he couldn't help but feel as though he had met an old friend in a foreign land. Although he had never met the Soul Emperor before, he knew that they were closely related. One of the two rings on his finger was the Soul Emperor's ring, and the other was the Soul Emperor's temporary imperial residence. Most importantly, Xiao He was the Soul Emperor's son. Elder Lu nodded and said, "Yes, and Lord Devour is actually still the master of the soul-devouring manor. As long as you enter the soul-devouring manor, even if Lord Devour doesn't give you face, he will give Xiao He face. When that time comes, it will be easy for you to do anything you want. Lord Devour is actually the master." Yi Qinghan touched his nose. He knew that Lord Devour was strong, but he didn't expect her to be a master. However, he didn't understand why she stayed in the Fire Dragon Plain all year round instead of guarding the soul-devouring manor. What was so attractive about the Fire Dragon continent? After pondering for a while, he hesitated. Of course, going to the soul-devouring manor was the best choice. Not only would it be safe, but it would also be easier to obtain divine stones. However, he recalled Lord Devour's cold attitude. Lord Devour Manor didn't tell him personally but asked him to go to the soul-devouring manor through Elder Lu. He felt a little uncomfortable. Most importantly, he felt that going to the soul-devouring manor was like living under someone else's roof. This wasn't a good feeling, and he really didn't like it. Elder Lu had watched Yi Qinghan grow up, so he was very familiar with him. When he saw the flickering in Yi Qinghan's eyes, he could guess some of his thoughts. He sighed and consoled, "Little Han, don't think too much. You have to think for the billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent. You have to think for your House of Ares and the Yi family. When you become the Lord of the Fire Dragon, you can go wherever you want. Sometimes we can't even guess the thoughts of powerful people. Phew, all right. When the seal on the Dancing Phoenix City is lifted, I will go to the soul-devouring manor." Yi Qinghan nodded silently and said helplessly. He looked at Elder Lu in confusion and asked, "Do I teleport to the soul-devouring manor directly?" Teleport there directly? Elder Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. He shook his head and sighed. "Do you know where the soul-devouring manor is? You want to teleport there directly?" Although the Dragon Sun Manor and the soul-devouring manor are both in the Misty Continent, one is in the south while the other is in the north. Do you know how many celestial stones a teleportation formation costs? If you want to teleport to the soul-devouring manor, a small teleportation formation like the Dancing Phoenix City can't teleport at all. You have to teleport to a main city like the Dragon Sun City. Moreover, I estimate that teleporting to the soul-devouring manor will cost at least 10 billion celestial stones. 10 billion celestial stones. Yi Qinghan's eyes widened, and they almost fell out of their sockets. He swallowed his saliva in disbelief. Chapter 582. Some things are hard to explain. I'll explain them to you later. It's still early. You and Yi Qingrao should go to the City Lord's mansion and activate the badge. Then, you can exchange your excess wealth for God stones and buy a map of the divine world. Remember to sell your things at the God of War Pavilion. There is a counter in every City Lord's mansion. I can't show my face unless I go to the Soul Devourer mansion. I'll wait for you in the study. We'll talk about it when you're back." Elder Lu wanted to explain to Yi Qinghan, but he realized that Yi Qinghan hadn't been in the divine world for long and didn't understand many things. It would take days and nights to explain everything. Moreover, some things were hard to explain with words alone. Then, he suddenly thought of something and took out a purple crystal card from his spatial ring. He handed it to Yi Qinghan and said, "Drip your blood on it and use your divine sense to sense it." Yi Qinghan dripped his blood on it and used his divine sense to scan it. He saw a picture of a demon and a row of numbers. He asked curiously, "What is this?" Elder Lu took back the crystal card and said, "This is a Godstone crystal card. I'll let you sense it first, in case you don't understand it when you go to the God of War Pavilion." "All right, I'll go take a look." Yi Qinghan wanted to go to the City Lord's mansion to activate the badge the next day, but Elder Lu had piqued his curiosity. It was still early, so he walked out of the study and into the bedroom. He saw Yi Qingrao looking at him with puzzled eyes, but he didn't ask any questions. He smiled and waved at her. "Come, let's go to the City Lord's mansion. I'll explain to you on the way." Yi Qingrao nodded and didn't say anything. She stood up and followed Yi Qinghan out of the room. "That's an elder of mine. He's very important to me. It's not convenient for him to show himself now. He usually stays in a secret place. I'll bring you there after some time." "Yao Rao, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but..." After walking out of the stone door, Yi Qinghan took Yi Yaorao's hand and sent her an apologetic voice transmission. Unexpectedly, he saw Yi Yaorao shake her head slightly. She extended a finger and placed it on his lips. Her eyes were filled with deep emotion as she said, "You don't need to apologize. I understand. All right, let's talk about these things tonight. Let's go to the City Lord Mansion first." Yi Yaorao could easily sense Elder Lu's presence in the bedroom next door. She knew that Yi Qinghan did not try to hide anything from her. She knew that a man's secrets should not be questioned. The hall on the first floor was still filled with countless experts, and the yellow-robed woman was still sitting at the counter with her head lowered. The entrance was empty. This time there were no martial artists watching. There were already red-armored martial artists patrolling the streets. "Go." Yi Qinghan did not care about the strange gazes of the martial artists in the hall. He spoke in a low voice and walked out. "Two esteemed guests, please return to the hotel before nightfall. The hotel's protective barrier will be activated after nightfall, and you will not be able to enter." When the yellow-robed woman saw Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu walking out, she suddenly raised her head and spoke with a smile. Then, she lowered her head again. "Of course." Yi Qinghan nodded. He was not an idiot. After nightfall, it would be forbidden to stay at night. If he lingered outside, he would be arrested. He walked out of the Dance of Wind and headed for the City Lord Mansion opposite. "Stop. 100 divine stones per person." The main gate of the City Lord Mansion was huge. Could accommodate dozens of people walking side by side. From the outside, it was indeed dark inside. A team of red-armored guards stood at the entrance, but no one entered or left. As soon as Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu approached, one of them stepped forward and shouted, "Oh!" Yi Qinghan waved his hand and took out 200 divine stones. However, he was cursing in his heart. This immortal realm was indeed dark. Everything required divine stones. Without divine stones, it would be difficult to move an inch. Buy things on the first floor. Sell things, hand in missions, accept missions, and handle other matters on the second floor. You are not allowed to enter the third floor and above. Anyone who enters will die. Leave the castle before nightfall. If you don't leave, die. The guard said a few words and stepped aside. He no longer looked at Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu. "Got it." Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently and pulled Yi Yaorao inside. As soon as they entered the main gate, their eyes flashed, and the scenery in front of them changed. It was as if they had been teleported to another place. In front of them was a super-large hall. It was as big as more than 10 football fields. The walls of the hall emitted a gentle light, illuminating the hall as if it were daytime. There were countless rooms on the walls, and each room had a different sign. Inside, there were countless martial artists walking around, going in and out of each room. "How lively! Let's go and activate our badges first. Let's take a look later." Yi Qinghan looked at the endless stream of people and the countless rooms marked with divine crystals, divine weapons, divine armors, elixirs, spiritual pets. He couldn't help but look around with interest. He saw Yi Yaorao's eyes lit up with excitement. He smiled and walked toward the stairs on the side. When they reached the second floor, they found that it was much smaller. There were not as many rooms, and it was much more deserted than the first floor. "Greetings, Lord. We are here to activate our badges." Yi Qinghan followed the signs in the rooms. Finally, he saw a room with the words City Affairs written on it. He hesitated for a moment, then led Yi Yaorao inside. They saw a gray-robed old man meditating. He cupped his hands and said respectfully. The gray-robed old man opened his eyes and looked at the two of them in surprise. However, he didn't say anything. He just stretched out his hand and said coldly, "Take off your badges. 10,000 divine stones each." 10,000. Yi Qinghan's face was bitter. This damned place was a robbery. Ordinary heavenly god martial artists couldn't survive here. He took out 20,000 divine stones and handed over the badges. The old man's hands lit up with two flames and burned the badges of the two people. The two badges were very magical. Not only did they not melt under the burning flames, but they also changed color to a fiery red. "All right, drip another drop of blood on it. You just need to recognize the owner." After a moment, the old man handed over the two fiery red badges and closed his eyes in silence. Yi Qinghan picked up the badges and dripped a drop of blood on them. The badges emitted a burst of hot air. Then, the badges automatically fused into his hand. Finally, a faint phoenix pattern appeared on the back of his hand. His soul felt as if the badge had a spiritual connection with him. The moment he sensed it, the badge automatically appeared in his palm. It was very magical. "Thank you, my lord." Yi Qinghan walked out of the room and walked to the door of a room with a small demon pattern on it. He immediately walked in. He recognized this pattern. It was the pattern of the God of War Pavilion. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the God of War Pavilion. How may I be of service?" The moment he walked into the room, it was like walking into the city lord's residence. With a flash of light, he arrived in a huge hall. The hall was empty, with only 2 walls and 2 rows of large bookshelves. Huge books were placed on the bookshelves, and a purple-clothed woman was smiling at the two of them. "Oh, I want to sell something." Yi Qinghan scanned the bookshelves. He was very curious. Since when did the God of War Pavilion sell books? However, he didn't ask any questions. "All right, my lord, please take out what you want to sell. I will buy your items according to the standard set by the pavilion." The lady in purple nodded and said, Chapter 583. I'll sell it for 1 divine crystal. Yi Qinghan took out a pinnacle god general divine crystal and handed it over. Then, he did not do anything else. He just looked at the lady in purple quietly. The lady in purple had just said that she would sell something to Yi Qinghan, but now, she was selling it for 1 divine crystal. She did not pay much attention to it. She took the divine crystal and scanned it with her divine sense. Then, she quickly quoted the price. "This is a pinnacle god general divine crystal. Contains 8 basic mysteries, 3 of which are supreme mysteries. It is worth 1,350,000 divine stones. Are you selling it? How much is this divine crystal worth?" Yi Qinghan did not respond to her. Instead, he took out the green brilliance god general divine crystal from his ring and handed it over. "Good stuff." The lady in purple took a look at the divine crystal that Yi Qinghan had handed over. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Then, she took the divine crystal and used her divine sense to examine it. Finally, she said with satisfaction, "This is a pinnacle god general divine crystal. It contains a darkness-type intermediate mystery, a fire-type intermediate mystery, and a darkness-type intermediate mystery. I'm almost done fusing them. If you are selling this divine crystal, the God of War Pavilion will pay 8 million divine crystals." Yi Qinghan kept the divine crystal. He was completely relieved. The God of War Pavilion's price was very fair. It was about the same as what Niu Huihua had said. As the lady in purple looked at him doubtfully, he waved his hand and scattered the divine crystals all over the floor. There were more than 2,000 of them. They were colorful and dazzling. The lady in purple's smile widened. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao were both first-tier God General Divine Crystals. She was already very surprised that they had taken out 2 Pinnacle God General Divine Crystals. Now, they had taken out more than 2,000. More than half of them were God General Divine Crystals, and there were more than 200 Pinnacle God General Divine Crystals. Once this transaction was completed, she would get a lot of commission. Hence, her attitude became even more respectful. "My lord, you are very generous. However, don't worry. Every customer's information is top secret to the God of War Pavilion. My lord, please wait for a moment. I need to tidy up." "All right." Yi Qinghan nodded and said no more. The purple-robed woman quickly sorted out the divine crystals, and in less than an hour, she had calculated all of them. "Milady, according to the purchasing standards of the pavilion, this batch of divine crystals is worth a total of 336 million divine stones. Since Milady is selling so many divine crystals at once, I'll round it up to 340 million. What do you think?" "Sure. Help me apply for a God Stone crystal card and deduct the processing fee from it." Yi Qinghan rejoiced inwardly. This price had far exceeded the price Niu Yaohua had calculated for him. He still had dozens of peak Heavenly God Realm Divine Crystals and more than 10 peak God General Divine Crystals that he hadn't sold yet. These divine crystals alone were worth close to 100 million divine stones. The fee for the God Stone crystal card is also waived. "Please wait a moment, my lord. I'll handle it for you right now." The purple-robed woman waved her hand and kept all the divine crystals. Then, she took out a purple card and handed it to Yi Qinghan. She said, "This is the God Stone crystal card that is commonly used in the God of War Pavilion. It can be used anywhere in the divine realm where there is a God of War Pavilion. Also, you can let up to 5 people drip their blood on it at the same time. When your spiritual aura disappears from the God Stone crystal card, the rest of them can use their spiritual aura to retrieve divine stones from the God of War Pavilion. All right, help me sort out this batch of treasures." Yi Qinghan once again took out a batch of divine weapons and armor, as well as some treasures that he had taken from the martial artists he had killed. The hall of the God of War Pavilion was almost full. Now, he also understood why the hall was so empty. It turned out that it was convenient to store things. "My lord, you really have a lot of treasures. I might need 2 hours to sort these things out. My lord, you can flip through the booklet at the side. It records the prices and information of the various treasures in detail. If my lord needs them, I can give you a 5% discount. Of course, that's only for today." The purple-robed woman's eyes lit up again. This God General martial artist had given her too many surprises today. Usually, in this dancing Phoenix City, she would only receive such a large business deal after hundreds of years. So this is the introduction to the treasures? All right, go ahead and sort them out. Yaorao, feel free to look around. Let me know if there's anything you like." Yi Qinghan was stunned. He instantly understood that this booklet was an introduction to the various treasures. Most of the weapons and armor on the ground were inferior-grade divine weapons. As for the rest, they were all divine weapons. He did not care much about them. He turned and walked to the side, picked up a booklet and started reading. Spiritual pets? After flipping through for a while, he found that the booklet was an introduction to spiritual pets. Yi Qinghan found that the spiritual pets in the booklet were extremely detailed. The pictures on the booklet were also very realistic. They could even move as if they were real spiritual pets. Moreover, he found that a 9-clawed tyrant dragon cub was worth 300 billion godstones. When this cub matured, its strength could rival that of a peak god king. He could not help but click his tongue. He continued to flip through the booklet and found that although the items in the booklet were very tempting, such as a suit of high-grade divine battle armor that could withstand an attack from an ordinary god emperor, its price was tens of billions of godstones. There was even a 5th-grade war god who was qualified to be accepted as a personal disciple, and the price was 100 billion godstones. "My lord, your things are all sorted out. There are a total of 1,360 inferior-grade divine weapons and more than 1,500 divine weapons. That's 110 million godstones. Are you satisfied with the price?" While Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao were secretly shocked, the purple-robed woman spoke again. Yi Qinghan listened carefully and found that the price was about right. He nodded and handed over the crystal card in his hand. He had made more than 400 million godstones from selling the divine crystals and divine weapons. Adding the 200 million godstones he had on him, he had almost 700 million godstones. The purple-robed woman first collected the treasures on the ground, then took the crystal card, swiped it on her ring, and handed it over to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan handed over a drop of blood and saw the crystal card light up. A small image of a demon and a row of numbers appeared on the crystal card. The image of the demon and the numbers flashed and then disappeared. He scanned the crystal card with his divine sense and could easily sense the image of the demon and the row of numbers. Oh right. Yi Qinghan sensed Elder Lu's crystal card and found the same thing. He did not have any doubts and walked out with Yi Yao Rao. After spending more than 2 hours here, it was almost night. He had to go down and take a look before returning. Time was tight and Yi Qinghan did not have time to stroll around. He brought Yi Yao Rao to the first floor and spent several hundred godstones to buy a map of the divinity world and an overview of the divinity world. Then he hurried back to the Dance of Winds. After returning to the Dance of Winds, Yi Qinghan once again paid 8 days' worth of room fees and returned to his room in front of the surprised eyes of the warriors in the main hall. Yi Qinghan entered the room and opened the protective shield. Then he looked at Yi Yao Rao and said apologetically, "Rao, you stay here for 10 days. I will go somewhere with Elder Lu. It will probably take a few days. I will explain to you when I return." Okay. Yi Yao Rao did not say much. She smiled faintly and bowed to Elder Lu before returning to her room alone. "Elder Lu, I want to go back to the Fire Dragon continent. Is it possible?" Yi Qinghan looked at Elder Lu with a fiery gaze and asked urgently. Elder Lu nodded and said, "Hey, go. Don't close the door of the unfettered pavilion. I will help you keep an eye on this place. If anything happens, I will inform you. Don't stay here for more than 10 days. Chapter 584. Fire Dragon Continent, Yi Family Castle. Clang, clang. Every day at dusk, the melodious sound of the zither would resound in the east courtyard. When the zither sounded, countless warriors would gather in the east courtyard. They would sit cross-legged on the ground and quietly listen to the zither. Some would close their eyes and cultivate, some would silently look up at the sky, and some would stand there and stare into the distance. Suddenly, the eyes of a cultivator looking at the sky lit up, and a white light flashed on his body. This cultivator's face suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised smile, and he cried out in ecstasy, "I understand, so that's how it is." Then, facing the east side of the courtyard, he knelt down and kowtowed. "Wow, Yi Xiaoming has also broken through to the Emperor realm. In the past 2 years, 8 disciples have broken through to the Emperor realm. The Empress music is really amazing. Of course, she is Empress Qingcheng. The law of divine sound is amazing. Haha, our Yi family has Empress Qingcheng. There will be more and more Emperor realm experts." The martial artists at the side all revealed looks of envy, and at the same time incomparably proud expressions. Listening to the music in the east courtyard was a privilege unique to the disciples of the Yi family. The disciples of the Yi family could come and listen at will after reaching the Duke realm. Although the Yu family could send a few people to live in the courtyard every month, they could only send a few people. Every time the Feng family and the Hua family sent a few people to listen to the music, they needed to ask the elders of the family to make an exception. The Shui family didn't have this qualification. Humph! At this time, a faint snort sounded. Everyone tensed up and stopped talking. They all looked at the courtyard in the east and the door that was closed all year round. There were 8 abnormally tall and strong men at the door. They were divided into 2 rows and guarded the green door in the courtyard. At this moment, the man at the front glanced coldly at the warriors who were talking outside and Yi Xiaoming, who was constantly kowtowing on the ground. He said coldly, "Be quiet. If you disturb the Empress's cultivation, you will be disqualified from listening to the music in the east courtyard." Oh. After the man finished speaking, no one dared to speak. Even Yi Xiaoming, who was kowtowing on the ground, stopped and looked at the courtyard with a very grateful look. Only then did the man stand back up in satisfaction. He raised his head high and continued to guard the door that was closed all year round. Although the cultivators outside occasionally glanced at the 8 guards with a trace of disdain in their eyes, they did not dare to underestimate them. However, it disappeared in a flash and no one dared to show it. Not to mention contradicting the words of these 8 people. The reason for that was because the gate that the 8 of them were guarding was no ordinary gate. Instead, it was the Chilling Heart Pavilion's gate. No one said anything else. They continued to listen to the music. But at this moment, the sound of the zither suddenly stopped. Then, everyone felt a sudden breeze in the courtyard. This breeze came very suddenly, but it made everyone feel very comfortable. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Didn't Heavenly Empress Qingqing play the zither until nighttime every day? It had been going on for almost 2 years. Why did they suddenly make an exception today? In the next second, everyone felt as if the air outside the Chilling Heart Pavilion had suddenly become chaotic. Countless gusts of wind suddenly blew in from all directions. Finally, these gusts of wind blew into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. It was currently June, but there were a few gusts of wind that were incomparably cold. Ha ha! Suddenly, 2 beams of light lit up the back mountain of the Yi family. Then, 2 loud laughs rang out in the sky above the entire Yi family castle. 2 figures, one green and one white, streaked across the sky from the back mountain of the Yi family and rushed toward the east courtyard. They charged directly into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. They were so fast that the people outside couldn't see their faces clearly. Swish! Countless Marquis realm cultivators outside the courtyard looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know what was going on. In the next second, countless figures rapidly rose from the west courtyard. Under the lead of a black figure, all of them flew over excitedly. Previously, no one had seen the white and green figures clearly. Now, everyone could see these people clearly. This was because these people didn't fly directly into the Chilling Heart Pavilion like the 2 figures before. Instead, they slowly landed at the gate of the courtyard. They looked at the courtyard excitedly and respectfully. Some of them even trembled slightly. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, elders. Many Marquis realm cultivators hurriedly knelt down and paid their respects to this group of people. Their eyes flickered as they began to speculate. Could it be that one of the empresses had broken through to the god tier? Otherwise, why would all the experts of the clan be gathered here? All of you leave. No one is to speak of what happened today. At the very front was the scholarly and refined Yichang. His expression had always been calm, but at this moment, he couldn't stay calm anymore. He waved his hands randomly and said something to the Marquis realm cultivators behind him. Then, he looked at the Chilling Heart Pavilion with a burning gaze. Although everyone was bewildered, Yichang had already given the order. They bowed and began to leave slowly. Swish! They had just taken a few steps when the space around them rippled. An old man wearing a coat and holding a fishing rod appeared. Then, there were several more ripples, and a few more figures appeared in the courtyard. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. They had actually seen Yao and brute race cultivators. Furthermore, these cultivators had suddenly appeared out of thin air. The only way they could appear out of thin air was by teleportation. What was going on in the courtyard? Why were the experts of the Yi family gathering here? And why were the god-tier experts of the continent teleporting here? Could it be? Some of the Marquis realm cultivators suddenly thought of something. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and their footsteps became slower and slower. Their eyes occasionally drifted over to the Chilling Heart Pavilion, as if they were trying to confirm their thoughts. Third uncle, bring the Yi family to the back of the mountain. I will come over later. A young voice rang out from the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Many of the Marquis realm cultivators who were slowly retreating suddenly felt their legs go soft, and they stumbled to the ground. However, they were completely unaware of this as they stared fixedly at the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Some of them had tears of excitement in their eyes. Many of them had heard this voice before. Although they had not heard it for 2 years, it was still fresh in their memories. This was the voice of the Frost Empress. Seniors, Please go to the back of the mountain and rest for a while. Yi Chong revealed a brilliant smile when he heard the long-awaited third uncle. Then, he cupped his hands towards the god-tier experts in the courtyard and spoke very respectfully. Clan Head Yi, please. Although the god-tier experts really wanted to enter the Chilling Heart Pavilion and sit down, they did not express anything. Instead, they spoke extremely courteously to Yi Chong, then flew towards the back of the Yi family's mountain. It's him, it's him. The Marquis realm cultivators all understood now. They called Yi Chong third uncle, not clan head. There was only one person in the entire Yi family. There were only two people in the entire Flame Dragon continent who could make all the continent's god-tier experts wait outside the courtyard, not daring to enter, and now ask them to wait in the back of the mountain. And there was one person in the Yi family, Yi Qinghan. The Frost Empress had returned. Although Yi Chong had instructed them not to spread this news, the entire Yi family's castle and Song City were instantly spread. After a while, the entire city was in an uproar. At the same time, because Yi Qinghan's divine sense had inadvertently swept out, the entire Flame Dragon continent was alarmed. Luohua City, West Wind City, Floating Snow City. Countless figures from countless cities suddenly rose into the sky and flew towards Song City. Chapter 585. Yi Qinghan appeared on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion and looked at the familiar scenery. He looked at Yu Qingcheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the rooftop. She was wearing a peach-colored palace dress and a tacky peach blossom on her head. Her eyes were closed as she played the zither with a serene expression. However, there was an obvious hint of sadness on her face. Felt as if she was in a dream. Zhang. Yu Qingcheng felt a spatial fluctuation on the rooftop. She opened her eyes slightly and saw a green figure on the rooftop. She was slightly stunned and closed her eyes again. Then, she suddenly opened them again. The sound of the zither stopped. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes were wide open and her lips were trembling slightly. She looked at the figure in front of her in a daze. Qingcheng, I'm back. Yi Qinghan smiled and looked at Yu Qingcheng. He used his divine sense and easily found Yi Qingyu, who was cultivating quietly in the room, and Yi Qinggu, who was sitting in the hall and drinking tea in boredom. However, he forgot that this was a material plane. With a casual sweep of the divine stone, he scanned the entire continent and alerted the immortal-level elites of the continent. Pooh! Yi Qinggu spat out a mouthful of tea. Then, the teacup in her hand slipped and shattered on the ground. She looked at the shattered pieces on the ground in confusion and blinked. Then, like a gust of wind, she rushed toward the stairs. Brother. Yi Qingyu suddenly opened her eyes and softly muttered. There was an expression of ecstasy on her face. Her body flashed and appeared on the rooftop. When she saw the familiar figure and the warm smile on his face, she moved her lips and wanted to say something. She moved her lips, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. She could only rush over and throw herself into Yi Qinghan's arms. Little Han, you bad person. Bad person. Very bad person. Yu Qingcheng stood quietly and slowly walked over. A fiery red figure rushed out from the rooftop entrance. Before the person arrived, his voice rang out. She directly rushed over and started beating Yi Qinghan. As she beat him, she cried bitterly. I'm sorry. Yi Qinghan waved his hand at Yu Qingcheng, who was standing there in a daze. He looked at the three people apologetically. Back when he went to the immortal world, he thought that he could return at any time with the help of the unfettered ring. Who would have thought that he would be gone for 2 years without any news? The three of them must be worried sick. Show! At that moment, the space above the rooftop trembled as two figures appeared. It was Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui, who lived in the mountains behind the Yi clan. Haha! Little Han, you're back! As he gazed at the smiling Yi Qinghan, Yi Tianlong's stoic face broke into a radiant smile. Yu Shishui, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. How come she couldn't sense Yi Qinghan's aura after only 2 years? Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyo received Yi Tianlong's voice transmission and hurried over. 2 years had passed, but the group hadn't changed much. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu hadn't grown any stronger. while Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu were still comprehending the profound mysteries of the divine crystals. Even though Yi Qinggu had broken through to the saint level, it seemed like she still needed some time before she could become a god. Hidden Turtle, Saber Emperor, Spear Emperor, Yao Jieji requests an audience with the Frost Emperor. The island master of Hidden Island's voice transmission rang out in Yi Qinghan's ears. A trace of helplessness flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes when he sensed the group of deities standing outside. He had originally planned on coming back quietly and staying for 10 days, but he hadn't expected that he would be exposed on the first day. If he had known, he wouldn't have used his divine sense. Now, all he could do was call out to Yi Chong and tell them to wait in the back mountain. When Yu Shishui heard Yi Qinghan's call, she understood and pulled on Yi Tianlong's hand. At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to Yi Qingyo and Yi Qingyo. The four of them left for the back mountain, leaving space for the four of them. I'm sorry, Qingyu, Qinggu, Qingcheng. Yi Qinghan wanted to explain, but when he saw the 3 pairs of tear-filled eyes, he couldn't say anything. No matter what he said, it would be futile. The 3 women didn't say anything. They just hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, silently crying. All the worry, longing, and love they had accumulated over the past 2 years turned into tears. All right, don't cry. Let's go to the back mountain first. I'll explain everything to you at night. When night completely fell, Yi Qinghan stretched out her hand and gently wiped away the tears of the 3 women. She looked towards the north. The 3 women cried bitterly for a while, letting out the suppressed emotions in their hearts, and their emotions stabilized. The back mountain of the Yi family was currently brightly lit, as if it were daytime. A banquet had been set up in the spacious area. All of the elders of the Yi family, as well as the various god-grade experts of the continent, were all smiling as they raised their cups and chatted in low voices. However, it was obvious that everyone was a little distracted and restless. Whoosh! Greetings, Frosty the Arch-Empresses. When they saw Yi Qinghan slowly fly over with the 3 women, everyone stood up and bowed in greeting, their eyes burning with passion as they scanned Yi Qinghan's body. When the Hidden Island Master and the others realized that they couldn't sense Yi Qinghan's aura, they couldn't help but be shocked. How long had it been? In less than 2 years, Yi Qinghan had actually broken through to the Divine General Realm. The Divine General Realm. The Sword Sovereign had cultivated for more than 3,000 years, but still hadn't been able to reach that level. At the same time, they felt a little more at ease. Yi Qinghan had broken through to the Divine General Realm so quickly, and his strength had increased. He probably had a higher chance of becoming the Flame Dragon Overlord, right? Sit wherever you want. Yi Qinghan saw that there were 4 empty seats for Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui. He didn't stand on ceremony as he led the 3 of them forward. He retracted his divine power, a warm smile on his face. He swept his gaze across the crowd and discovered that the god-level elites of the 3 manors and 1 island were all present. He nodded, raised his cup, and drank from it. HM? Lord Devourer isn't on the continent? Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to explore the north and easily sensed the castle in the north. At this moment, there was no one there. There was only a little rabbit sitting on the rooftop, dozing off under the grape trellis. He couldn't help but turn to Yi Tianlong in confusion. When did Lord Devourer leave the continent? Did he say anything to you? Little Han, Lord Devourer said that if you returned, you should go to the soul-devouring manor. When you arrived at the soul-devouring city, you should go directly to the city lord's manor. He said that if you went there, you would know how to repair your soul ring and how to see the Yao Ji. He also said that you don't need to worry about the Flame Dragon continent, and that he will do what he promised you. As for where he went, he didn't say. Yi Tianlong's sudden voice transmission stunned Yi Qinghan. Lord Devourer's strange behavior this time, which didn't follow his common sense, made sure Yen bewildered. Repair his soul ring? The Yao Ji? Why was Lord Devourer so familiar with his matters? He even knew that he had entered the illusory palace? What was her intention in doing this? At this moment, the Saber Emperor suddenly spoke, asking the question that everyone was most concerned about. Han Emperor, you've been in the God world for 2 years. Do you have any confidence in becoming the Flame Dragon Overlord? Chapter 586. Confidence. Yi Qinghan beamed a faint smile, raking his eyes through the others. Seeing the hope and expectation in their eyes, he knew what they were worried about. He paused for a while and then said, "Before I went to the divine world, I didn't have any confidence. But now I'm 80% sure. Guys, don't worry." 80%. Hearing Yi Qinghan's affirmation, people exhaled in relief. With Yi Qinghan's identity, of course, he wouldn't talk nonsense. If he said 80%, it meant that he was absolutely certain. Everybody beamed a bright smile, raising their glasses and bowing to Yi Qinghan. After 2 years, not only had Yi Qinghan broken through to the God General realm, but his rocketing speed had also boosted people's confidence. "We're so useless. We can't even help a little bit. We're so ashamed." The island master of the hidden island smiled shamefully. He had cultivated for so many years, but he couldn't break through to the God General realm. Perhaps Yinling Heir could help a little bit, but Lord Devour had stopped him from telling her something. Now, Yinling Heir had gone to the divine world for a long time without any news. He couldn't help but feel sad. Yi Qinghan understood clearly that the material plane didn't have the God aura. If the God power in his body couldn't absorb the God aura, it wouldn't be pure, which would make it harder to break through. He said, "Haha, you guys don't need to blame yourselves. In fact, it's really hard to break through to the God General realm in this material plane. Wait until I get the Flame Dragon Overlord position. I will find a way to replace the Divine Beast Protector in the last challenge of the Purple Island. At that time, if you guys want to go to the Divine World, you can go there through the Purple Island." To the Divine World. Many people felt excited. Yi Qinghan hadn't cultivated for a long time, so he didn't know how boring it was to stay at the same realm for hundreds or thousands of years without any progress. However, the God Realm warriors who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years understood it clearly. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, they were stirred up. They had stayed in the Fire Dragon continent for a very long time. Initially, they still had a goal. In order to save the Fire Dragon continent, everyone had been working hard to cultivate. Now that the Divine Master too had died, they had lost all motivation. If they could go to the Divine World, their lives might become more exciting. After chatting for a while and satisfying everyone's curiosity, Yi Qinghan brought the 3 of them with him and teleported away. Everyone understood that Yi Qinghan wanted to go back and comfort the 3 of them. Thus, they did not ask him to stay. Instead, they excitedly chatted with each other. "You're a bad person. You said that you could come back at any time, but you left for 2 years. We asked Elder Lu, but he couldn't explain it either. Why are you so heartless? We thought you didn't want us anymore." As soon as Yi Qinggu returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion, she pouted and started to vent her anger. Yu Qingqing just stared at Yi Qinghan quietly with her eyes wide open. Yi Qingyu's eyes were also slightly red. She pulled his clothes, as if he would disappear if she let go. "I was trapped in a place where the space was unstable. I couldn't open the unfettered pavilion. After I came out, didn't I come back immediately? How could I bear to leave you guys? When I earn enough divine stones, I will buy the Fire Dragon continent and come back forever. I will never leave you guys again," Yi Qinghan explained with a bitter smile. After not seeing them for 2 years, the 3 of them did not look much different. Their personalities did not change at all. However, Yi Qingyu shook her head. She pulled Yi Qinghan's hand and said, "Brother, you always lie to us. You never keep your promise. Brother, how long do you need to earn enough divine stones? After I have completely comprehended the laws in the divine stones, can I go to the divine world to look for you?" Elder Lu said that I need 1 billion divine stones to buy the Fire Dragon plane. I have almost 700 million divine stones now. It won't take long. You want to go to the divine world? I'm afraid you can't even pass the last test on the Purple Island with your current strength. How about this? Yi Qinghan smiled in relief. He flipped his hand and took out 2 divine crystals from his space ring. He handed them to Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu. Yu Qingqing refused to refine the divine crystal last time. It was obvious that she would refuse this time. Therefore, he did not give it to her. He said, Refine these 2 divine crystals, and you can go to the divine world to look for me. The aura contained in the divine crystal is so terrifying. What is this divine crystal? And what is a divine stone? Yi Qinggu picked up the divine crystal and sensed it. She found that the divine power inside was surging, contained a terrifying aura. She could not help but ask doubtfully. This is the divine crystal of a peak divine general. After you refine it, although your divine power may not reach the peak divine general, it should be comparable to an ordinary divine general. Divine stones are the common currency in the divine world. For example, the divine stone in your hand can be sold for 5 or 6 million divine stones. Yi Qinghan explained. Divine crystal of a peak divine general. 5 or 6 million divine stones. Yi Qingyu covered her mouth when she heard this. Yi Qinghan had been gone for 2 years. It was already shocking that he had broken through to the divine general realm. Now, he took out 2 divine crystals of a peak divine general. Moreover, he said that he had almost 700 million divine stones. Didn't that mean he could buy more than 100 divine crystals of a peak divine general? Yi Qingyu was shocked. Then, she handed the divine crystal to Yi Qinghan and said, I don't want it. You should sell it. That way you can gather 1 billion divine stones and come back as soon as possible. I don't want it either. I need to refine this divine crystal for a long time. Yi Qinggu did not have the slightest intention of becoming an expert. In her heart, she felt that it was useless to be strong. She had no ambition. She only wanted to live a peaceful and happy life. Take it. I don't lack divine stones. You can help me when you become strong. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, had other ideas. The immortal world was filled with danger, and no one could guarantee absolute safety. Leaving some divine crystals for them would at least make them stronger. He left more than 10 divine crystals of a peak divine general for the divine realm experts of the continent. If he died, at least they would have a chance to go to the divine world and find a way to buy the flame dragon plane, right? Yi Qinghan took out 3 spatial rings and countless bottles of ordinary elixirs and handed them to the 3 of them. At the same time, he took out a crystal card and let the 3 of them drip their blood on it. This way, at least he had a guarantee. In the divine world, he always felt an indescribable sense of danger. It was as if danger would befall him at any time. Now that everything was arranged, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Qinghan, it's late. Go back to your room and rest. After chatting for a while, when they learned that Yi Qinghan could only stay in the Flame Dragon continent for a few days, Yi Qinggu suddenly said shyly. Yu Qingchang and Yi Qingyu blushed slightly, but they did not feel too much rejection. Instead, they were eager to try it out. Why are all of you taking the initiative today? Yi Qinghan asked in astonishment as his eyes swept across the faces of the 3 of them. Yi Qinggu did not say anything. Yu Qingcheng blushed and said, We want 1 or a few children. When you are not here, we will have some spiritual sustenance. Chapter 587. Chilling Heart Pavilion. Rooftop. 3 square tables had been set up on the spacious rooftop. All of the immortal level elites of the House of Ares had gathered here, as well as the patriarchs and grand elders of the Fang and Hua clans. The Lord of the Hidden Island had also arrived. Everyone sat around and chatted in low voices. A hint of confusion flashed across the Fang clan patriarch's eyes as he asked, Why has the frigid emperor summoned us here? Sky Dragon, clan patriarch Yu. Do you know? All of the elites of the continent had gathered at the Yi clan's castle after a day, but Yi Qinghan had never appeared. 2 days later, he had suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yi Tianlong to arrange for some people to come to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. However, the people that Yi Qinghan had gathered were very strange. The beast race and man race were not invited, and the House of Ares' Shui clan was not qualified to come either. Instead, the Lord of the Hidden Island was on the list. Therefore, everyone was very puzzled. What was Yi Qinghan trying to do? I don't know either. He just told me to hurry you all here. Yi Tianlong shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what was going on. Yu Shishue, however, smiled sweetly and signaled for everyone not to think too much. Stop guessing. You'll know when little Han comes out. Young Master Han is a true brother. He didn't forget about us. At the lowest table, Hua Hua and Feng Zi looked at each other, a hint of pride in their eyes. The patriarchs of the Feng and Hua clans knew that Yi Qinghan had returned, so they naturally brought the two of them with them. Wasn't that right? Everyone present was a immortal-level elite. Even though the Feng and Hua clans didn't have any immortal-level elites, they had the right to sit here because of Feng Zi and Hua Hua. Didn't the Shui clan not have the right? Thus, the two of them felt that Yi Qinghan had given them a lot of face. Feng Zi rubbed his cheeks. His face flushed red as he transmitted, "Hee. If it weren't for young Master Han, we wouldn't have been chosen as young patriarchs so early. When I first saw young Master Han, I knew that he wasn't an ordinary person." Hua Chao rolled his eyes and sent a telepathic message in disdain. "Keep bragging. Back then at the Moon Hotel, you bet with me that Shui Wuhan would win. By the way, when are you going to cash in the 1-month hotel's top-notch meal that you lost to me? After so many years, you are now the young master of the Feng clan." Xiao Chao, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're already a father, yet you're still thinking about this all day long. This kind of thinking isn't right. What was that? Sister-in-law Ruyan and my Wubian have been admiring the scenery in Chujian City recently. A few days ago, they even asked me about your past. Feng Zi chuckled softly and looked meaningfully at the flowers and plants. You win." Hua Hua's expression changed as he said through gritted teeth. Then, he thought of something and suddenly chuckled. "You've married the little tiger girl Yi Wubian. You must have had a hard time. I heard that a few months ago you were punished by him to kneel on the city wall of West Wind City for a night." "It's nothing. I drank too much that day, so I went to the top of the city to admire the moon. A young Master Han is here?" Feng Zi's face reddened as he said embarrassedly. Then, his eyes lit up and he stood up excitedly. "Everyone sit down. Don't do that. Be more casual." At the entrance of the rooftop, Yi Qinghan, dressed in a green robe, slowly walked out with Yu Qingcheng and the other two. Seeing that everyone was about to stand up and bow, he hurriedly waved his hand and asked them to sit down. "I'll be returning to the immortal realm in a few days, so let's meet up again. Of course, there are some things that I need to take care of." Yi Qinghan swept his gaze across the crowd and realized that most of the people he was familiar with had arrived. When he saw Feng Zi and Hua Hua winking at him, he was in a good mood. Seeing that no one spoke and that they were all listening attentively, he didn't waste any time and threw out the purpose of the day. "I have some divine pills here. Of course, these are just ordinary pills in the immortal realm. I'll give each of you a bottle. These divine pills can make your divine power purer and make it easier for you to break through. Of course, you still need to work hard to comprehend the laws." With a flip of his hand, he took out more than 10 green bottles and gave each of the immortal realm cultivators a bottle. However, Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui didn't give any. The two of them knew that since all the immortal realm cultivators had pills, they definitely wouldn't be lacking either. And it definitely wouldn't be just one bottle. Divine pills. Thank you, Frost Emperor. The Dragon, the Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and the Island Lord of Hidden Island all stared at the green bottles in their hands with glowing eyes. Once a cultivator reached the immortal realm, the ordinary spirit medicines of the continent would no longer be of any use to them. The spiritual energy of the continent was thin, so these divine pills were extremely important to them. Their divine power had always improved slowly. Now that they had these divine pills, they would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The Feng and Hua clan patriarchs and elders stared enviously at the immortal realm cultivators. Their clans didn't have any immortal realm cultivators. This was an eternal pain for both clans. Actually, the 5 great clans could no longer be considered the 5 great clans. The Yi clan was the #1 clan on the continent, followed by the Yu and Long clans. The Feng and Hua clans were third. As for the Shui clan, ever since their immortal realm cultivator, the Shui clan's ancestor, had passed away, they had become an ordinary clan. However, their foundation, which had been around for thousands of years, had not yet declined. One more thing. Is there anyone among you who wants to refine a divine crystal to become a god? Is there anyone who wants to refine a divine general crystal to break through to the divine general realm? You must consider this carefully. After you refine a divine crystal, your achievements in this lifetime will most likely stop there, and you won't be able to advance any further. Furthermore, your offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as your usage of method power, will be far inferior to your own comprehension. To put it bluntly, even a second-layer divine general who refined a divine crystal to become a god will not be able to break through my absolute domain. Their offensive capabilities are far inferior. For example, if my grandfather were to compete with the Yu clan patriarch right now, I believe that the Yu clan patriarch would be able to easily defeat him, right? Yi Qinghan's words, however, left everyone somewhat confused. Who wouldn't want to become a god if they could? Even if their offensive capabilities were a bit lower, they would still be a god. They would still be able to easily kill saints. However, there were still a few people present who understood Yi Qinghan's words. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Tianlong's face. Although refining a divine crystal would allow one to become a god, the profound mysteries of the method power within the divine crystal were not something that one could comprehend on their own. They could only learn the surface of the method power, not the essence. Not to mention Yu Shishui, even he had been defeated by a single blow from Dragon Bastard. Young Master Han, I want to refine a divine crystal and become an immortal. Everyone fell silent as they tried to guess the meaning behind Yi Qinghan's words. Feng Zi, however, slapped his thigh and stood up, his face red as he spoke. Oh, where are the others? Yi Qinghan nodded at Feng Zi, indicating for him to sit down. Then he turned to look at the others. When the others saw that Yi Qinghan didn't explain himself, instead asking about the others, they became even more confused and fell silent. What was this Yi Qinghan trying to do? Young Master Han, I also want to refine a divine crystal. Flower Plant was the second to speak. He had interacted with Feng Zi and Yi Qinghan for many years, so he understood Yi Qinghan very well. Yi Qinghan's sudden question was definitely not without reason. Thus, the two of them didn't hide their thoughts and spoke directly. Feng Zi and Flower Plant were juniors, so they could speak freely. However, the others were too embarrassed to speak. For example, Yu Shishui and Dragon Bastard hadn't become gods for long, and after seeing what happened to Yi Tianlong after refining a divine crystal, they weren't interested in refining a divine crystal to become gods. In the end, only 5 people expressed their desire to refine a divine crystal. Of the immortal elites, only the Saber Emperor said that he wanted to refine a divine general's divine crystal. The others didn't say anything, not even a single member of the Yi family. Fine, this is the path you've chosen. I hope you won't blame me in the future. If you want to refine a divine crystal, I'll give you a divine crystal. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. With a flip of his hand, he retrieved 5 peak stage heavenly god divine crystals and 1 peak stage divine general divine crystal, tossing them over. Chapter 588. Qi. The Feng and Hua clan patriarchs wanted to slap themselves. Many people who hadn't spoken yet opened their mouths wide, feeling bitter in their hearts. Looking at Hua, Feng Zi, the other 3 Grand Elders, and Blade Emperor holding the divine crystal that was surging with divine power, they were elated. Countless people swallowed their saliva, and their expressions became very strange. Even though Yi Qinghan was powerful, he was still young, and many of the people present were his seniors. Even though they were afraid of his strength and his contributions to the continent. Furthermore, the experts of the God realm had made an agreement, so everyone respected him. However, many people felt a little embarrassed by the situation just now. They hadn't expected that Yi Qinghan would actually give each of them a divine crystal. This was something that could help one become a god. How could he give out so many so casually? These are all peak-tier divine crystals? The Hidden Island Master glanced at the divine crystals in their hands and stared at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. His strength was infinitely close to that of a peak-tier sky god, so he could easily sense that these divine crystals were different. As he watched the Saber Emperor quickly put away the divine crystal, he couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. Could this be a peak-tier god general divine crystal? Yi Qinghan's generosity had also stunned Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui. Back then, Lord Devour had given a peak-tier sky god divine crystal to Yi Qingyu, which had made countless people in the House of Aries envious. Now, Yi Qinghan had given 5 divine crystals, and one of them was a god general divine crystal. Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyo exchanged a glance and laughed. If outsiders had a share, then they definitely would. As he looked at Yi Qinghan, he thought to himself, did this kid make a fortune in the 2 years he spent in the god realm? He's only a first-level god general. Where did he get a god general divine crystal? These are all peak-tier god crystals. Take them all and don't let their divine power dissipate. Actually, I don't approve of refining divine crystals, because without a divine crystal from the previous level, you can only progress at this level for the rest of your life. Don't think that Empyrean gods are that amazing. Divine generals are invincible. In the divine world, heavenly god martial artists are the same as mortals. Divine generals are as common as the hairs on a cow. Martial artists who have refined divine crystals have very low statuses in the divine world. Yi Qinghan said calmly. The reason why he had kept some divine crystals for himself was that he had prepared them for the cultivators of the House of Aries. If more experts appeared in the Flame Dragon continent, if something happened to him, they could still continue to fight in the divine world, right? These are some divine armors and divine weapons. Every divine realm warrior and those who have collected divine crystals, I'll give you a set. It can increase your attack and defense by a bit. Yi Qinghan then took out some god equipment and god armor and distributed them to everyone. This time, the countless martial artists who had not spoken before even had the thought of dying. For the sake of a moment's face, he had brushed past divine crystals and divine artifacts. Back then, for the sake of a few divine artifacts, countless experts from the 3 palaces had fallen in the past thousands of years. It was difficult to speak before, but now it was even more difficult to speak. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Yi Qinghan would still give them. If he didn't, then it would be even more humiliating. Therefore, many people only glanced at the people who had received divine crystals from time to time, and then looked at Yi Qinghan with incomparably fiery eyes. But Yi Qinghan pretended not to see it, and no longer spoke. After chatting in detail for a while, Yi Qinghan began to ask them to leave. Everyone left one after another. Yi Qinghan let Yi Tianlong take the Yi family to the back mountain first, and then let Yu Qingcheng and the others go down first. He looked at the Island Lord of Hidden Island with a smile. Island Lord, do you need something? Yi Qinghan looked at the Island Lord of Hidden Island, and couldn't help but find it funny. He knew that the Island Lord definitely wanted to ask for a divine crystal, but he didn't point it out. Cold Emperor, the divine crystal you gave to Saber Emperor is for a peak divine general? The Island Lord of Hidden Island was silent for a while. His old face was slightly red, but he still asked in the end. Yes. Island Lord wants to refine the divine crystal? Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. Although many people knew that refining the divine crystal would have a big drawback to their future development, they couldn't make any progress even after 1,000 years. Moreover, refining it could allow them to break through immediately. Many people still couldn't resist this kind of temptation. Do you know about Ling-Er? The Island Lord's eyes had a gleam of disappointment. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was at a loss, he said, Ling-Er is from the god world. She's the daughter of the Rain Butterfly tribe's patriarch. After you went to the god world sent someone to pick her up. I haven't heard from her for a long time. I miss her and worry a lot. So, the daughter of the Rain Butterfly tribe's patriarch? Yi Qinghan was startled. He recalled that arrogant girl with an abnormal sexual orientation. He didn't expect that she had such a big background. Then, he asked in surprise, Did you tell her about the matter between me and the continent? No, Lord Devour told me not to. The Island Lord shook his head. He still didn't know why Lord Devour wanted him to do that. That's good. Do you want to go to the god world to find her? Your comprehension of the principles isn't bad. If you refine the divine crystal, it will be hard for you to continue comprehending the principles. You have to think about it carefully. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. The island lord didn't know that he had the divine sword and the unfettered ring. If this matter was exposed, he would be hunted down by a large group of experts in the god world. At that time, the fire dragon continent would be in danger. I'm worried about her every day. I can't calm my mind and comprehend the principles. If I continue like this, I'm afraid that I won't be able to break through even if my lifespan is exhausted. I beg Cold Emperor to help me. The island lord sighed helplessly. If he didn't go to the god world, he wouldn't feel at ease. Yi Qinghan nodded, took out a divine crystal, and handed it over. All right. However, when you go to the god world, you can't disclose anything about me. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Of course, if Ling is really the daughter of the Rain Butterfly tribe's patriarch, you can ask her to buy the Fire Dragon Overlord position. This way, you can be prepared. Okay. The island lord had the same idea. That year, he had put his hope on Yi Qinghan and Ling. However, after he got Ling's identity, Lord Devour didn't allow him to say it. At this moment, as Yi Qinghan had told him, he was more certain about this idea. Grandpa, here are 10 peak Divine Generals Divine Crystals and 50 peak Heavenly God Realms Divine Crystals. Also, there are some divine weapons and divine armor and divine pellets. However, these things can only be used to protect the clan. Personally, I don't recommend refining the divine crystals to become a god. Of course, if you're like Green Bull and Grandpa White Tiger, who have no hope of becoming a god, you can choose some divine crystals for them to refine. After you're done, you can refine a god general's divine crystal. After the island lord left, Yi Qinghan teleported to the mountain behind the Yi family. Yi Tianlong, Yi White Tiger, Yi Qingyo, Yu Shishui, and Yi Chong were waiting for him in the pavilion under Yi Qinghan's direction. Seeing Yi Qinghan hand them a spatial ring and listening to Yi Qinghan, the 5 blinked in disbelief. 50 Heavenly God Realms Divine Crystals? 10 Divine Generals Divine Crystals? And they're all at the peak? Are there so many divine crystals in the god world? Little Han, how did you get so many divine crystals? Yi Tianlong's hands shivered as he received the spatial ring. His mouth twitched, but he couldn't say anything after a long while. You don't need to ask. I'll come back often. If I don't come back within 300 years, the warriors who have refined the Divine General's divine crystals should go to the God world and find a way to go to the soul-devouring palace to see Lord Devour. Of course, if Lord Devour comes back, you can also go and beg him. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and didn't explain much. Leaving the 5 with complicated faces, he teleported away. Chapter 589. In the following days, Yi Qinghan closed his door and refused to see any guests. He accompanied Yi Qingyu and the others. 10 days in the Divine World and 20 days in the Flame Dragon Continent. Yi Qinghan stayed in the Chilling Heart Pavilion for half a month. Under the reluctant gazes of the other 3, he entered the Carefree Pavilion. You're back. As soon as he entered the Carefree Pavilion, Elder Lu teleported over. Looking at the depressed Yi Qinghan, he patted his shoulder and wanted to comfort him. However, he didn't know what to say. Elder Lu, Lord Devour, went to the Divine World. She left me a message saying that if I want to know how to repair the Soul Ring and how to meet the Yao Ji, I should go to the Soul-Devouring Manor. Yi Qinghan lowered his head and pondered for a while. Elder Lu frowned in surprise and pondered for a moment. He thought for a while and said, "She went to the Divine World? Of course, Lord Devour knows how to repair the Soul Ring. The Yao Ji? Which Yao Ji? Let's talk about it later. Let's go out and see the situation first." Seeing that Elder Lu didn't know anything, Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched, but he didn't explain. His heart was in a mess. Actually, he had a feeling that there was a pair of invisible hands in the sky that was controlling his fate. It seemed like Lord Devour was controlling his life, or perhaps she was arranging some things for him to do according to her arrangements. For example, she could have easily saved him at the God-slaying mountain, but she didn't. For example, she could have become a god in 50 years or become the Flame Dragon Overlord. With her power and status, as well as what she had seen in the Divine World, Yi Qinghan believed that she could do it easily, but she wanted him to go. For example, God Emperor Mo in the Fiend stream. Was it really a coincidence? Or this trip to the soul-devouring manor? The soul ring was a soul emperor's ring. If it was repaired, it would be awesome. However, Lord Devour had never thought about the soul ring. He had only told a few people about his encounter with the Yao Ji in the Illusion Palace, but Lord Devour seemed to know everything. All kinds of doubts and strange things made Yi Qinghan suspicious. Lord Devour seemed to know everything about Shi Yin. Moreover, she was purposely guiding him to do some things and go to some places, or in other words, he was following the route she had arranged for him. However, his relationship with Xiao He, Lord Devour wouldn't harm him, so why did he do all these things? What was his motive? When Yi Qinghan returned to the Fire Dragon continent, he distributed all the extra divine crystals and divine weapons in his possession. He wanted to leave a way out for himself. He had a feeling that this trip to the soul-devouring manor would not be peaceful. What awaited him were many unknown challenges, or perhaps a path of no return. There were many restraints and many misgivings that prevented him from walking down this path. Therefore, after Yi Qinghan arranged some things, he decided to go to the Soul Devourer mansion to meet Lord Devour and ask her face-to-face to clarify some things. The two of them flashed out of the carefree pavilion and saw Yi Qianrao sitting alone in the main hall. She was in a daze, looking a little lost and a little lonely. When she saw the two of them, her dazed eyes brightened. She was about to pounce on them when she saw Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu together. After a pause, she bowed to Elder Lu and smiled at Yi Qinghan, not saying a word. She didn't know the relationship between this person and Yi Qinghan. Moreover, this person's strength wasn't as high as hers. However, since Yi Qinghan was very respectful to him, she didn't question him. She was also very polite to Elder Lu. Yao Rao, did you go out these days? Yi Qinghan smiled at her apologetically and asked Elder Lu to sit down. Yi Qianrao hurried to pour tea for the two of them. No, I've been in my room. Yi Qianrao poured tea and sat down next to Yi Qinghan. She didn't say a word and just looked at Yi Qinghan quietly. However, it seemed like she was in a very peaceful mood. His cold face revealed a trace of gentleness. I'll go out and scout later. Oh right, Elder Lu. How should I go to the Soul Devourer manor? Yi Qinghan turned to look at Elder Lu. That day, when he heard that he was going to stay here for about 10 days, he thought of returning to the Flame Dragon continent. He didn't care about anything else and hurried into the carefree pavilion. Now that he had decided to go to the Soul Devourer manor, he naturally had to plan carefully and clarify some things. Elder Lu drank a mouthful of tea and pointed at him. Didn't you buy a map? Look at the map first. Yi Qinghan took out the map and scanned it casually. He was incomparably shocked. The first page of the map was a simple map of the Divine Realm. 6 huge continents were connected in a circle, and in the middle was a star sea that was the size of 3 continents. The star sea was densely packed with millions of islands. The Misty Continent was a square continent located in the east of the Divine Realm. To the north was the Grace Mainland, and in the middle was the Wandering Sea. To the south was the Blood Night Continent, and in the middle was the Blood Night Sea. After finding the map of the Misty Continent, Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. The Longyang prefecture they were in was located in the south of the Misty Continent. After passing through a prefecture, they would reach the Blood Night Sea. The Soul Devourer Manor was located in the northernmost part of the continent, connected to the Wandering Sea. The 2 manors were separated by a total of 22 prefectures. How far is it? Yi Qinghan blinked his glasses and looked at Elder Lu in confusion. Elder Lu smiled faintly and replied, No one knows exactly how far it is. However, some people have calculated that if a divine general martial artist like you flew from south to north in a straight line, day and night, and did not stop in between, it would take about 2,000 years. Probably 2,000 years. That's the time of the Divine Realm. Qi. Yi Qinghan opened his mouth wide and sucked in a breath of cold air. He licked his lips and had the urge to curse in his heart. Elder Lu, are you kidding me? So far, how can I go there? How can I go there? 2,000 years? I'm afraid the Fire Dragon continent will be wiped out before I reach the Soul Devourer Manor. What's the point of me going there? You have to go. Look at the prefecture south of the Soul Devourer Manor. Elder Lu sighed faintly. The prefecture south of the Soul Devourer Manor? What does it have to do with this? Misty Prefecture? Yi Qinghan looked around in confusion. Then, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, Misty Prefecture? That's the Misty Continent's sovereign's mansion? Could it be that I have to go to the Misty Prefecture to buy a lord's position? Elder Lu smiled bitterly and said, Unfortunately, you are right. If it's an ownerless material plane, as long as you have godstones, anyone can apply for it in one of the 108 main cities. Then, you just have to wait for the sovereign's mansion to approve it. If you want to buy a plane with an owner, you have to go to the monarch's mansion, and you have to be in person. There are some complicated problems during the process. You'll know when you get there. I don't know the specifics either. Motherf asterisk cur. After a long while, Yi Qinghan finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. However, when he saw that Elder Lu seemed to have a well-thought-out plan despite his pained expression, he sighed deeply and asked, Then, how do we get there? He couldn't just fly there, right? Putting aside the fact that there are demonic beasts rampaging outside the city, and that I would be dismembered the moment I step out of the city, even if I were to fly in a straight line, the demonic beasts would give me face and not attack me. By the time I fly over in 2,000 years, the blood of the 10 billion corpses on the Fire Dragon continent will have turned cold. It's very simple. After becoming a battle god, you can go to the Battle God Pavilion to accept missions. Accept transport, escort, and other similar missions. The House of Ares had specialized flying tools that could match the speed of a god emperor. If you can accept a mission that leads you straight to the Misty Manor. Furthermore, if the Battle God Pavilion were to send a flying tool to the Ethereal Manor, you will only need a few decades to travel across the Misty Manor. Elder Lu did not beat around the bush and spoke his mind. Battle God. Yi Qinghan shuddered as he thought of the Tusk Battle God from the Firework Tribe and the Dancing Phoenix City Plaza. When everyone heard Battle God Lei Yun's expression and thought of Lei Yun's unparalleled demeanor, they couldn't help but feel a burning passion in their hearts. I can also become a battle god? Elder Lu chuckled and explained, Why not? The quasi-battle god test is very easy. The two of us might not be able to do it, but you can definitely do it. As long as you become a quasi-battle god, you can accept missions. You can bring Yi Yaorao to participate in the battle god test. With your strength, the two of you should be able to pass it easily. If you really have no choice, you can use the Slaughter God Blade. However, if you use it, everyone in the vicinity will be killed. You must remember that there is no such thing as kindness in the divine realm. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Chapter 590. Oh, then when are we going to participate in the God of War test? If the Dancing Phoenix City is sealed now, I can't participate either, right? Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and spread his hands helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Tomorrow, Elder Lu smiled disdainfully and said, The Dancing Phoenix City is sealed, but it has no effect on the God of War Pavilion. The God of War Pavilion has a special status. Even if Longyang City is sealed, the people of the God of War Pavilion can enter and leave at will. The God of War is one of the most powerful people in the divine world. There is no other. Good. Tomorrow I will bring Yao Rao to take the God of War test. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. Then, he asked curiously, Elder Lu, why? Can't you show yourself? Elder Lu glanced at Yi Yaorao and suddenly transmitted his voice. Because I am the only member of the blood deer race in the divine world. After the Soul Emperor saved me, I performed a meritorious deed for him. Then, the Soul Emperor helped me slaughter the water shark race. This matter caused a sensation in the divine world, and it was one of the battles that made the Soul Emperor famous. Many forces in the divine world know that I am a servant of the unfettered pavilion. If news of me being in the divine world is leaked, countless experts will know that the unfettered pavilion has appeared, and the 12th divine sword has appeared. You can imagine the consequences. This? Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. He did not expect such a relationship to be involved. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice. Elder Lu, is this divine sword really that valuable? Will the entire divine world come to snatch it once it appears? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. He could not use this divine sword now, but it had caused a lot of trouble. He had thought of selling the divine sword in the past, but Elder Lu had said that he would lose his life before he could sell it. He had some doubts now, so he said that. Elder Lu stood up with a proud look on his face. He transmitted his voice. The Soul Emperor is the most powerful person in the divine world after the 8 sovereigns. I am afraid that any god, emperor, or force in the divine world would want to snatch his wealth and treasures. The Soul Emperor Pavilion opens once every 1,000 years, and one can enter with the divine sword. Every time an expert entered, they would bring out a huge pile of treasures and wealth. And most importantly, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's inner pavilion required all 12 divine swords to be gathered together before it could be opened. There were countless treasures within the inner pavilion, including the Soul Emperor's 9 divine tools that shook the divine realm. If one entered, it was possible to obtain them. Don't you think your godly sword is precious? Won't I be hunted down by the entire divine world if I'm exposed? 9 god artifacts. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, thought of that spatial artifact, the illusory palace, thought of that incomparably seductive woman, and thought of that little red string. The enchantress had said that as long as they could meet again, she would let him have a taste of the special service of the enchantress clan that all men in the god realm yearned to have a taste of. After chatting with Elder Lu for a while, Yi Qinghan decided to apply for the assessment at the Battle God Pavilion the next day. Then, he brought Yi Yaorao back to his bedroom and began to explain some things to her. However, he still did not tell her about the divine sword and Xiao Hei's identity. It was not that he did not trust Yi Yaorao, it was just that there were some secrets that he instinctively did not want to tell too many people. The next day, Yi Qinghan brought Yi Yaorao out of his room and asked around the yellow-clad lady in the hall. He found out that although people from Longyang City had come, Fengwu City was still under lockdown for some reason. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators had been captured in the divine prison. When Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao were about to leave, the yellow-clad lady smiled and said, "From tomorrow onwards, the price of Fengwu City's rooms will be restored to their original price. The heaven-grade rooms that they were staying in cost only 100,000 god stones a day." She asked Yi Qinghan if he wanted to continue staying there. Yi Qinghan cursed the profiteers inwardly. He guessed that the prices in Fengwu City had increased too much during this period. Countless cultivators had gone bankrupt, and the hotels and inns were no longer full. That was probably why the prices had been lowered. Because he was not sure how to take the battle god assessment, Yi Qinghan took out another 500,000 god stones and paid for the 5 days' worth of rooms. "Welcome to the Battle God Pavilion again. My lord, do you need anything today?" Yi Qinghan walked around the 2nd floor of the City Lord residence and didn't find any other rooms marked as Battle God Pavilion. Yi Qinghan could only walk to the room that sold god crystals. It was the same purple-clad lady who greeted Yi Qinghan politely the moment she saw him. Yi Qinghan replied with a smile and asked, "Hello, I would like to apply for the Battle God assessment. May I know where I can apply? Is it at your place?" Battle God assessment? The purple-clad lady was taken aback and looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. The mortality rate for the Battle God assessment was very high. Normally, no one would dare to take the assessment unless they were a peak god general. This first-tier god general actually dared to take the assessment using his expression. However, when she recalled that Yi Qinghan had sold a few thousand god crystals and over 100 peak god general god crystals, the purple-clad lady felt slightly relieved. She thought to herself that this person probably wasn't a young master from a large family clan who had come out to train. He probably had someone to rely on. She explained to Yi Qinghan, "I am only here to buy and sell items. The assessment and the Battle God's acceptance of missions are all done in the hall of the Battle God Pavilion on the 3rd floor. My lord, you can go to the 3rd floor and say that you want to take the Battle God assessment." Yi Qinghan nodded in thanks and led Yi Yaorao to the 3rd floor. "Stop right there. The 3rd floor is the City Lord Residence's restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Leave now." When they reached the 3rd floor, there were 2 guards at the entrance. Yi Qinghan checked and realized that they were both peak god generals. Even the guards were peak god generals. It seemed like this was a restricted area. "My lords, We are here to apply for the Battle God assessment. Yi Qinghan hurriedly cupped his hands and explained. Oh, go to the left corridor. Don't go to the right. Otherwise, don't blame us if you die. The two peak god generals looked at them with disdain and waved their hands, indicating for them to enter. After Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao entered, they mocked in a low voice. First layer god general? Another two going to die. I really don't know what these people are thinking. Being locked up in the god prison for a few months is better than dying. Do they all think that the battle god assessment is so easy to take? Hee, let's make a bet on the assessment in 3 days. How many of us will survive? Yi Qinghan heard the two guards whispering to each other, but he didn't care. He wasn't here to take the battle god assessment because he couldn't afford to stay in a hotel. When they reached the 3rd floor, they discovered that there were 2 long corridors. The left corridor was marked with a small demon symbol, while the other corridor was marked with a phoenix symbol. After walking down the left corridor, Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao finally arrived at a large hall. So many people. Oh, there are even a few battle gods sitting there. Their auras are so strong. I'm afraid many of them are God King experts. Yi Qinghan stood at the entrance of the large hall and looked inside. He discovered that there were countless square tables inside. Several martial artists sat at the square tables on the left, while the crystal tables on the right only had a few martial artists. These martial artists were dressed like the Tusk battle god, but they weren't wearing bamboo hats. They laughed and drank, chatting in low voices. They didn't pay attention to the envious gazes of the hundreds of martial artists on the left. What are you standing at the entrance for? Scram! Just as Yi Qinghan was trying to sense the cultivation realms of these battle gods, a few people quickly walked over from behind. They blocked Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao at the entrance and started scolding them in a domineering manner. Yi Qinghan was startled and quickly pulled Yi Yaorao to the side. Then, he turned his head and saw a young man in white walking towards them. He was very handsome, and he exuded an elegant aura as he walked. However, the arrogant expression on his face and the cold, gloomy look in his eyes made people uncomfortable. Behind him were 3 black-armored guards. Yi Qinghan sensed that this young man was a 3rd-layer divine general. The 4 people behind him were all peak divine generals. Judging from their auras, they were definitely not cultivators who had become immortals by refining divine crystals. Humph, 2 first-layer divine general martial artists? What are you doing here? The young master walked into the hall and stopped beside the 2 of them. His cold gaze swept across the hall before he looked at Yi Yaorao with interest and said coldly and arrogantly, "My lord, we are here to take the Immortal of War assessment." In the Immortal of War pavilion, Yi Qinghan wasn't familiar with the situation and naturally didn't dare to say anything. He cupped his fists respectfully and replied, "Haha, everyone, are they here to take part in the Immortal of War assessment? Did I hear that right? 2 first-layer divine general martial artists are here to take the Immortal of War assessment. Haha." When the young man heard this, he threw his head back and laughed. The disdain and mockery in his voice was obvious. The hundreds of martial artists on the left also laughed heartily. They looked at the 2 of them with mocking eyes. Even the war gods at the crystal table on the right turned their heads and smiled. Then they continued to drink. Yi Qinghan's expression darkened, but he didn't say anything. However, he felt extremely uncomfortable. It didn't matter if he was wronged, but it infuriated him that Yi Yaorao was wronged as well. Yi Yaorao didn't say anything. She only reached out and pulled Yi Qinghan's hand. The young man's expression didn't change when he saw Yi Yaorao holding Yi Qinghan's hand. His body was still emanating an icy aura. He stood there gracefully, exuding an alluring aura. His eyes flashed with lust as he smirked. He extended a finger and hooked it towards Yi Yaorao's chin. "Little beauty, you will definitely die if you follow this piece of trash to take the assessment. There will be no accidents. This young master is also going to take part in the assessment. Why don't you follow me? I can guarantee your safety, and I will definitely help you obtain the qualifications to become immortal." Haha. Young Master Lu Ji is right. With 4 peak immortal generals as guards, this assessment mission will be easy. Little beauty, Just follow young Master Lu Ji. Young Master Lu, what's wrong with you today? Countless beauties usually want to follow you, but you don't want them. Why are you being so kind today? Young Master Lu, I want to follow you too. Please be kind and take me as your servant. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the martial artists on the left recognized him and started to make a ruckus. It was obvious that they wanted to flatter him so that they could get some help from this young man during the assessment mission. Please be more respectful. I already have a partner. Yao Rao tilted her head and dodged the young man's outstretched hand. The icy aura on her body intensified, but she didn't get angry when Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. She only said coldly, "Huh? You're quite arrogant, aren't you? But this young master likes it." The lust in the young man's eyes intensified. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan with disdain and snorted. "Partner? Your partner is a piece of trash. Look at him. He's just like a coward. What's the use of having a man like him?" "Haha." Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. Instead of getting angry, he started to laugh. At first, he thought that this young man was from the God of War Pavilion. Now that he heard that this young man was also here for the assessment and that he had a few peak immortal general guards with him, he didn't seem to be a young master of some great family. Hence, his lips curled into a devilish smile. He looked at the young man and said word by word, "Go to your great master Scram." Chapter 591. The main hall of the Battle God Pavilion in the city lord residence became so quiet because of this simple sentence that one could hear a pin drop. Lu Ji was stunned. He looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion. The 4 peak stage god generals behind him were also stunned. Then, a cold glint appeared in their eyes. The hundreds of people sitting at the table on the left of the hall looked embarrassed. Some people wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Some people wanted to help scold Yi Qinghan, but they were afraid of hurting young Master Lu Ji's reputation. They could only lower their heads and bear with it. They looked at Yi Qinghan and Lu Ji from time to time. Some people lowered their heads and pretended to drink tea. They didn't dare to pay attention to Yi Qinghan and Lu Ji. Hee. On the other hand, the 5 or 6 war gods at the crystal table on the right looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Then, when they saw Lu Ji's confused expression, they started to laugh softly. The Lu family was very famous in Dancing Phoenix City. The Lu family head, Lu Changshu, was one of the few god emperors in Dancing Phoenix City. Although he wasn't very strong, he was still a tyrant in Dancing Phoenix City. Moreover, the Lu family had 2 god kings. They were war gods in Dancing Phoenix City's Battle God Pavilion. Lu Ji was the son of one of the war gods. Therefore, Lu Ji dared to scold Yi Qinghan and tease Yi Yaorao in the Battle God Pavilion. Lu Ji didn't expect that someone in Dancing Phoenix City would scold him like this. Yi Qinghan scolded him word by word. It was even worse than scolding him in the nose. Lu Ji had never been scolded by anyone other than his father and grandfather in Dancing Phoenix City since he was young. Of course, he couldn't believe it and was stunned. "Can you repeat what you said just now?" Lu Ji blinked. Then, he looked at the 4 gloomy guards behind him. Then, he looked at the group of martial artists on the left. When he heard the laughter of the war gods on the right, his expression finally changed. His handsome face became distorted as he stared coldly at Yi Qinghan. "Looks like you are not only a fool but also a deaf person. Screw your grandfather." Yi Qinghan smiled at Yi Yaorao behind him, telling her not to be nervous. Then he raised his head and said to Lu Ji in disdain. He deliberately slowed down the last few words. Looking at Lu Ji, whose facial muscles were completely twisted, Yi Qinghan felt a wave of comfort in his heart. Who was he? When he was still an elite martial artist, he dared to beat up Yi Qingxian. What did he care about the most? Family and women. Back then, when his sister was almost killed, he dared to go behind Yi Qingyu's back, burning down the house, killing his way over and crippling Yi Qingquang. He even dared to kill the family's elders, Yi Rong. As someone who had lived 2 lives, the thing he was least afraid of was the word death. "You can scold me, but if you humiliate my woman and family, then I will drag you down with me even if I have to risk my life." Of course, he was not an idiot. When he crippled Yi Qingquang, He had calculated that he would be able to lure out the 3 old fogies from the Yi family. In the end, he had lured them out. He dared to scold Lu Ji now because he knew that Lu Ji was not from the God of War pavilion. His family clan was definitely not big or not important. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned 4 peak God General bodyguards even though he was only a 3rd-tier God General. Dancing Phoenix City was currently under lockdown. He believed that Lu Ji would not dare to make a move. If he could only scold people, then he would enjoy himself first. As for leaving the city, he did not care about these few people. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan had already decided to go to the Soul Devourer Manor. Since he was going to leave, he definitely would not tolerate this. To him, not being able to live a happy life was more painful than death. At most, he could spend some divine stones to teleport away or stay in the carefree pavilion for a few decades. Compared to letting his woman be humiliated, he would rather pay some price to help her vent her anger. Therefore, all the repressed emotions that he had suppressed in the fireworks settlement and baleful in stream erupted at this moment. Wow! Yi Qinghan's words caused a huge commotion in the hall. Being slapped once and being slapped twice were 2 different things. Yi Qinghan's brazen slapping of their faces infuriated Lu Ji and his 4 bodyguards. Bastard! Do you know who you are talking to? It seems like the 2 of you are seeking death. Not seeking death. The 2 of them are dead meat. Lu Ji did not say anything, but the 4 bodyguards behind him started scolding angrily. Slapping their master's face was the same as slapping their faces. How could they not be angry? Lu Ji did not say anything. His hands glowed faintly as his body trembled slightly. He seemed to be suppressing the rage in his heart. However, Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and pulled Yi Yaorao behind him. It seemed like this young master was about to go berserk. Yi Qinghan began to secretly prepare himself. Ha ha! The 4 bodyguards scolding and Lu Ji's hands were interrupted by a hearty laugh from the crystal table on the right. Yi Qinghan looked over and saw an expert with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and very long ears. This person laughed and then glanced at the crowd. Finally, his eyes were fixed on Lu Ji's extremely gloomy face. He said mockingly, "Young Master Lu, I don't know your temper. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. Even if I have to violate the Iron Law, I will kill them. Don't worry, go. Don't worry. I will support you in spirit." "Humph. Viper War God, you don't have to provoke me. I am not a fool. If we fight here, I am afraid that even my father will not be able to protect me. I know the severity of this." This man's words calmed Lu Ji down. At this moment, the emissary of Longyang City was on the 5th floor of the City Lord's mansion. If they fought here, it would definitely attract their attention. At that time, he would definitely die. He turned his head and looked coldly at Yi Qinghan. He did not know whether it was intentional or not, but he actually stuttered, "Good, very good. You have guts. How dare you scold my grandfather? Do you know who my grandfather is? My grandfather is Emperor God Lu Changshu. Young man, I can only say that you have guts." I have always had guts. You don't have to doubt this." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly, but he was secretly bitter. He did not expect to scold an emperor god. However, he did not regret it at all. He felt very lucky. Lu Ji said that his father could not protect him, not his grandfather. Presumably, he was not very favored in the family. When he thought of this, he relaxed and the smile on his face became brighter. Good, good. I wonder if you dare to continue to have guts? For example, to participate in the God of War assessment. Lu Ji saw the smile on Yi Qinghan's face and his body trembled slightly again. He suppressed himself for a long time and then laughed. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. I need to take a look at the assessment rules. Yi Qinghan, of course, would not be provoked. Instead, he turned his head and said to the few war gods, "Ilong, go and take a look at the rules for this young man who has guts. Also, help our young master Lu Ji to complete the assessment procedure for the prospective war god." At this moment, the Viper war god spoke with a smile. His hearty voice made everyone have a good impression of him. Chapter 592. Yi Qinghan took a short martial artist beside the Viper War Immortal and handed him a short record. He looked at it carefully. The War God assessment was the only way to become a war god. Anyone below the Godly King level could participate in the assessment. Once a certain number of martialists applied for the assessment, some missions would be arranged for the martialists to complete together. Once they reached a certain standard, they would pass the assessment. After passing the assessment, they could become a quasi-war god. They could only become a war god after another assessment. Godly kings didn't need to take the assessment and could become a quasi-war god directly. The God of War Pavilion only accepted martialists who could comprehend the laws to become a war god. Refining divine crystals wasn't part of the list. Quasi-war gods could accept some missions. Depending on the level and number of completed missions, they could become a true war god directly. After becoming a war god, one had to complete missions that were one level higher than their own war god level in order to be promoted to the next level. The higher the level of a war god, the more power and privileges one could enjoy in the God of War Pavilion. It was obvious that the God of War Pavilion's assessment was a test of a martialist's overall strength and potential. Martialists who refined divine crystals had no potential, so they didn't need them. Elder Lu had said that there were tens of billions of war gods in the divine world. This showed how powerful the God of War Pavilion was. All right, my lord, please help us with the procedures for the war god assessment. We are applying to become a quasi-war god. Yi Qinghan smiled and heaved a sigh of relief after he found out that the people taking the assessment were all god generals. He cupped his hands respectfully and said to the dragon war god in front of him, Yi Qinghan took a look and made a decision. This caused everyone in the surroundings to be stunned, and they looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at an idiot. The expressions of Lu Ji and the other war gods were very interesting. After a moment of shock, Lu Ji laughed, and the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. As for the few war gods, they all looked at Yi Qinghan. After a moment of astonishment, a trace of pity appeared on their faces. The Viper Wargod's eyes revealed a trace of admiration, and he slowly said, "Hee, little brother, although it is important whether a man has balls or not, there are some things that are more important. Do you want to consider it carefully?" Seeing the appreciation in the Viper Wargod's eyes and hearing his words of concern, Yi Qinghan's impression of him became even more favorable. He cupped his hands towards him and smiled. "Thank you, Lord. However, I believe that whether a man has guts or not is more important than some other things." All right. Viper Wargod stood up for the first time since Yi Qinghan came in. He slapped the table and laughed loudly. He said to Ilong Wargod, "Ilong, handle the assessment procedure for this little brother. 3 days later, I will personally lead a team to assess you. Little brother, if you can pass the test, I will personally put on the war god's robe for you." "Thank you, my lord. With your hospitality, Yi Qinghan will definitely not disappoint you." Yi Qinghan chuckled as well. He exchanged glances with the Viper War God, and the two of them burst into laughter at the same time. Between men, there were some things that didn't need to be said. They could understand with just a glance. The two of them had a feeling of mutual appreciation. Although one of them was a first-layer divine general, the other was a God King expert. "Very good. You do have guts. However, I think you will definitely regret it." Lu Ji looked at Yi Qinghan and the Viper War God smiling at each other. His expression became even worse. He stared at them for a while and sneered coldly. "Oh, is that so? I will say the same to you, but remove the first few words." Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at Lu Ji with his pitch-black eyes. He didn't sneer or show much emotion. He just looked at Lu Ji quietly. However, the invisible aura made Lu Ji feel like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He had been living under the protection of his family since he was young. How could he resist the imposing manner of Yi Qinghan, who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? He swallowed his saliva and took a step back in fear of Yi Qinghan. "Humph!" Lu Ji snorted coldly when he felt the war gods in front of him start to laugh mockingly. He no longer had the face to stay here. He stared hatefully at Yi Qinghan, then turned around and left with his men. Little brother, do you have a place to stay? You can stay here until 3 days later if you apply for the War God quasi-assessment. The Viper War God said with a smile as he looked at Yi Qinghan with disdain. Thank you, Your Excellency. I have a place to stay. I will come back in 3 days. We will take our leave first, Your Excellency. After registering their information, Yi Qinghan took out his deity world badge and had the Dragon War God duplicate his soul aura. Then he prepared to leave. Yi Qinghan smiled at the Viper War God gratefully when he heard this. He now understood why there were hundreds of martialists sitting at the square table on the left of the hall. It seemed that most of them had come to apply for the assessment in order to avoid being imprisoned by the Dancing Phoenix City. No wonder there were so many martialists at the second level of the Divine General Realm, but only 2 of them were at the first level of the Divine General Realm. I will personally lead the team in 3 days. I can guarantee that the assessment will be fair. However, you have to be careful of Lu Ji's 4 guards. If they try to trick you during the assessment, I won't be able to do anything about it. Good luck, little brother. As Yi Qinghan led Yi Qinghan out, the Viper Wargod's voice rang out in his ears. He smiled at him gratefully again before the 2 headed back to the Dancing Wind Hotel. When Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan disappeared from the Dancing Wind Hotel, 5 figures appeared at the corner of the street. It was Lu Ji and the other 4. When they saw that Yi Qinghan was staying in the biggest hotel in the Dancing Phoenix City, their expressions turned complicated. Could this person be the young master of a large family? What should we do about the young master? If he is a young master of a large family, will we get into trouble if we kill him during the assessment? Young master, why don't we send a message to master? Let him arrange for a war god to secretly ambush him. Wouldn't that be enough? The expressions of the 4 guards turned serious. Yi Qinghan had been so arrogant in the Battle God Pavilion, and now he was staying in the Dance of Wind Pavilion. How could ordinary god generals afford to stay here? The others couldn't help but hesitate, and they all tried to persuade him in a low voice. T. Didn't you hear the Viper War God say that he would personally lead the team? This person had always been at odds with his father. How could he allow such petty tricks? Furthermore, father is out on a mission. If I keep sending messages back and forth, father will definitely disqualify me from the War God test. Forget it? How could he let it go? If I don't get back at them and kill them, how am I supposed to show my face in Fengwu City? Lu Ji's handsome face became very unsightly because of the black qi on his face. He pondered for a moment and said coldly, "You are not allowed to reveal anything about this. Last time, Grandpa was very angry. If he knew about this, wouldn't I be locked up for 1,000 years? 2 first-level divine generals. There's no need for you 2 to take action. I alone can deal with them. Let's go." All right. The 4 guards exchanged glances and then looked at the Dancing Wind Pavilion. Finally, they sighed deeply and followed Lu Ji into the distance. Chapter 593. After returning to the Dance of the Wind, Yi Qinghan briefly explained the situation to Elder Lu. However, to prevent Elder Lu from worrying, he did not mention his conflict with Lu Ji. Then, because of the sudden price reduction of the Dance of the Wind, as well as today, he had vented all of his pent-up emotions. Yi Qinghan was in a great mood. He asked the waiter outside to bring a table full of dishes. The table of dishes actually cost more than 10,000 divine stones, which was comparable to the price of an inferior-grade divine sword. However, these dishes were delicious food that Yi Qinghan had never eaten before. After cultivators reached the immortal tier, they did not need to eat or excrete. They could directly absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. Excretion was even simpler. They just needed to circulate their divine power through their pores to remove the remaining substances and toxins from their bodies. The wine of the immortal realm was wonderful. Its color was beautiful, and it glowed with a gentle light. It also emitted an alluring fragrance. After drinking it, one's entire body felt comfortable. Every cell in one's body trembled slightly. Yi Qinghan did not recognize many of the dishes, let alone the dishes that he had eaten. However, not only was it wonderful, but his body also felt warm after eating it. His divine power actually increased slightly. This made Yi Qinghan sigh. This divine stone was worth it. Yi Qinghan was different from her usual cold self today. She kept pouring wine for the two of them. She seemed to be in a good mood as well. After drinking several times, her face was flushed. She no longer looked as cold as before. Instead, she looked a little charming. After eating and drinking, Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qinghan back to his room to rest. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Qinghan discovered that Yi Qinghan had actually activated the room's defensive barrier. Yi Qinghan thought that Yi Qinghan had been wronged during the day, so he hurriedly consoled her apologetically. Yi Qinghan, ignore that piece of trash during the day. There are many cultivators in the immortal realm. There must be a lot of trash as well. Just laugh it off. Yi Qinghan shook her head slightly. She sat on the bed but did not speak. Instead, she stared blankly at Yi Qinghan. Suddenly, her tears fell silently. Yarao, don't cry. It's all my fault. I'm not strong enough, that's why you've suffered like this. I'll work hard to cultivate. Also, I'll definitely avenge you today. Trust me, don't cry. Okay? Yi Qinghan panicked when Yi Qinghan saw Qinghan cry. Yi Qinghan was flustered. Yi Qinghan was most afraid of a woman. Yi Qinghan of Yi Qinghan, and quickly of Ran. Yi of Yi Yao spirit of dragon. As Yi Qinghan said, Yi of Qinghan of. It's not because of that. Yi Qinghan kept shaking her head, but a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Her tear-stained face combined with the smile at the corners of her mouth gave off a different kind of charm. She reached out and grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand. Then, she let Yi Qinghan place his hand on her face. Her eyes were filled with boundless affection, and her body trembled slightly with emotion. She moved her red lips and said, I did it because I am happy. Qinghan, I never thought that you would do this for me. Yi Qinghan is very touched. In this life, you are the first person who has moved Yi Qinghan so much. Yi Qinghan was right about you. With you, even if I were to die now, I would be willing. Phew! Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that it was something big, but he did not expect it to be this. He had always felt that if a man could not even protect his own woman, then he would be a man in vain. Thus, he had no idea that his instinctive actions had moved Yi Qinghan, who had been lonely and traumatized since she was a child. As he watched the tears in Yi Qinghan's eyes gradually melt away and be replaced by a fiery passion, Yi Qinghan held her face and said solemnly, Yi Qinghan, you are my woman now. Protecting you and making you happy is what I should do. If you are unhappy or hurt, it will be my fault. This is a man's duty. You don't have to. Yi Qinghan's words were suddenly blocked by two fiery and cold lips. Yi Qinghan actually started kissing Yi Qinghan wildly. Her hands also started to untie his robe. After a series of passionate kisses, Yi Qinghan pushed the dazed and naked Yi Qinghan onto the bed. Then, her red lips started to kiss Yi Qinghan's body. His earlobe, his neck, his upper body. Slowly, she kissed him. Oh! Yi Qinghan swallowed a few times. Yi Qinghan had always done this in the past. Aside from saving him, she had always been extremely shy. She had never taken the initiative. However, she was so wild today. He could not accept it. When Yi Qinghan felt the somewhat cold and somewhat hot lips that were holding his thing, he almost spurted out. This was the true 9 heavens of ice and fire. Those who only had ice and hot water in their mouths were far inferior compared to this. The night was long, but Yi Qinghan did not seem to be in the mood to sleep. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Elder Lu enjoyed himself for a few days before returning to the carefree pavilion. Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qinghan down to check out of his room and went to the city lord residence. He bought some consumables, clothes, wine, and outdoor supplies on the first floor. Then, he went straight to the 3rd floor of the Battle God Pavilion. Swish! 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 The moment Yi Qinghan entered, the hundreds of martial artists in the hall focused their attention on him. They all had strange looks in their eyes. From their point of view, Yi Qinghan was obviously trying to hang himself. He was tired of living. Lu Ji was sitting at a square table. When he saw Yi Qinghan, he revealed a cold smile. Then, He turned around and started conversing with the other martial artists in a low voice. The 4 guards followed behind him. They glanced at Yi Qinghan but did not say anything. No one paid any attention to him. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, felt at peace. As if he did not see the strange looks in everyone's eyes, he brought Yi Qinghan and sat at a square table. The people at the table, however, found an excuse to leave. It was obvious that they did not want to interact with Yi Qinghan any further. Time's up. Roll call. After an hour, a stone door on the right side of the hall slowly opened. 3 battle gods entered in a line. The one at the front was the Viper battle god. Behind him was a dragon battle god. The last battle god was also the one Yi Qinghan saw the other day. The Viper battle god scanned the crowd. When he saw Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan sitting alone at a square table, he smiled slightly. Then he took out a name list and shouted in a deep voice. All right, the battle god quasi-battle god exam officially begins. From now on, no one is allowed to leave until the exam is over. Now everyone, follow us to the plaza. The Viper battle god finished speaking coldly. Then the 3 battle gods flipped their hands, and a bamboo hat appeared in their hands. After putting it on, they walked out. Hundreds of people walked out majestically. Along the way, the passers-by all gave way to them. However, there were still people following behind them. It was obvious that they were curious or wanted to watch the show. When they reached the plaza, there were even more onlookers. However, they didn't dare to get close. Instead, they watched from afar. It was obvious that they were intimidated by the might of the battle god pavilion. From their eyes, Yi Qinghan could see pity and pity. It was as if they were looking at a dead person. His heart tightened. It seemed like this exam was going to be very difficult. Pu, piu. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the sky. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He raised his hand to look, and his eyes suddenly widened. A huge black monster flew over from the sky. Its body was at least 1,000 meters long. Its 2 huge wings covered the sky and even the light was blocked. However, there was a black shield covering the monster's head and body. One could only see its 2 huge wings and 2 sharp claws that shone with a cold light. Everyone, fly up. The Viper battle god shouted in a deep voice. Then he took the lead and flew up. The huge monster in the sky also stopped. However, a door suddenly appeared on the black shield. The Viper battle god signaled for everyone to enter one by one. After the last person entered, he turned his head to the south and shouted, "The battle god pavilion is on a mission. Activate the shield. Activate the shield." As the Viper battle god shouted, countless red figures suddenly rose into the sky from the south. A strong martial artist shouted, "All guards, be on alert. Other than the people from the battle god pavilion, if any martial artists dare to leave the city, kill them without mercy." Chapter 594. After entering the black protective shield, Yi Qinghan saw a huge hall. The surrounding walls emitted a gentle glow. There were no special decorations inside, only about 1,000 neatly arranged chairs. There was also a small door in front of them. The dragon war god was the first to enter. After entering, he gestured for everyone to sit. After the Viper war god entered, the door was closed. The 3 war gods did not say much and walked straight into the small door in front of them. What is this thing? This was the first time many people had seen such a thing. They looked around curiously and asked. This was obviously a monster. They did not expect to enter a hall, and it was actually a sealed hall. Their divine senses could not sense anything outside at all. "This is called a phoenix." A cold and arrogant voice rang out, interrupting everyone's discussion. Yi Qinghan immediately knew that the voice belonged to the young master of the Lu clan, Lu Ji. She didn't turn around, but Lu Ji's arrogant voice rang out in her ears again. "This is a flying tool specially used by the divine battle residents. Its flying speed is comparable to a god emperor's. We are currently sitting on the back of this phoenix. This is a formation set up by a spatial expert on the back of the phoenix. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sit steadily at such a high speed." Hua! As soon as Lu Ji finished speaking, countless martial artists in the hall were shocked. Its speed was comparable to a celestial Thearcha's. They were god generals, but without this protective shield, they would not be able to sit steadily. This was unbelievable. Yi Qinghan nodded to himself. Elder Lu was right. This god of war pavilion was indeed powerful. If he could have such a tool, it would be much more convenient for him to go to the Soul Devourer Manor or the Ethereal Manor. Moreover, this phoenix is very powerful. It is comparable to a 5th-level demonic beast. Ordinary demonic beasts would not dare to provoke it outside the city. Even if a powerful demonic beast attacked, the array outside would be able to hold it off for a while and allow it to escape easily. Lu Ji continued speaking proudly. The martial artists around him looked at him with admiration and awe. His father was a powerful war god of the Fengwu city's god of war pavilion. Hence, he knew a lot about the god of war pavilion. Young Master Lu, where are we going? Are we going on an assessment mission? Is it dangerous? That's right. Young Master Lu, you are so knowledgeable, and there are people in the Battle God Pavilion who are definitely very clear about this. Why don't you explain it to everyone? Young Master Lu, you're so powerful. When the time comes, you have to help me. If you don't help me, I'm going to die. In an instant, countless cultivators respectfully asked Lu Ji questions and flattered him. Everyone saw the countless martial artists in the dancing Phoenix City Square and their expressions. They were very nervous. Now that Lu Ji had spoken, they all wanted to get some information so that they could make preparations. Humph! A trace of viciousness flashed across Lu Ji's eyes. He glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was sitting quietly in front of him with his head lowered. With a cruel smile, he said, "As for the details of the assessment, no one knows until we arrive at the destination. However, I only know that less than 1/5 of the participants will survive each assessment. Those who are the weakest, such as First Layer Immortal General, will probably die at the beginning of the assessment." 1/5. Everyone's heart palpitated. Even Yi Qinghan was shocked. However, Yi Qinghao remained calm and indifferent. To her, as long as she was with Yi Qinghan, it didn't matter where they went. Even if they went to the Netherworld realm, it didn't matter. After Lu Ji finished speaking, he closed his eyes and ignored the complicated looks from the people around him. The crowd also fell silent and started to ponder. They started to feel uneasy. Buzz. Suddenly, a gentle light flashed on the white walls of the hall. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the white color gradually faded and turned transparent. Apart from the small house in front of them, the surroundings could be seen clearly. This, Yi Qinghan and countless cultivators stood up immediately. They opened their eyes wide and looked outside. The singing phoenix had already flown thousands of meters into the sky. But no one noticed it at all. They didn't even feel the slightest tremor. It seemed that this was the effect of the grand array. After everyone came in and sat down, they chatted for a while. Only a minute or two had passed, but the fiery red phoenix dance city in the north had already become the size of a fist. In other words, the singing phoenix had flown tens of thousands of meters in just a minute or two. This speed was simply shocking. The space of the divine realm was extremely stable. If a cultivator wanted to fly thousands of meters into the sky, they needed to be very strong. And to maintain such a fast speed, they needed the support of powerful divine power. Even with Yi Qinghan's strength, he could only fly a few hundred meters into the sky at most. He didn't dare to fly any higher, because the higher he went, the greater the spatial pressure would be, and the more divine power he would consume. Looking at the two huge wings gently flapping outside, the scenery on both sides was constantly retreating. Looking at the black wings, the iron feathers emitting a cold light, Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. This divine realm was really full of strange things. But in his heart, he was thinking that if he became extremely strong and could have a singing phoenix, he could bring a few wives and roam the divine realm in the future. How comfortable would that be? Look, there's a demonic beast in front. Suddenly, a person cried out in fear. Everyone turned to look and saw a huge green eagle-like demonic beast flying towards them from the left. It had a sharp and long iron beak that emitted a faint cold light under the sunlight. It had a pair of eagle claws that were as big as a person's body, and the feathers on its wings were as sharp as swords. However, when this huge eagle saw the singing phoenix, it didn't know if it was afraid of the singing phoenix or because it recognized it as a mount of the battle god pavilion. It didn't rush over. Instead, it descended rapidly and turned in an arc, flying in another direction. However, the singing phoenix didn't seem to stop at all. It continued to fly forward in a straight line. Everyone. At this moment, the small door in front suddenly opened, and the three battle gods slowly walked out. The venomous dragon battle god raised his hands high and then slowly lowered them so that everyone's attention was focused on him. Then he continued to speak. In a short while, we will reach the destination of this test. Now, let me explain the rules of the test to everyone. The venomous snake battle god paused for a moment and continued to speak. The location of this test is Beehive Mountain. Once you reach Beehive Mountain, all of you will be thrown down. You can only return here after you have completed your mission. There is a group of powerful god bandits on Beehive Mountain. There are about 10,000 of them. Your mission is to each of you kill 10 junior commanders and bring back their divine crystals. Then you will pass the test. The venomous snake battle god ignored everyone's shocked expressions. Without waiting for them to speak, he waved his hand and continued. Also, don't think about escaping. Beehive Mountain is millions of kilometers away from Fengwu City. Demonic beasts roam the area. If you want to fly back, you will definitely die. There are no exceptions. Hence, your only way out is to enter the mountain and think of a way to kill 10 junior commanders before returning here. Also, don't think about using the divine crystals in your hands to pass the test. The god bandits here are all from the Netherworld ghost race. Their divine crystals have the unique mark of the Netherworld ghost race. Hence, you only have two outcomes. Either you pass the test or you die. Chapter 595. Wow! After the Viper Battle God finished speaking, the expressions of the hundreds of martial artists present all changed. Only a few of them could remain calm. However, the glint in their eyes betrayed their anxiety. Yi Qinghan groaned in his heart. He knew that this assessment would be extremely difficult, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. No wonder the survival rate was so low. They only had a few hundred martial artists, and some of them were even second-stage god generals. However, there were more than 10,000 martial artists in Beehive Mountain. What's more, they belonged to the same group of god bandits. This group often fought together and cooperated well. What's more, this was their territory. Kill 10 junior commanders? Those who could become junior commanders among tens of thousands of martial artists were definitely at least at the god general realm. They might even be at the god king realm. How could they kill them? How could they kill them? What's more, if there were junior commanders, there would definitely be senior commanders or even stronger people. Needless to say, there were definitely god kings among them. Otherwise, the Viper Battle God wouldn't have said that this was a group of powerful god bandits. This was a dead end. There were demonic beasts all around, and they had nowhere to run. What was the difference between this and sending them to their deaths? However, Yi Qinghan sighed and felt that since this was an assessment to test a martial artist's strength and potential, there should be a way out. Otherwise, if everyone died, what would be the point of this assessment? Hence, they didn't panic and waited for the Viper Battle God to explain again. Lord, we can't do this. Aren't you sending us to our deaths? Lord, this assessment is too insane. Can I withdraw from it? There are tens of thousands of martial artists in Beehive Mountain, but there are only a few hundred of us. How are we going to fight this battle? Lord, are there god kings on Beehive Mountain? If there are, we don't even have to go down. We can just kill ourselves. Countless martial artists started to speak up, expressing their fear and doubts. Some of them were starting to regret their decision. If they had known that it would be so difficult, they would have stayed in the divine prison in Fengwu City for a few months. They might even have been released. It was better than this *TTY assessment. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao didn't speak. Lu Ji and the four guards didn't speak. There were 7 or 8 other martial artists who were also sitting quietly. Their expressions didn't change. They just quietly looked at the Viper War God, waiting for his explanation. Of course, if there was no explanation, they wouldn't be able to sit still. Humph! After listening to the warrior's words, The Viper War Immortal's complexion suddenly became gloomy. He coldly snorted, and the air in the hall instantly froze. Everyone felt an invisible oppressive aura, so oppressive that they almost couldn't breathe. Their expressions changed again, and they looked at the Viper War Immortal in horror. Withdraw? Sure. If anyone wants to back out, I will let them go right now. Ilong opened the barrier. If you want to back out now, you can scram immediately. The Battle God Pavilion doesn't need such trash. The side door suddenly opened, and a gust of wind blew in, causing everyone to almost lose their footing. They channeled their divine power and steadied themselves. They looked at the dense forest below and heard the angry roars of the demonic beasts. No one dared to reply and no one dared to go out. This Viper War God was truly ruthless. With their current strength, there was no way they would be able to return to Dancing Phoenix City. No one left? Then shut your mouth for this, Daddy. All of you sit down. The Viper War Immortal waved his hand and closed the door again. His eyes swept across the crowd coldly, and he said in a deep voice, I can guarantee that if you continue to take the test with such an attitude, the chances of you making it back alive will be less than 10%, maybe even 1%. A warrior's cultivation is to go against the heavens and change one's fate. Without the heart of an expert, how can you become strong? Without the determination to face all difficulties and go against the current, how can you overcome all obstacles and become an expert and laugh proudly in the divine world? Which elite expert didn't use their weapons and brains to forcefully carve out a bloody path between life and death countless times? Why doesn't the Battle God Pavilion want trash who has refined divine crystals? It is because they don't have the heart of an expert. They don't have the heart to challenge all difficulties. The Viper War Immortal reprimanded them. It was obvious that he was not in the mood to talk nonsense with them. He let the One Dragon War God beside him explain for everyone. Beehive Mountain is currently occupied by a rebel army of the Netherworld Ghost Race. There is a Peak Stage God King Senior Commander. The second commander and third commander are both God King formidable martial artists. The remaining 1,000 junior commanders are all God General martial artists. Of course, there are many third stage God General and Peak Stage God General martial artists. The rest are first stage God General martial artists. Most of them are Heaven God martial artists. A month ago, this group of God bandits had consecutively attacked dozens of tribes and snatched the tribe's array core stones. They had attempted to build a huge array formation on Beehive Mountain. In the end, a top-notch formidable martial artist had passed by and killed their commander. The three of us will take part in this mission. However, we will only deal with their second commander and third commander. Even if you are killed by them in front of us, we will not care. Huff! When everyone heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there were no God King formidable martial artists, at least it was not a hopeless situation. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Who knew how many Peak Stage God General formidable martial artists among the 1,000 junior commanders? What's more, there were so many God Generals and Heaven God martial artists. Even ants could bite an elephant to death if there were enough of them. The shape of Beehive Mountain is very unique. The entire mountain has countless passageways. Many of these passageways even extend hundreds of thousands of meters underground. The Netherworld Ghost Race is also adept at assassination. After you enter, you must be careful. I do not wish for only the three of us to return. The Viper War Immortal spoke again. As he spoke, he intentionally looked at Yi Qinghan. After the three of them finished speaking, they once again entered the small room in front of them. Wow! This time, it was as if the entire hall had exploded. All sorts of noises rang out. Half of these hundreds of people were trying to avoid being captured by the Dancing Phoenix City guards. In the end, they were afraid that they would be sent to the shady evil stream. Hence, they took the risk. Now, they did not expect to find themselves in such a dangerous situation. However, these people were all enlightened on nomological laws and became gods. Most of them had ascended from the material plane. Those who could become gods, regardless of their character, at the very least, had experienced great things. Gradually, they no longer panicked. Instead, they began to study their battle tactics. Following that, countless martial artists began to form alliances and form temporary teams. Forming alliances did not mean that everyone would pass the assessment. However, at least they could look out for each other if they walked together. Lu Ji and the 4 peak stage god generals had clearly become the target of everyone's recruitment. However, Lu Ji's standards were extremely high. If they were not peak stage god generals, he would directly reject them. These martial artists could only choose people with similar strength to form temporary teams. They hoped that they would be able to carve out a bloody path in the upcoming battle. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao were both first-level god generals. It was obvious that they had been forgotten by everyone. Regardless of the conflict between him and Lu Ji, even with his strength, he would definitely be a burden. Naturally, no one would take the initiative to form a team with him. Yi Qinghan did not care at all. It was still uncertain who would be a burden. Chapter 596. Little brother, I'm Kong Luo. My name is Kong Luo. May I join your team? At this moment, a tall man in a blue robe slowly walked toward Yi Qinghan and spoke to the two with a smile. Everyone was stunned. They looked at this man as if he was a fool, thinking that he had gone mad. However, Lu Ji and a few others seemed to be deep in thought. They all knew Kong Luo, and he was someone they wanted to rope in. This was because he was a peak stage divine general. Lu Ji also collected information that showed that this man cultivated the supreme law of destruction. Moreover, he specialized in one type of law. He could be considered one of the strongest people present. Lu Ji started showing off his knowledge as soon as he came in. He explained the matters of the Phoenix to the crowd. He wanted to rope in the strongest people present and complete the mission together. Or rather, he wanted to use them to complete the mission. Just now, he and a few other powerhouses had invited Kong Luo, but he rejected them without saying a word. Now, he wanted to team up with Yi Qinghan. Moreover, he used the word join and spoke in a very polite tone. This was very interesting. Lu Ji and the 4 guards looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with doubt. Could it be that they had made a mistake? Everyone locked their gazes on Yi Qinghan. Could it be that this first-layer divine general trash cultivator had been hiding his strength? Or was there something special about him? However, they realized that Yi Qinghan only had a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. There was nothing special about him. Hee, big brother, why do you want to team up with me? Aren't you afraid that I'll be a burden to you? Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up as he asked in confusion. He believed that he was only a first-layer divine general on the surface. Why did Kong Luo want to team up with him and speak in such a polite tone? You're strong, and I'm not bad either. If we team up, I have an 80% chance of completing the mission successfully. Kong Luo squinted his eyes as well. His eyes shone brightly like a wolf in the forest, making Yi Qinghan feel a sense of danger. Oh, big brother, you think too highly of me. I'm afraid I'm the weakest person here. You said I'm very strong, but where did that come from? Yi Qinghan was even more confused, so he continued to probe. Kong Luo continued to stare at Yi Qinghan, but this time, he transmitted his voice. Although you're only a first-level divine general, you're the only one who can make me feel threatened. I grew up with wild beasts, so I'm very sensitive to danger. You make me feel very dangerous, so you are incomparably powerful. Since Sir doesn't want to team up, then Kong Luo will take his leave. After saying that, Kong Luo turned around and walked away coldly. Finally, he returned to his seat alone and closed his eyes in silence. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely and didn't say anything. He pulled Yi Yaorao back to their seats. However, he realized that everyone was looking at him differently this time. Although they didn't understand what Kong Luo said at the end, Kong Luo's attitude could indicate some problems. Lu Ji began to be vigilant. After an hour, everyone saw that the celestial phoenix had started to slow down, and an incomparably tall mountain peak appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was like the peak of the ascension platform, pierced straight into the sky, and there were countless holes on the mountain. It really looked like an erect beehive. As the celestial phoenix approached, hundreds of black-robed cultivators emerged from these holes. However, when they saw the celestial phoenix, they all rushed into the holes, looking terrified. Clearly, they recognized the celestial phoenix of the battle god pavilion. Everyone, get out! The Viper War Immortal and the other two walked out. The celestial phoenix also started to descend and finally stopped in front of the beehive. The Viper War Immortal put on his bamboo hat and took the lead to fly out. Under the cold stare of the Dragon War Immortal and the other two, everyone flew out in 2s and 3s and stood in the air behind the Viper War Immortal. After everyone flew out, the celestial phoenix spread its wings and flew 10,000 meters into the sky, circling above. Everyone, stay where you are and wait for my orders. The Viper War Immortal turned around and released his divine power. His body emitted an incomparably tyrannical aura as he soared into the sky and stood proudly above the beehive. Space, imprisonment. The Viper War Immortal suddenly roared. Then he started waving his hands in the air. As his hands formed strange hand seals, everyone felt the surrounding space tremble. Many cultivators swayed and nearly fell down. Fortunately, the Dragon War Immortal waved his hands and a faint ripple spread out, stabilizing everyone's bodies. Spatial imprisonment? When Yi Qinghan heard these words, his body suddenly tensed up. This Viper War Immortal was actually an expert that cultivated the spatial law. What kind of profound mystery was this spatial imprisonment? Was it mid-grade or high-grade? He could feel the surrounding spatial power continuously surging towards the Viper War Immortal. He could feel the strange hand seals on the Viper War Immortal's hands, causing the gathered spatial power to radiate outwards and form unique ripples. Yi Qinghan also cultivated the spatial law. His spatial fluctuations were profound and mysterious. He was extremely sensitive to all changes in space. He started to close his eyes and sense carefully. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened and shot out 2 beams of light. Then, he actually closed his eyes in the air and carefully comprehended. Just a moment ago, when he was in the spatial imprisonment released by the Viper War Immortal, he had actually comprehended 2 types of profound mysteries of the spatial law that he hadn't even crossed the threshold of the spatial power and spatial oscillation. He had directly entered an epiphany. This Yi Qinghan's strange movements caused Yi Chenrao's expression to change. At such a critical moment, Yi Qinghan had entered an epiphany? She hurriedly drew her silver sword and tightly guarded Yi Qinghan's side. The cultivators beside her were also shocked. Then they sighed. This kid was really fierce. He actually dared to enter cultivation at this moment? Lu Ji revealed a serious expression. However, when he saw the Dragon War Immortal beside him, he didn't dare to move. Kong Luo quietly moved closer to Yi Qinghan. When he was 2 meters away from Yi Qinghan, he stopped and smiled kindly at Yi Chenrao. Then he turned around and guarded the 2 of them. This kid, the Dragon War Immortal and the other War Immortal exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. At this moment, this kid actually dared to cultivate so recklessly? He really had guts. In the blink of an eye, the Viper Dragon War Immortal in the sky had already completed his ultimate move. The space 10,000 meters around Beehive Mountain suddenly trembled. A visible ripple spread out from his body into the sky. In the end, the surrounding 10,000 meters actually formed a translucent barrier. It was as though a formless prison had formed around Beehive Mountain. All right, the spatial imprisonment has been completed. None of the Beehive Mountain god bandits can escape. The Viper War God descended rapidly from the sky. When he neared the crowd of martial artists, his body suddenly stopped. His movements looked very awkward, but he looked incomparably relaxed. Everyone, listen to my orders? The assessment mission has begun. Eh? The Viper Dragon War Immortal looked at everyone coldly. He raised his hand high and was about to order everyone to attack. However, when he saw that Yi Qinghan had closed his eyes and was standing quietly in the sky, he was stunned. Then, he revealed an expression that was both infuriating and amused. He muttered, "This kid actually also cultivates spatial laws? Hee, I like you, so I'll give you a chance." The Viper Dragon War Immortal retracted his hand and suddenly raised his voice. "The assessment mission will begin in an hour. Everyone, get ready. The massacre will begin soon." Chapter 597. After an hour, Yi Qinghan still had his eyes closed and was quietly cultivating. The Viper War God could only look at Yi Qinghan helplessly, then at the Dragon War God. The two of them nodded at the same time. Kill! With a wave of his hand, the Viper War God shouted and rushed toward Beehive Mountain. The other War God followed closely behind. The two of them rushed into a cave with lightning speed and disappeared. Everyone hurriedly rushed into the cave. Lu Ji saw the Dragon War God still standing quietly beside Yi Qinghan. He rushed into the cave with 4 guards and several peak god general martial artists. Kong Luo also looked at Yi Qinghan, then turned and rushed toward Beehive Mountain. However, he did not choose a cave like everyone else. Instead, he rushed to the other side and entered a cave alone. We've all entered. There are many traps inside, just like a maze. We won't be able to come out anytime soon. I'm leaving. The Dragon War God looked at Beehive Mountain and said indifferently. He turned into a breeze and drifted into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into a cave. Just like Kong Luo, he also chose another entrance. Thank you, my lord. Yi Yaorao was very clear about the meaning behind the Dragon War God's last words. She bowed respectfully at his back and said softly. She believed that the Dragon War God would definitely be able to hear her. Then, she held her sword and guarded closely by Yi Qinghan's side. She did not disturb Yi Qinghan. She was very clear about the importance of this moment of enlightenment. Some time ago, because of this moment of enlightenment, she broke through the bottleneck that had troubled her for 6 years and successfully advanced to the God General realm. She was very clear about this moment of enlightenment. If she was at a bottleneck, it was very likely that she would break through the last barrier. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation of laws would be incomparably fast. Yi Qinghan must have comprehended some kind of law. That was why he suddenly started cultivating at such a crucial moment. Suddenly, Yi Yaorao's body tensed up. The silver sword in her hand trembled. Her phoenix eyes swept around coldly. However, he did not notice any enemy attack. She couldn't help but stare at the top of Yi Qinghan's head with an incomparably strange expression. She could clearly sense that divine qi had suddenly begun to gather above Yi Qinghan's head, and a sudden gust of wind had begun to blow all around him. Even the spatial shackles in the distance had begun to shine with a gentle light. Divine qi from all directions began to rush towards the two of them, and finally all converged into Yi Qinghan's body. What kind of cultivation method is this? If she's a freak, Qinghan must have a lot of secrets. Feeling the divine power in Yi Qinghan's body rapidly rising, Yi Yaorao revealed a cold smile. Although her smile was cold, it was like a blooming ice lotus, possessing a unique charm. She sighed inwardly. Not only was she not wrong in choosing people, but she was also becoming more and more accurate. Although she didn't usually speak much, she was very concerned about Yi Qinghan's matters. At this moment, when she saw Yi Qinghan's strange behavior, she didn't blame him for hiding it from her. Instead, she was sincerely happy for him and herself. That's right, Yi Qinghan had once again entered the state of soul stillness. This time, the state of soul stillness was very strange. He had forcibly entered it halfway. This had never happened before. Moreover, as Yi Qinghan was meditating, he suddenly felt that some knowledge had suddenly appeared in his mind. However, he didn't have the time to care about it. He continued to concentrate on comprehending the 2 space laws. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. So many martial artists had entered Beehive Mountain, but not a single one had come out. However, angry roars, screams, and the sounds of energy colliding could be heard from within Beehive Mountain. The lofty Beehive Mountain also trembled from time to time, not because of the energy explosions. Yi Yaorao didn't move. There wasn't a trace of urgency on her face. She just kept scanning her surroundings with her divine sense, staying vigilant of the situation. Chi! A slight noise aroused Yi Yaorao's vigilance. However, her snow-white face didn't reveal anything strange. Her body didn't move either. However, the cold energy surrounding the silver sword in her hand had become even denser. Swish! Suddenly, the silver sword in Yi Yaorao's hand shone with a cold light. Without any rhyme or reason, she thrust her sword towards the sky on the right. As she thrust her sword, a white mist radiated from her silver sword, quickly shrouded the sky on the right. Tsk tisk. 3 figures condensed in the mist. Surprisingly, they were 3 black figures. They had short black hair and held 2 black daggers in their hands. Even their faces and eyes were black. Only their teeth were snow-white. The 3 figures looked at Yi Yaorao with astonishment. Their bodies started to slowly condense into blocks of ice. Even their eyebrows and hair were covered in ice. Their bodies stiffened, and their speed decreased drastically. Run! The 3 Netherworld Ghoul race experts felt their blood and divine power freeze. Their combat power and speed were greatly reduced. Most importantly, this woman's cold energy could break through their spatial ghostly shadows. They didn't dare to continue their sneak attacks. They twisted their bodies and rapidly charged towards Beehive Mountain. While they were in midair, their figures flickered. They appeared and disappeared in an eerie manner. Yaorao snorted coldly but didn't give chase. These 3 were first-level divine general martialists like her. She could actually kill them easily with her ice elemental laws. However, Yi Qinghan was cultivating. She naturally didn't want to kill the 3 of them and attract more ghoul race experts. She was only trying to intimidate them. Bang! An hour later, a loud sound came from the Beehive Mountain. The entire Beehive Mountain started to shake violently. Before Yi Yaorao's astonished gaze, one side of the Beehive Mountain suddenly burst open. A dark hole started to expand endlessly, sending debris flying everywhere. Finally, a huge hole was blasted open. Swish! A black figure shot out. This figure also flickered in midair. However, its speed was incomparably strange. It was as though it was teleporting. Before the figure even charged out, a cold intent could be felt from its body. Especially its pair of black eyes. They were like an icy lake, causing one's heart to palpitate when looking at it. It also made Yi Yaorao feel her entire body turn cold. Her divine power actually showed signs of slowing down. Chi! Following behind the black figure was a black longsword that tore through the air. The black longsword followed closely behind the black figure. Its speed seemed to be very slow, but it continued to follow behind the black figure. However, it continued to follow behind the black shadow. The space around the sword was visibly trembling. Viper War God! When Yi Yaorao saw the figure behind the longsword, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was still very nervous. A Netherworld Ghoul race expert that could be chased by the Viper War God must be either their 2nd commander or 3rd commander. This was a God King expert. A casual sweep from him could cause their divine crystals to explode and kill them on the spot. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was still in the midst of enlightenment. Swish! Suddenly, 2 figures shot out from a cave on the right. Their speed was incomparably fast. Then, they stopped not far from Yi Qinghan's right and stood there coldly. Yi Yaorao had already noticed that it was the Dragon War God and the Netherworld Ghoul race expert. Now she was even more relaxed. The Dragon War God didn't even look at the 2 of them. Instead, he looked at the black figure that was being chased by the Viper War God and said indifferently, "Gui Xiong, surrender. You might not die if you follow us back to the Battle God Pavilion. However, if you continue to resist, only death awaits you." Chapter 598. Surrender? Tsk. Ever since we 3 brothers betrayed the ghost race, we never thought of returning. Captured and brought back to our race? To us, it is more painful than death. Living as a hero, dying as a ghost might. Since I am called Ghost Might, you should know my choice. A dead end? Do you really think that, with your space shackle, I can't escape? If I want to leave, you 3 might not be able to stop me. That black shadow laughed twice, and the black light on his body became even brighter. Then, his speed suddenly increased and he flashed towards the north. However, before he finished his words, he was already close to the space shackle of the Viper War God. Yi Yaorao was secretly shocked. This speed was too frightening. Really? Since you are so stubborn, I can only send you on your way. The Viper War God sneered. Before his voice could be heard, he suddenly waved the black longsword in his hand. A formless stream of air rushed forward at a rapid speed. His speed was much faster than the ghost might's. As the stream of air brushed past, the space in front of it became like boiling water, unceasingly fluctuating. The body of the ghost might, who was in midair, suddenly became sluggish. He turned his head to look, and his expression changed greatly. His completely black eyes expanded infinitely. A black dot appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The black dot began to slowly expand, and then turned into the blade of a black longsword. Behind the blade was a bamboo hat that appeared out of nowhere. Under the bamboo hat was a pair of cold eyes. In the end, he saw the long sword pierce through his forehead. The killing intent contained in the long sword instantly shattered his soul. He didn't even have time to react. Looks like Big Brother's space blade has reached great accomplishment. So powerful, silent, and several times faster than the third-level God King Ghost might. Does this ghost might really think that Big Brother has no way to deal with him? Many divine world martial artists think that the space law is useless. Actually, when you cultivate it deeply, you will see its power. However, when you cultivate to the peak, you will discover the power of the space law. They won't be stupid enough to spread it. That's why ordinary divine realm martial artists think that the space law is useless. How can the supreme law be useless? Ilong and the other war god looked at the Viper war god who was collecting Gue Xiong's divine crystal and space ring. Admiration and pride appeared in their eyes as they sighed in amazement. Then he looked at Yi Qinghan, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed. He looked at the dense god's aura above Yi Qinghan's head in surprise, and as he sensed it, he became more and more shocked. Oh, no wonder he took so long to comprehend. This kid has the potential to become a soul cultivator. The Viper war god glided down from the sky like a large bird. He looked at the abnormalities above and beside Yi Qinghan, and his eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Then, he looked at the two people who were puzzled, and explained, "This is a very miraculous soul cultivation state. Of course, in this state, the comprehension of the laws is also very fast. This state can only be encountered, not sought. This kid's luck is heaven-defying. Big Brother, is it that magical? Why haven't I heard of it?" One dragon raised his bamboo hat, blinked his eyes and asked, "There are still many things you don't know? But there's nothing special about it. This is called soul silence. Those who can enter this state may not necessarily become soul cultivators, but all soul cultivators can enter this state. That's why soul cultivators are so powerful. Their cultivation speed is so fast. But it seems that there are many layers to this state. This kid doesn't seem to have comprehended it deeply." One dragon war god and the other person nodded. This immortal realm was full of strange things. Every moment was filled with opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Those who ascended might not all be top-notch geniuses, but at least they all had something special about them. Therefore, the two people did not delve too deeply into it. "All right, things are done. You can go back and rest." The Viper war god sheathed his long sword and glanced at Yi Qinghan. Then, his body flew straight up into the sky. The dragon and the woman also smiled faintly and followed the Viper war god towards the mythical phoenix in the sky. "When this kid wakes up, tell him that the assessment mission only has 10 days. Tell him to hurry up. Also, there's a small commander of the ghost race with a gray devil tattoo on his clothes. All right, good luck to the two of you." The three of them directly passed through the spatial shackles above their heads and flew into the circling phoenix's protective barrier. However, they left behind a voice transmission for Yi Yaorao. Yi Yaorao gratefully bowed to the sky, but her gaze towards her man became even gentler. This weak man was the center of attention no matter where he went. Even a few God King experts had a whole new level of respect for him. Why is he still not awake? Yi Yaorao's heart gradually grew anxious. Another few hours passed, and she had already forced back a few waves of ghost race assassins. However, as the battle in the mountain grew more intense, more and more ghost race experts came out from the countless caves. Although most of them were heavenly god martial artists who came out in fear, if a ghost race god general expert appeared, she was not confident that she could defeat such a strong enemy. Tsk tisk. Suddenly, she heard a few sinister laughs. However, When Yi Yaorao swept out with her divine sense, she only sensed a slight spatial fluctuation nearby. She could not help but be shocked, and her pretty face turned even whiter. At this moment, not only was her silver sword emitting cold energy, but her body was also emitting cold energy. Rustle! Rustle! Yi Yaorao turned to look at Yi Qinghan, who still had his eyes closed. Her divine power surged, and she began to stroll in the air near Yi Qinghan. As her body spun, she stabbed her sword in all directions, enveloping Yi Qinghan in cold energy. Ice elemental law? Cold ice jade body. TSK TSK. In the air, 3 black figures condensed in the cold energy. The slightly shorter ghost race expert in the middle cried out in surprise. Then, a fiery light appeared in his eyes as he stared at Yi Yaorao. The greed in his eyes was extremely obvious. Small commander? Yi Yaorao looked down, and her eyes were filled with extreme shock. The armor of the shorter ghost race expert in the middle had the image of a devil with 5 claws and fangs. Moreover, judging from the aura of the ghost race expert, he was definitely a 3rd-level divine general cultivator. This was an expert that she could not handle. Stealing her heart, Yi Yaorao took 2 steps back and stood next to Yi Qinghan. Then, she stretched out her hand to wake Yi Qinghan up. When a cultivator entered a state of enlightenment, his spirit would be completely immersed. If she wanted to wake him up, she could only move his body and make him feel as if someone was calling out to him. However, before she could push him, a hand reached out and pulled her behind him. Yi Qinghan opened his pure eyes and glanced at the 3 people in the air. Then he smiled and turned to look at Yi Yaorao. He said, "Yaorao, I've made you worry. All right, leave the rest to me." "Oh, Yi Yaorao looked at Yi Qinghan, whose eyes were filled with smiles, and her heart completely relaxed. Yi Qinghan's warm smile always made her feel an inexplicable sense of security, allowing her to completely relax. "You 3 damn things. Get down here and die." Yi Qinghan took out a soft sword from his spatial ring and merged with his battle beast. He was in a great mood. After half a day of enlightenment, the 2 fundamental profound mysteries that he had been unable to touch, spatial force and spatial vibration, had actually reached the small success stage. Furthermore, he had entered the long-awaited state of soul stillness, and some strange things had happened. However, there was no time to think about it now. He had to complete the test first. What? A trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the 3 ghost race experts. Then they were all enraged. The black daggers in their hands glowed coldly, and their dark faces turned even darker than charcoal. With a cold snort, the 3 of them disappeared into the air and charged at the 2.